Skibidi Toilet has arrived. New Skibidi Toilet object. Powerful enemies. Thrilling battles. Protect the base. Use WoW's powerful creation tools and build defense towers to your heart's content. Engage in intense battles. Various defense towers. Earn points in battle. Unlock more defense towers. Tons of strategies. Epic battles. Play now.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the third and final day of the group stage for the PUBG Mobile Super League for the European and Turkish region. My name is Dude Sandstorm. This is John Allen, and today 4 teams will be eliminated from the competition and 20 teams will move on to the next stage to keep fighting for that $200,000 prize pool, to keep fighting for the top 3 spots when it comes to the finals and qualifying for PMGC. That's what's on the line, and finally, we start cutting some teams today.
Absolutely. We are going to be locking some teams in. Some teams yesterday probably didn't do enough. I think it's fair to say that Farvoice are not going to be very likely at all to be making it in. But there was one team who might have just about squeaked through with their later performances. SHOCKWAVE are right on the precipice. So they aren't playing today, but they are definitely up on the chopping block. Everybody else who played all their games already is looking fairly solid, so we're not too worried about them.
Yeah, we already have Group B, I believe, was the one that finished and wrapped up their games yesterday. So it's going to be teams from Group A and Group C that are going to be joining us today. So that means we're going to be seeing BOARS, Falcons jump back into the fray. And joining us today, Asgard Esports, another team, Papara SuperMassive, too many teams that we are looking forward to. But of course, we're going to remind everyone exactly what the tournament format looks like and how things are going to change going forward, especially when we wrap up our first stage, being the league stage, John.
Absolutely. We have got 3 groups, obviously 1 group sitting out each day. The top 20 teams will eliminate 4 from this stage to go to the knockout stage, where they'll be split into 5 groups of 4 teams, 5 matches a day, and they'll be sitting out 1 match a day per group. After that, the top 16 teams move forwards to the grand final and will fall victim, maybe, to the Smash rule.
Yep, the Smash rule, which has come into effect this year when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports competitions. And as you can see, how it works is we take the points in the grand finals. After day 1 and day 2 are done, we add 10 to that scoreline, and then that will be the threshold. Your target then on the 3rd and final day of the competition is to first cross that threshold and then get yourself a chicken dinner, and you will be crowned the champion of the competition. And of course, this is going to be the schedule for today. And of course, you get to have a look at the previous results as well for day 1 and day 2.
You can see those chicken dinners coming on through. We will be looking at today, obviously kicking off with Rondo, the newest addition to the map pool, and it has made a bit of a splash. A lot of action, certainly. Early game into the mid game. It makes things messy, and it adds a lot of points to your tally. These are our teams. You're taking part. Some of them not going to be playing anymore, so we'll see who's going to be joining. Most likely joining, I should say, Farvoice Gaming down at the bottom of those tables.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is only going to be the first step that these teams are taking in this competition. You still have to fight it out another time as we start to take the teams out of the competition one by one. We'll be getting down all the way to 16, and then hopefully we'll see from those 16 teams who are going to be the top 3. Because today as well, I believe we also have PMSL CSA that is currently running, and I believe they're currently on their final game as well. So a lot of teams getting to lock in their places within the next couple of days and the next couple of weeks for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship.
Yeah, it is going to come at you thick and fast with those qualifying teams. So make sure you guys are staying track. Obviously, the main place to be is right here on the Europe broadcast with some of our favorite players, some of our favorite teams, looking for their chance to jump forwards. And we talk a lot about that PMGC qualification spots. Of course, we've got a total of 6 in this region, 3 of which will be going to the gauntlet from qualifying 1st, 2nd, 3rd in this tournament. And then another further 3 will be subdivided into the sub-regions, West Europe, East Europe, Turkey, based on how many points they've accrued over the 2 PMSL seasons that they've played this year. The particulars of that, still haven't been able to track those down. I'll make some internal requests and see if we can get that as to who's actually in the lead right now, because that would be very good to know, especially moving towards the finals.
Oh, 100%. We need to know within the next... I mean, hopefully we'll get that piece of information before we get to the finals, and then we'll be able to find out a little bit more about who's going to be able to qualify where. And we were talking about it yesterday, how, there's different... I want to say it's kind of different levels of difficulty when it comes to qualifying. But speaking about what happened on day 1 and day 2, Regnum Carya, yeah, that's a team that started off day number 1 with 23 points. Things were looking kind of dire for that squad. But day 2, 2 chicken dinners, consistency was the key for their success, and they were able to claim the number 1 spot. They are not playing, obviously, in the 3rd and final day for this first stage. So the question remains, will they be able to hold on to that number 1 spot and get themselves that $4,000 prize for first place only in the league stage? Or will things be a little bit different at the end of this day?
You have to wait and see. 87 points in a single day is pretty special, though, for RCB. They're going to be very happy with that. You can see our points distribution. You know it, you love it. 10 points for first place, and then the points stop down in, once you're in if you finish in 9th, you're getting no points. If you finish below that, no points for placements. It's only the eliminations that are going to be adding to your tally.
Yeah, and when we're talking about eliminations, we see quite a lot of them in our first match of the day on Rondo. And we had I want to say like game 1, day 1 of Rondo. First time we got to see it, there was maybe like 14, 15 eliminations. Day 2, second time we saw Rondo, 1 team was eliminated from the get-go. I'm not sure what there's, and that was of course S2G. So I want to see if things are going to be different for them this time around. Are they going to be playing a 3-1 split or not? And who is going to be getting the biggest chunk, the biggest split out of that prize pool at the end? of course, this is only for the league stage of the competition. 200,000 for the whole thing, though. It's 200,000 cannot just be for the league stage. That's crazy. We're talking PMGC numbers there.
You'd hope not, that's that. Well, actually, if you're one of the teams, you hope so, right? But yeah, that is going to be mostly awarded in the league stage. I think there's some for knockout stage as well. We'll see as we go how that gets updated. But those are the prizes that our teams are competing for directly. Of course, those $250 bounties for chicken dinners are very nice and tasty, but it's not what these teams are after. No, that's getting to the finals and getting their shot. Let's take a look again at the Rondo rundown, because it is, of course, the newest map, and with the newest map has come some bells and whistles, some fancy new toys to play with. The main big game changer here is the recall system. It's adding about 20 elimination points per match to the lobby, which means that you can go for some early scraps with a little bit more freedom. But what that has caused is a lot of teams getting stuck, entrenched in these longer fights when they just want to be getting on the road again.
Yeah, and I want to say it's made some teams and their plays kind of predictable as well, from what we've seen yesterday in Rondo. We had a nice game where Falcons were able to catch out one of the early squads as well. I think it was Carya, if I'm not mistaken. They had a fight with him early on in the game, and Narvala was able to catch out KSLAY as well from S2G, where as that fight was going on in the early stages of the game, not allowing them to go for the recall. They read that play. So you kind of have to make sure that that one player that you are sending, if you are sending them to that recall, make sure that at least the area is clear. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, matches of the day, you've gotten used to it if you were with us over the past couple of days. You know it, you love it. It's Rondo, triple Erangel, and of course that double Miramar. Simple, easy.
Absolutely. That's what we're in for. You can see the stadium there being our icon, a representation of Rondo. And I'm sure that you guys are going to get used to it over the next months, years, as long as you're sticking around here for PUBG Mobile Esports. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, our team's now getting ready, getting loaded into this lobby. We'll be trying to put their best foot forwards. I don't know if we're going to get a rundown of the overall standings at the start. I think we may or may not. These are our groups today, though. Group A and Group C will be playing on. Teams to watch in terms of performance, S2G is that big name, right? It's that big dearth of points that we saw from them yesterday. I'm hoping that they can do a little bit more. Teams that we didn't see yesterday, XSLAY, Ozarox, these are teams that need to step up in kind of a big way if they want to avoid that elimination bracket, those bottom 4 spots. But actually quite a few teams from Group A are a little bit in danger.
Yeah, I mean, the ones that are safe at the moment, BOARS, Asgard, Beşiktaş, these teams are fine. I think one of the other teams, the THENOISYBOYS, they had a good performance, but they still need to step it up a little bit. So the competition is going to be quite tough towards the bottom of the leaderboards. And I think maybe as we progress throughout the day, teams and their strategies might change. They might be focusing each other. We might be seeing more and more hot drops. And I guess that would be one of the things that we can see that, the difference between a team that plays on day 2 and finishes on day 2 and a team that finishes on day 3. You don't really have the risk of a team thinking about hot dropping you to kind of pass the threshold. You're not there. You don't have to worry about it. And teams at least on day 3, but the threshold that you're going for, maybe with the teams that are not there at least. But it's very complex.
I mean, generally, I think hot dropping overall is pretty inadvisable. I think that on most maps, it's fairly inadvisable. But of course, that Rondo wildcard does change things somewhat. But then the team you're trying to hot drop might also be very ready for it and actually kind of willing to take that fight. If you're giving them an opportunity to get 3 points off the bat, that's brilliant. They'll take that and they'll just grab a recall later and bring the entire roster back, which would be absolutely phenomenal, right? If you're on the bubble and all of a sudden someone who's just a little bit ahead of you gives you 3 elimination points, you're going to be very happy with that. You'll take that opportunity. And so I think that on that front as well, hot dropping on Rondo might also be inadvisable if it's used as a specifically targeted strategy against a specific team.
And I was more thinking that those kinds of things would happen maybe towards game 4, 5, and 6. I don't see it happening towards and specifically games 5 and 6. If you're in a situation where, well, I'm 22nd, there's a 10-point difference, or 21st, and there's 10-point difference between me and 20th, I have to do something, and I can't let them gain any points. You can't really rely on a chance of maybe someone else eliminating them. They might play super safe knowing that the ball's in your court. You're the one that has to be proactive. That would be like the only situation where I would see a team having to hot drop. Outside of that, there's no reason really.
I mean, yeah, it's. I think that hot dropping in this conversation that happens around it in general, it's sort of like it's so unlikely that things like that are like the right call, if that makes sense. It's almost not even worth talking about it until it actually happens. And in general, we don't really see. Yeah. I can't remember the last time I saw a targeted hot drop in PUBG Mobile Esports. I mean, I can remember one, but it was back in like 2020 or something. Like I really can't think of anything more recent than that in terms of a tournament targeted hot drop. Certainly not at PMSL level and higher.
Okay, well, definitely not going to see it now as we go into that third day. And you know what? The teams are almost ready. We're waiting for that one final player, and hopefully we will get the show on the road and get the first game of the day started. And you know what? We will see a lot of hot drops in this one match and this one match only. Why? Because they have the recall ability. Outside of that, don't do it. There's no reason to. I know the risk reward. Just no. Listen to John. Yeah. Don't listen to John over there.
Yeah, this guy. Well, I mean, that's advice given to me by a lot of other analysts as well. I mean, they've it seems to be the prevailing opinion that in general hot dropping is and can be a bit of a misstep. So we'll have to wait and see as to who is going to try and maybe make that leap. On Rondo, of course, as we say, like it's a completely different environment. I think that. We may see teams start to extricate themselves from one another as time goes on. The opportunity for those extra elims does go away later in the game, just around after stage 4 closes. And I think in general that teams will sort of mature into the idea of, oh, hang on a minute, we might not want to be giving points even though we want to be getting points, and there's a calculation to be done around that. And I think that's a whole new set of coaching and analyst roles in teams that are furiously crunching these numbers, trying to figure out, are we doing the right thing? Are we making a misplay?
Yeah, is this the best possible course of action for us, or is it going to benefit them? I would say the more games that we have played under our belts, specifically regionally, internationally, the clearer the picture is going to get. And I guess the more we'll know about what the meta is for the map that is Rondo and how this recall ability changed the game in so many different ways. And I can see 64 of those lovely players now in the lobby. So hopefully the plane should be taking off. Well, planes should be taking off. For game number 1 in day 1, we had 1 plane path. Yesterday, we had 2 plane paths on Rondo. So the question is today, is it going to be 1 or 2? Because the possibility is there for either.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I'm hoping for 2. I think we'll get them both loaded up with our players, of course. Everyone wanting, champing at the bit, right, to get into this match and start earning those points towards their qualification spots. Eyes on the teams around the bubble, as I said before, and I think that it is going to be a bit of a scramble. I think it would be very interesting to see what happens specifically to those teams at the start of today. So we'll be keeping an eye out from that. But at this point, we're kind of trimming the field down for people I'm thinking about as maybe being in danger from 15th and down, potentially. So Papara SuperMassive, THENOISYBOYS, Beşiktaş Getso, Oscar Galatasaray, S2G, Ozarox, KAOS Black, and XSLAY. That's the fastest I've ever listed. What is that? 9 teams going on into this game. We'll see what they could do. That's from 36 points down, and we were talking about the bubble being between 45 and 50, somewhere in that sort of area. So that's what we're hoping for. A lot of these teams are going to be surpassing that if you just purely double their scoreline, but this is where volatility kicks in when playing more than 6 matches.
Yeah, and I want to say, like, the other side that I'm looking at is who's going to be taking that number 1 spot. I see a potential for a race between IWNRX and BOARS Gaming. IWNRX had 59 points in their first day. BOARS had 53 on their first day as well. So there's potential for either one of them to take the lead from Regnum, Carya, and from Fenerbahçe. But outside of that, the fact, top 5 at the moment, all Turkish representatives. So again, the region is just simply too strong.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's definitely the strongest part of this sub-region, right? It's the strongest sub-region, I think. It's fair to say, not necessarily purely at the top, but in general of like depth of talent, right? That's what we're talking about in terms of strength. When you've got 3-4 teams that can step up at that level, whereas Europe maybe has 1 or 2, arguably. Maybe you could also argue more. Yeah, that comparison is absolutely fair. So we'll see just what they're able to bring to the table here, because at the moment it's that continued story of Turkish domination.
They just reign supreme so far in the Super League. But again, this is only the first stage. So, and the crown is theirs for now, but we'll see if there's going to be any changes going to the next stage. And of course, when it all actually matters, the grand finals of the competition, and who's going to be representing their region, who's going to be representing their country, their organization on the global stage, and how they're going to be able to do that. Is it going to be qualified through the points, or is it going to be qualification through PMSL itself, I guess?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, people, it seems at the moment, would prefer to be coming in through the gauntlet, right, into PMGC. So taking those qualification spots through first, second, third here, I think people would prefer that. So yeah, we're going to be seeing that. As far as I'm aware, according to the website that I'm looking at, not sure if I'm allowed to name it, but it's where you can find the PUBG Mobile stats. If a team qualifies for the gauntlet and the group stage through PMGC points, then their group stage slot will be transferred to the next best non-group stage qualified team in the tournament. That means the points qualification to group stage is given to the next highest point scoring team.
Okay. So then the priority is going to be they qualify to the gauntlet.
Yeah, gauntlet is the prio right now.
Okay.
As far as I'm seeing, that's the information that I have. I haven't 100% confirmed that, so don't quote me directly. But yeah, that seems to be what the case is.
I'm quoting the unnamed website that you quoted, but it's perfectly fine. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I see the players have loaded in onto the map, and the plane is definitely ready to take off. Planes, hopefully, will be ready to take off, and that'll spice things up for our first game of the day. Game number 13 of the competition, and would be the second day for all these teams as they're competing in this first set, or first stage, rather, of the competition, which has been quite interesting. And I'm definitely excited for the second stage because, like you mentioned, it is going to be 5 matches. And I'm waiting to find out if it is going to be, a lack of Rondo, which kind of makes sense. It would have to be.
I mean, that's what they're doing in other regions, right? So it seems to be that's going to be the case. So this, may be the last Rondo that we're going to see for a little bit until the grand finals. You don't look so happy about that, but you know what will cheer you up? Let's go into Rondo. I think that'll make you a little bit happier as we're heading in from the south up to the northeast side from Renjiang. Up towards just west of Heme Town on that northeast side. So maybe a little bit difficult to access the northwest quadrant of this map. Let's keep an eye out for those hot drops.
And focus on every single one of those green hearts and see which teams are going to be going and thinking about playing a 3-1 split. Just have one of their players constantly waiting right next to the recall machine. Just go for it the second they lose a fight or they lose any members. Factory. Rauf just chilled in Neox Factory the entire time as the rest of the squad went to the southern side towards the likes of Tu Ling. And they were having a fight there with Carya. S2G was part of that as well. So that's one of the things that you can see. And I can see in Renjiang at the moment 2 squads dropping into that southernmost side. Outside of that, doesn't seem like there might be too many teams close to each other. There's still teams dropping, so it's going to take a little bit of time. And a very, very similar first circle from yesterday, I want to say.
It's a sort of similar area. Not northeast, really, and not southeast kind of thing. we'll see just where we end up in the end. I think there might be a little bit of hot drop underneath IWNRX here, coming on towards the central area of that map there. XSLAY, who have they got as their next door neighbors? Looks like the Noisy Boys are going to be... Yeah, this is in Renjiang, so that's that early hot drop that you talked about.
And I'm trying to figure out, so far it seems that both squads have maybe their entire roster here. So it doesn't seem like there's a 3-1 split from what I can tell. But I'll confirm that as soon as I can. We'll get back to this fight, because so far Yekta, first one to go down. Yusuf taking a lot of damage as well, so he needs to heal up. But the Noisy Boys have a knock on their side. Not sure if they're going to be able to get to a revive. Okay, no, Mozaro is there, and they should be getting back to full strength.
Ooh, okay. Playing around the side of the staircase there. That is going to be a knock and a flush very, very quickly against the Noisy Boys as they will try and pick things up. We're hopping over. Where are we now? We're with Bra and Boars. Why not? As the Boars do manage to get another elim, but Bra do have 2 players alive. They're nowhere near the rest of that fight, so they'll be able to head to a recall beacon. I imagine very, very shortly as more action unfolds here. Ooh, XSLAY popping the shots from Nior over towards Mozaro. So back over in Renjiang. Yusuf moving in parallel. And the res is just about being started here. 5 seconds left on it. Might not have the time. Nior looking to put pressure onto the staircase. He's stuck. He's trying to stick it, but has managed to pick his teammate back up. Okay, Nior has to get gone. He's got no meds. He's got to get out of there.
That was so bold of him to hold the revive until the final second. Made sure to secure it, and now kind of evens things out with Noir not able to get that knock, not able to secure those limbs. They needed time to revive Yekta, and they do just that. So now at least it's a 4v3. Question is, what is the decision going to be for TNB? Does the last member who's not stuck at this point run towards a recall? That could be the case. I'll hunt and find out. Oh, hold on. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Noisy Boys have Oron all the way to the north in Ryan. Right next to a recall
beacon right there.
Yeah.
Like, isn't it underneath them? On top of one? In
Renjiang.
I have to double check. I thought I saw a glimpse of one coming into this. So we'll take a beat. I mean, in terms of the spacing of the recalls, it kind of would make sense. But we're seeing players being brought back, of course. You drop from the skies with a parachute there. You got a little bit of your kit left as well. So dropping straight back into the fight with JS9. Hyso. Dashing in. Has a little bit of ammo to play with. Now, they're back on in. And we'll see what they can do. Yeah, there we go. That definitely is the recall beacon right underneath them. So we'll see who's able to use it. Because at the moment, XSLAY, they've still got 4 players. They might not need to, in fact. Big nade from Mozaro. Does find a knock and a lot of damage as well over to Yetka. He's going to try and sail straight on him, but Yusuf slams the door shut, swings it open for a second, and the rest of his team at his back. They might be unhealthy, but they'll be happy to see that performance. A beautiful hold by Yusuf on what could have been a disaster. A nade coming through from Mozaro.
They managed to secure 2 knocks and 2 eliminations for the side of XSLAY, but they still have the rest of the squad all the way to the north, so they should be able to get the recalls down without any issues. And yeah, there it is. Oron revives and recalls both members. Mozaro and Kenzor will be coming back, and then they should be making their way to the zone and having no issues at all. We saw Jetgo leave, I think, the likes of Tin Long Garden and head towards Renjiang. They were trying to maybe third party the fight that was going on there, but now that it's over, the direction should be towards the zone and heading there. Maybe get yourself a centralized location. I think we had a double EMP inside the zone as well. Didn't seem like any teams were directly impacted by that, but bruh, we saw them have a fight early on with BOARS. They lost 2, and they were able to recall both of them. And now Ezel is surrounded on all sides by the Asgard Esports lineup. Good lord, what do you do now?
I wonder if they know. I wonder if he has a vehicle stationed outside that they could have read in. There's a player there. Could be dangerous as they head on in. And it looks like Papara SuperMassive doing 1, doing 2 there for Nico. Doing a lot of work. Finally, he is shut up and will be put back a step there, and the reses can start to come through. But again, those recalls can come through. Kelsey for S2G, they didn't have the greatest Rondo yesterday, and they're looking to try and change that tune. It's Beşiktaş on the ropes here. Around a recall beacon as well. That is not going to be a friendly sight. Beşiktaş going to have to go and divert to a different location here as Hamza G comes back into the fold.
That little, I want to say, quick switch from Kelsey. Seeing through the window. Oh, I might get pushed in a split second. One quick bump, and now we switch over to Bra. Ezel was able to secure the elimination onto Hardman before being taken out. But still, the roster should be able to recall their teammate without any issues. It's still too early in the game for the recall stations to be turned off. So they shouldn't really have any issues for now. But I'm looking towards the zone one more time here, and I see IWNRX with a fantastic position, smack dab in the middle, taking control of multiple angles, multiple compounds. And no teams around them just yet, so they're in the clear for now.
Getting a move on. In the next couple of minutes, you want to be thinking about fully extricating yourself from situations that might necessitate rotating for a recall beacon. At this stage in the game, if you're going to be getting stuck into a fight, that fight's going to take maybe 2 minutes of your time, if you're lucky. And then beyond that, if you need to rotate for a recall beacon, that's going to take another minute or two. And by that point, you've lost so much pace in terms of getting into a good location for the late game, or, well, certainly the mid to late game. Then it's going to be very, very tricky to have a good game from that point on. So at this stage, teams need to be thinking about fully extricating themselves as we get a hard north shift as well. That adds to the rotational pressure.
And that it does. And you saw ULF. They were in the center of their previous zone, but seeing it now shift towards the northern side. And I like the fact that they had Soulless in stadium next to the recall station just in case the team ran into any problems. And with the zone shifting in their favor, a full regroup has been decided. And I like that. If they manage to get themselves a little bit of a high ground maybe on the stadium, if it's possible. Nice little POI for them to hold on to as the rest of the lobby starts to make their way. And TNB might be the first to actually invade that little area that ULF have secured for themselves.
It's a little bit of an offensive being pushed on in. Scarface has full knowledge of TNB, though. Look at this. On the run up to the stadium. On the boulevard. They're having a real good time here. Ooh, Galatasaray taking a knock, taking a flush their way. Bra as well. It's likely that this is their last opportunity to find a recall beacon, get people back up. As Galatasaray looking to try and continue this fight. Now they're looking to try and keep Jetgo at bay, and it's good for one. Quacks is going to look for more, but no, the spray around the corner, the pre-fire is good. And now Galatasaray with 2 players alive, going to have to desperately scramble or play on as 2. I don't think that at this stage you want to go so far out of your way. You've already gotten into a pretty central position here. Now Scarface stands up as well, overlooking the boulevard, getting the spray down onto 1 and on to 2. This is great news for ULF, but terrible news for the Noisy Boys.
And Aaron jumps in, but unfortunately a little too deep without scouting out, and Mozaro returns the favor to ULF. It is a 2-for-1 trade, and I don't think that the Kenzor will be able to crawl back through that door because Scarface is just waiting for that. So you need a smoke, which is exactly what he has now, baiting the bullet. Waiting for him to go for a reload, but he sees there is a player going for it, trying his luck. Oh my lord, one more. That is a, okay, that's a Hail Mary of a nade. If he manages, but no, that's just not gonna happen. He's still gonna try his luck through the smoke though, dealing a lot of damage, and Mozaro finally silences him a little bit with a bit of cover fire. Will they be able to get the revive onto Kenzor though? It should be fine now. I don't hear any shots being fired from Scarface's angle at the moment. But we switch over now to KAOS Black. Seem to be having a jolly good time.
Trying to hold face on the northeast side. A little bit of a split, but they do get the favored shift there. Oh my goodness. We're going this way, that way. A little bit of motion sickness for our IGLs in this one, as we are going to be yoinked back down towards Yulin and the central compound that KAOS Black currently hold that north point on 2-2. You've got other teams as well marauding around in there. The res was available for ULF as Eren sailed on in, immediately got flushed, but Stadium does contain that recalled beacon, which means that they can bring him back up. And they're going to have to leave now. The Boulevard is no longer safe. Next zone is coming knocking.
This next zone is just torturing players, forcing them to rotate time and time again. Let's see who manages to get themselves into a decent position. Galatasaray definitely feeling the pressure at the moment since they are down to those two members. And looking around them, they can risk it and try to go to Stadium. They can maybe go out just outside the zone, north of where they are, but I'm not sure that's a possibility with the squads that are around them at the moment. They are going to be getting into their vehicles and dipping out of this conversation. And looks like, yeah, they might be setting their sights on the north, where Maniac's going to be heading towards one of the recall stations. Unless the rotation gets cut off, but Ozarox not really thinking about that. They're just thinking about getting into the zone themselves, but we got a gang-style war going on here. Lozan, in a 1v2, switches from the driver's seat and takes down one of the Ozarox members. That was stylish.
I mean, it's not going to be the end of the world if Ozarox are already going for a respawn beacon, but at this stage, I think the blue's going to hit too hard, so it might actually stick on that elimination. We're getting to that transition stage now that I was talking about. If you were embroiled in those fights before, now is where you're going to pay the price for it, and the teams that are on dribs and drabs, they're on half forces, they're going to be the ones feeling the brunt of the pain. In the midst of it all, Jetgo have lost two players. They're trying to push in from that northwest side, from around that sort of stadium angle. The descent from there going to be a little bit tricky for them, but they'll be able to stay up as two, and that's more than could be said for some of our other players here so far.
And I want to say the remaining player from ULF is Scarface. I'm trying to track his movements. He's just waiting for that last player from the THENOISYBOYS to leave, but Kenzor is just not giving him the opportunity. He knows someone is going for the recall beacon, but I don't want it to happen. I don't want to give you the opportunity to recall and bring more players into the fold. Scarface might be able to dodge. He does. We'll be able to dip away from the conversation. Still not sure if the decision is going to be to still go for that recall station, but Mozaro and Kenzor making the call. We're going to dip, and Scarface, I mean, he's forced to go for the recall there. There's nothing else you can do. Are you going to play as a solo?
Okay, hang on a minute.
Okay,
Circle.
hold on. What is it doing?
Absolutely crazy. Oh my goodness me. And it's kept a respawn beacon in. It's difficult to see under the compound to the east side of this, but there is a respawn beacon near to Bra in that central location. So it's a very, very important spot for the time being, and they desperately want to hold on to it right in the middle there. But this west side is a little bit of a scramble uphill as Asgard wanting to keep themselves up as 4, Galatasaray trying to get ahead. Galatasaray in a little bit of danger towards the bottom of the tables. They've managed to get 3 points so far. So have S2G. They're looking to move on forwards as we have our second team eliminated fully. That's Ozarox out.
Yeah, but both of these teams that you mentioned are down to 2 players left. We'll get back to that conversation later as now Bra in a fight with Asgard Esports. Asgard is in desperate need as well of some points here. Can be really taken out that early. Kiss you, beautifully placed nade. Takes out the second. Currently stuck essentially in a 1v4. Gets a little bit of the high ground. It is nice and toasty in there. He's going to try and heal up. Or maybe wait for a push and hold that nade. Decides to change it up again. Jumping out of the window, trying to see if he can actually go for a play. Meanwhile, Quantum's just trying to go for the revive. Kiss you trying to end it all. But instead, he's the one that gets flushed. It's all down to Quantum now, healing up, but he will be torched once again. And Bra Esports just trying to survive. Quantum, what are you going to do in this situation? Will you be able to get the heal off in the last second? Yeah, it's actually fine. He won't be fully torched just yet. And Oscar feeling very hesitant about going for a push. It's one player.
Do they have enough time to get safely to that respawn beacon and use it, though, to try and keep themselves as 4 players in that compound? and leave the other two on the outside, as finally Bra do get eliminated fully. The recall beacon is going to need to be activated very, very soon. They're about to run out in just a moment, so you don't want to be wasting too much time here. Asgard were jousting back and forth with Galatasaray for a while now, and that looks like they may have just been busted down to one. You can see Lozin there just on that, well, now central position on the circle, I guess, as a solo playing on in. We did also lose the last player from Hulk, from Scarface, did go down earlier on.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was not able to revive his squad. Meanwhile, Oscar was able to recall their player, but we'll get back to that later. It's Kamikaze! Lovely flick in the end there onto Swain. Now it's all up to Kine, IWNRX. They had fantastic positioning time and time again, but now in a fight, they get torn to pieces. And my God, Papara SuperMassive pick up every single one of them there. The fight does not stop as now S2G and XSLAY.
Yeah, this is getting messy, and this is kind of characteristic of what we've been seeing from Rondo for a while now. Oscar, who have been able to take this compound and control it away from Bra. They were the last team to have access to that recall beacon right in the middle there before they got switched off, and Oscar looking to try and defend the position. They're on the east side of this circle, a little bit of high ground across the way for them to potentially be contending with, and right out in the middle of it all, Blozin for Galatasaray is looking to survive as a solo, playing the divots.
Meanwhile, Kalse is trying to see if he can make it out of this alive, and he might just do that, but Yusuf says not today. Takes him down, and S2G 10th place, 3 eliminations, only 28 so far. It's still not impossible. You got 5 more matches, but after 7 games, 28 points is not what you'd expect from this roster. I'm sure there will be a resurgence from them. Meanwhile, Oscar, I have to say, 7 eliminations so far, full squad, and not a bad position for now, but I think the next zone is going to force them to move a little bit, depending on what happens between them and, I think, KAOS Black and maybe Jetgo as well on that eastern side of the zone. Meanwhile, BOARS, very, very calm. We haven't seen a lot of them in this game, but they have 7 eliminations at the moment, crossing 60 points. Does not end there.
Sort of threshold you want to be on. Spray down from Kamikaze. He keeps going. Papara SuperMassive have been doing bits so far. We saw what they were doing against IWNRX. Able to do a lot of work there. A big nade, and he just keeps rolling. Goodness me. Kamikaze really standing up for the team here. Unfortunately, the rest of the team not standing up for him. They've been blasted away as the BOARS try and wade on into the fight. But now they got the final boss, and he's laying nades at their feet. A tripwire exposed, and down goes one. The next is going to stumble into it as well. Goodness me, these seem to never miss. Exo backed off the angle, and he's going to be looking for more. I don't think he's going to be able to get his teammates back up, but Yusuf maybe under threat. This ditch he's got himself in. I wonder if people are aware of it.
So far, it doesn't seem that way, but the fact that Kamikaze was able to hold his ground for so long. He only has 1 more nade to go, but can he get another elimination? Not this time. Deployable cover being thrown down here. BOARS now with SnowX stepping up with the nade. Might be able to secure the elimination. Decent bit of damage onto Kamikaze. They see him now. They know exactly where he is. Another nade from SnowX. And I think they managed to get him. Maybe. Yeah, they did. Finally. Kamikaze is taken down. It took so long and so much utility. But he's finally down.
Getting displaced, and now BOARS will be able to take up the mantle. However, they are very much out on the edge. Look at the open terrain here. I mean, it's not without cover, right? But it's just so barren, and that's going to make it very, very hard for teams to actually get across in towards the more central areas that has a little bit more cover on that terrain. It's going to be difficult to navigate, and you can see the effect of that, right? Everybody's just being pushed to the edges by the desire not to step foot out into the open first. wait for the blue zone to sort of force hands and maybe try and go second, try and capitalize off other movements if they get forced a little bit sooner than you do. KAOS Black playing with 3 here against Oscar, who are now just looking to leave their compound. Circle shifts, it goes out to the south side a little bit there, which is going to push away from this zone. KAOS Black, they're going to have to push past Oscar now.
Yeah, they kind of have to. For some reason, they just turned their backs. You gotta make a decision and stick to it. Are you retreating or are you going for the push? Finally, they're able to trade with Rolex, who's been torturing them for the past couple of minutes. So many nades, not allowing them the opportunity to push out of this tiny little hill that they're on. But finally, more nades coming in from the Kunma. Beautifully placed onto Hardman. Second player knocked down, and now Oscar once again put in a difficult situation. Are you going to push or are you going to go for the revive? Pluto thinks we need more cover. Just make sure that it doesn't land on you. Okay, you can see some warnings of where it is going to be.
Yeah, well, it'll be a little bit more hard-pressed to get clobbered by that. The nade over the top, again, is good. An answer to the standoff, but they have to move laterally on this fight. They can't afford to stick around too long. The blue zone's putting pressure in from the northeast side. And Swash launches one back in, but has to step away into the blue. This is not looking friendly at all. And this is actually, hang on a minute, this is actually 3 teams here, with Jetgo being the backstop, and KAOS kind of caught in the middle here. So they really have their work cut out for them.
And the thing is, they have to make a decision, and now Pluto deciding I just need to wait it out. And finally, KAOS Black will be taken down, and Pole is the one that secures that last elimination. 6 teams now, 13 players left alive. BOARS currently in the lead, but oh my lord, Asgard with 15? Yeah, I was just going to say, what? Hold on. Yeah, what? They have 2 players.
That happen?
Yeah, when did you get 15? Like, I saw it be 10 like 2 minutes ago. Now they have 15 eliminations. No ability to recall any more players, but hey, it's already been a heck of a game for this team. Can they do more is the question.
I mean, they were playing out on that west side. They were facing off against several of our teams out there on that direction. So they've just been farming it out. They only managed to get out with 2, and then they rolled straight into the middle to take down Lozin in that central area. And now they've got this tiny little building to play around. With 15 elims, they're looking to pick up more. I mean, this could be a record-breaking game from them. Unfortunately, without the numbers, it's going to be pretty tough.
And at the moment, Jetgo is fully focused on trying to take them down. And the thing is, there's also the Noisy Boys off towards a little bit west. They also have a little bit of info as to what's happening when it comes to that shack. Real, swinging, missing, going back, trying to hide. Oh, hold on. There's a, oh boy. Okay, we're fine. Cool.
We're fine.
I
saw the nade count from the north, and I was worried. I think there's still 5 left in the backpack up to the north side, and that can be very, very dangerous to the position that Asgard currently hold. Oscar with 10 elims as well, doing very, very fine work here, but the big story is, are Asgard going to be able to convert this one? With the circle as it sits as well, they are in this next stage, and that's going to make it nice and cozy for them on the inside. The difficulty they have is that holding the sight line from that angle is basically impossible. The door frame around that pagoda is very, very narrow, and it's difficult to take those peaks out without overexposing.
And the thing is, the second you peek, you're exposed to both Oscar and to Jetgo. The second one of you is knocked at this stage, you can expect a push. You have to be exceptionally careful with your positioning. Although 2 teams that also have to move is, you were talking about XSLAY and that last player that they have alongside with the BOARS. Thinking, okay, might take a couple of vehicles and just rush in before anyone decides to take a couple of shots, but Oscar spot him out. Vic will have some deployable cover. They might be able to just crawl their way into this 7th zone, but Oscar, no deployable cover for them, and it looks like it's just going to have to be a wall of smokes or maybe just driving in like absolute madmen. Okay. Not able to wait. It looks like it is going to be 2 vehicles. You're going to need that extra bit of cover. And it looks like they may have found the right timing. No one's going to spot him out. XSLAY not here to stay. They get 6th place, 6 eliminations. Best performance we've seen from them so far.
Yeah, I mean, the Boars were preoccupied up to the northwest with XSLAY, their final member, making a roll up to the THENOISYBOYS on the north, so their attention was drawn. A really nice bit of timing there on the south side for the approach to make their way in for Oscar, but they still have a little bit more to go. However, from the position they're in now, it's going to be a lot easier. You can see Asgard now starting to step out. I mean, luckily, the exit to the pagoda is on the north side, so they really only have to worry about Jetgo, and that's why they're putting all of this resource into getting rid of them. As soon as that happens, they can potentially leverage things like the emergency cover flares and start to flex out from their spot. But how much more are they going to be able to do? Because we've got some real high elimination tallies in this game. Like, ooh, maybe Oscar under threat from Real.
At the moment with the first one down, and Quick finds the angle and secures that elim, and they get themselves up to 12. It's basically between Asgard and BOARS at this point, unless the THENOISYBOYS can perform some magic. Slow and steady from the side of the THENOISYBOYS. Jetgo and Asgard have been going at it for the past 4 or 5 minutes at this point. Nades, all kinds of utilities. So many bullets have been spent in this direction, and these two players still stand 7 eliminations in Lazy's name. I think that's the highest so far we've seen for one player. He might be able to get more though.
There is certainly that opportunity. Boars are going to be making their approach, and Asgard should have the lookout on this. The nades, though, more preoccupied towards Jetgo. They know if they get close to the wall, it's going to be very, very hard to deal with them. They don't really have too much flexibility here. Nades high and into the sky, bursting a little bit short there. And Asgard now looking to start to step out. They are in this next zone. They will have to move if they get in towards this final stage, because it closes dead center into stage 9. But the Boars have been using these smokes. They've been playing around them very, very nicely, and they've been racking up elims to try and catch up to that 15 tally that Asgard laid down a lot earlier.
And not just that, they're trying to set another record here. I think they were the ones that got 16 before. Now they set their sights onto more, knock onto Hyso. And they will secure that one. But it looks like Kensor was taken out by the zone, so it's only going to be 14. But we continue the fight between Jetgo and Asgard. Nades coming in, not enough damage. Lazy and Real still managing to stay alive after all this time. And with one of the knocks onto BOARS now, there's no potential for a third party for now.
Oh, it's going to be right down to the wire as to who has to move first here. I feel like Asgard maybe have a little bit a better position to hold if Boars have to move first, but we'll have to wait and see. They're still worried about Jetgo, though, who've been surviving for so long. The maximum elim count that you can get in this match is 19, right? For Asgard or for BOARS, if they're able to get all 4 of the remaining elims that sit across from them. Actually, hang on a minute. No, it could still be a 20 elim game, because BOARS have 3 players alive. They managed to get that res off. And the Symphony getting sprayed down. Real really wants to make it work, but it's stolen away. Oh no, the BOARS deny the 20-point potential and getting a 30-point game, but we're still on the cards for a 19 if they're able to find it.
If they manage to get closer, Snowick's taking a lot of damage from either, I think it was not from Real, but it was from Lazy. Lazy now forced to heal Freedom. The second he moves, Real will have that line of sight on him and should be able to take him down, but it's still going to be a numbers advantage in the favor of BOARS. Freedom not moving. He does not care for now. He is holding his ground. He does not want to give away a point. He will play the healing game, or will he? He peeks, and Lazy's ready, and he takes him down, and now it's a 3v2. You're looking at BOARS, and you're looking at Asgard. One of them's going to end up with an incredibly high elimination game. It's either going to be 18 for Asgard, or a total of maybe 17 for BOARS. We'll find out who's going to be forced to move first, who's going to have the better cover. Looks like the advantage is all BOARS, whether it's numbers, whether it's positioning. This game looks like it's theirs.
I mean, the ammo is pretty low here for EXO. That could be nasty. Doesn't really have too much to be working with. I mean, the shotgun in the back pocket, if you get close enough, that's going to be good enough. But Asgard, yeah, they're waning. They're falling to the blue here. Playzone gets that first knock. Now it's all up to Real to try and keep this one going. Denying the point, sure, but they will be able to pick up another huge elimination counts towards the end there as Rondo delivers yet again. And the BOARS deliver us a chicken dinner.
That they did, and what a juicy chicken dinner at that. I believe at the end they managed to get 16, maybe 17 eliminations in their name. Along with that chicken dinner, we were talking about them going for that number 1 spot because of their consistency in day 1 being, I think it was 53 points. And now they're already starting off game number 1 with 26, 27 points. They already have, I want to say like half the amount of points they got in day number 1. And they should be within touching distance of that number 1 spot and getting themselves that $4,000 prize for first place of the league stage. Sensational from the BOARS. And honestly, I'm very happy for the squad, seeing them from PMCO and then performing here in PMSL. It's great. And I hope to see it continue within the next stages as well.
Yeah, I mean, it is really good to see, and it's got to feel pretty good coming in as well for SnowX, right? Playing off against the Falcons. The Falcons did have a much better day yesterday, but I feel like he might be able to overtake on the points tally if they keep up that pace. Well, if they keep up that pace, then of course they are going to be able to. But that was a huge... That might... I think that on its own, that's like a first place performance coming through. And the second factor of this is that Asgard have completely secured themselves, right? They were on 40 points at the start of today. We were feeling okay. But now what they've got like 25 points just added onto their tally. They're fine. They're through. There's nothing more. There's nothing more to it. That's it.
So now the conversation is going to switch over to the teams that haven't had the best performances in their first game. And honestly, the first one that comes to mind is once again S2G. 7 matches, 28 points only, averaging 2-3 so far. Again, an average that's fine if you're looking at making it to, top 20 out of 24. Sure, that might be enough, but that doesn't give us much hope for the next stage and then the one after that for that lineup. So definitely something has to change. And Rondo just does not seem to favor them at the moment.
No, they're not having a good time here. Although, you're only playing 2 of these maps, right? And it is still very, very new, very, very fresh. So perhaps an issue of not having fully assimilated the game plans that other teams have, not having that fluency with the rotations that potentially other IGLs have a little bit more in their wheelhouse. It's tough to say, but yeah, S2G, I think in general have missed a step or two as things have gone on. Some interesting points added to the tables there. I think the big one was that Ozarox went down fairly early. I think into that match, which of course they were already towards the low end of the tables, which is not a good start. Whereas a lot of the other teams around them actually had some pretty good spots there and getting, maybe high single-digit matches on the cards, which is kind of the sort of match you need.
Yeah, like for example, with XSLAY getting positioning and a couple of eliminations, better than nothing, but at least it's something to start them off, and at least it's not a 0-point game from the beginning of the day. So the team's morale isn't going to be that hurt, I want to say, early on. Still 5 more matches, 5 more opportunities with a target of 20 points. I think that's what you want to be looking at. For the side of XSLAY, reaching around 45, 46, they should be fine. But now we just get a quick little cheeky look at that final moment. It was SnowX who actually secured the final elimination for the team. But I want to know how many elims it was. 8 by Lazy and 1.3k damage. Whoa. That is... Wow. That's a heck of a performance from one player.
Yeah, and I mean, we won't get to see their full team stats there, but I'm assuming that it's going to be a fairly similar performance coming through, right? I think they ended the game on 16 elims, something around that anyway, 15 or 16, which means that this is half of the elims, sure, but there's another part of the duo that was sat in the meantime, as well as the rest of them. And through all that, only 1 nade elim. Go figure for SnowX. EXO did have the most elims towards the top of it, although Lazy did have the most damage. And okay, so well, here we go. Here's a fact we've learned here is that the tiebreaker is not damage. It must. I'm fairly certain it's performance in the last match by placements.
Yeah, you know what? That would make sense. That makes sense because I think it was always like the team that ended up with the chicken dinner that had their grenade eliminations up there. But you know what? We'll need to find out the source. We'll need to find out that piece of information. We have to confirm. Yeah. We must know.
Getting 1,015 damage as well, coming through for EXO. So he was just pipped to the post for the MVP title, but still atop the tables technically on the elim counts there. You could see that the work was not shirked by the rest of the roster either. They had a pretty good time of it, and they stayed fairly whole right towards the end. They had 3 players moving into that final circle, and generally, they had a real tough time of it, right? They were able to fight through quite a lot of adversity into this match, and it's a well-deserved chicken dinner.
That it is. And Yeah, it's something that I've noticed about this roster from their previous competition, whether it's the beginning of the, I want to say like the first split or the second split a couple of weeks ago. This team has managed to consistently perform positionally over the past couple of weeks. They've always managed to get themselves in a decent position and play it there. And how have they been able to do that? Of course, thanks to our lovely sponsor, the INFINIX GT30 series. Aha! Every ranked push and every clutch moment, it's not just luck, it is preparation. And this is what these teams do. They prepare and they work on themselves and they get the strategies going. And this is what we've seen so far from the BOARS in our first game of the day. Very impressed with what I've seen as well. From another team surviving as a duo and getting 15, 16 eliminations at the end of the game, and again securing themselves into the next stage of the competition. Definitely a great start for both teams.
Yeah, that's what they're going to be looking for, and only the best for them with the INFINIX. And we are hopefully going to be adding more and more points as the day goes on to a bunch of these tallies. I think that this match was a particular outlier in terms of the number of elimination points that were absorbed towards the top, in terms of that extra batch of eliminations that are delivered to the lobby with every rondo. Lovely hot and fresh coming on through on the elim count there. And the fact that we saw a 15, a 16, I think there was at least one other 10, at least another 9 on those elim counts. It's going to be fairly top heavy on this one, which is a very interesting impact, depending on where those teams sit on the overalls, as to what we're going to see. It could also raise the threshold that we were talking about. Something that I didn't think about too much is that, of course, with more points means that threshold is going to be raising from previous seasons. So I'm now starting to feel that potentially that bubble may be a little bit higher than we might have expected, which could put more teams at danger.
Yeah, that's going to apply even more pressure on these teams. You know what? I like it. The closer it is, the crazier it's going to get towards the end of that day. Well, this day, I mean. And shout out to Kamikaze for being able to hold his ground in this little this little divot. Sensational, honestly. How many nades did that man have? Just yeeting them one right after the other.
I mean, it wasn't so much the number of nades, it was the efficacy of them. It felt like no matter where he threw a nade, it was like a player materialized there every single time. It was really quite something, but did end up going down. And I think Kamikaze had a triple spray down in that game as well, Papara SuperMassive. They were one of the teams that got a pretty high elimination count. I think they got up to 9 at least towards the end there. So yeah, again, very good stuff coming from them. Could have been better on the placements though. So
just a little bit. But you know what? Now things go back to normal. No more recalls. None of that shenanigans. We go back to our triple Erangel and then wrap up the day with a double Miramar. And the lobby is starting to fill up bit by bit. And we'll continue to see how this PMSL group stage is going to progress and just how low the bar of qualification is going to be for the top 20 teams out of 24. We did say it was going to be 45. It's looking like it might be a little bit less. And again, I think with the leaderboard not being that incredibly top heavy, it does make it a little bit more competitive towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
Well, yeah. I mean, it depends on exactly how all of those points have added up, right? And hopefully, we'll get a glimpse at the overalls in a moment and the match rankings as well. Yeah, I think that we're just going to have to wait and see on that one. I haven't got an up-to-date live stats page in front of me, unfortunately. So we're just going to have to wait for those numbers to come up for us to really get the full analysis there. The volatility that's introduced down towards the lower end of the tables is when they're obviously a lot closer in score lines. And the fact that there were some fairly lower placed teams getting some really big points chunks there might actually push them out of the volatile zone around the bubble and into a sort of separate middle bracket that's below the top but above, fairly clearly above the teams at the bottom. So on that front, it might actually decrease volatility depending on exactly who's moved up and by how much.
Yeah, and because I do remember seeing at towards the end of the first game, there was quite a few teams bottom of the leaderboard, but they still had like 6, 7, 8 eliminations. And I have to say that last game was a very incredibly high elimination game compared to the first 2 rondos that we've seen so far. And once we're done with the day, I'm definitely gonna go back and see exactly how many eliminations we had, how many recalls did we manage to get at the end, because there was quite a few fights that ended up with players being lost, recall once again, go for a push, lose 2, recall. There was a decent amount of them, so I think we may have had quite a high, maybe like the highest elimination game so far, maybe just for this competition.
Yeah, I don't know how many total elims were earned there. We'll have to add that up as well.
We need
because
the
of course, it's the only map where it becomes actually really quite variable, right? Well, on Erangel's and Erangels and now Miramars. I was going to say Sandhawk, but no.
Yeah, I was like,
on Erangels and Miramars, you generally see a fairly set pattern. The only way it can change is if it decreases by players eliminating themselves or going down to the blue zone, things like that. But that's the only way it can change. So it can only decrease. In Rondo, it can increase at a technically undefined rate, right?
Mm-hmm.
If every single, I feel like if you wanted to, if you had 64 so inclined players, you could pretty close to quadruple the elimination count from a match if you get one player each time. Or probably, I don't know, a whole lot more if you have every team go down to one.
Well, listen, this is a whiteboard kind of conversation. We can't be sitting down and having a conversation about this. We need a whiteboard.
I was waiting for the numbers.
We need markers. And, well, you know what? We got the numbers, and it's 16 eliminations for both Asgard and BOARS at the end of that one. 26 in total for the BOARS, 22 for Asgard. Oscar, very happy with the 10 elims that they managed to secure as well. 13 incredibly valuable points. And now we see the overall leaderboard. BOARS are 8 points away, and they have 5 matches. And first, second, third, fifth, sixth, and seventh have all finished their games. So the only one that can compete with them for the number 1 spot right now is Asgard, and they're 16, 17 points away at the moment. So the lead is right there for the BOARS. They just have to take it. But the question is, what's going on with the second page?
Absolutely. I mean, there you go. It's Asgard looking to try and keep up pace. In general, I was expecting to see somewhere around the 100-point metric for the top spot here, and I feel like it's a little bit in the distance, but if Asgard put more games like that up, obviously, that's what we'll see. We're seeing now teams start to accelerate over that 50-point boundary. 61 for IW Next Ruya. I think that is going to be fine. For Papara SuperMassive, I think when I readjust my estimations, including the extra elim points for Rondo, although arguably, it's a fairly minor points increase overall. It's somewhere in the region of like 5% more elims per team when you introduce Rondo to the mix. So could be just a little bit higher overall. We'll have to wait and see. So they are up there. And we saw, of course, big performances coming through from Asgard, who pushed themselves onto that front page and away from the danger zone. Ozarox at the bottom, not having a good time. XSLAY as well. Ooh, not friendly. And S2G, KAOS Black. All 4 of these teams have the rest of today to play. And they'll be chasing down Farvoice Gaming and those above them too.
Yeah, and it's not really that big of a distance. It's 10 points between Farvoice and 21st, second, and maybe just a little bit more from 23rd. One a game for any of those teams in the bottom 4, and that's basically them done for the day and then qualified to the next stage. Just need to get that chicken dinner. Just need to get those eliminations. And for S2G, again, we still haven't seen the performance that we're used to from them. KAOS Black have been struggling a little bit. I thought they might be able to do a little bit more in that last game with their position. Unfortunately, they weren't able to, and the zone just did not favor them. But with 5 more matches, the potential is there. The opportunity is there. It's just don't get so tunnel visioned on, like we're in the danger zone at the moment. You can't get out of it. Just focus on the games.
It's necessary. Keep your head down, plow on, try and keep this one going through. We're looking at the lobby right now. It's got 63 players in, and will be locked and loaded fairly soon. Oh, the last player. I can tell you who it is. Do I want to tell you who it is? No, I feel like that's a bit BM, the last player to join the lobby. But either way, we do have now 64 players in, and we will be going into Erangel, hopefully very, very shortly, as our plane path will be heading on through. And we'll have to wait and see just who is going to take the lion's share of the points here. There's a lot of teams around that sort of mid to high 40 boundary now, and they're looking to try and get away from this one. It's the teams on the back page that you've got to worry about at this stage, and it's not looking super friendly for them at this point.
Yeah, it really isn't. And today, like we mentioned, 4 teams will wrap up their esports journey for 2025 in PUBG Mobile, and the rest of the squads, the 20 teams, will continue, and they will continue to fight on for the prize. They will continue to fight on for the opportunity to represent their countries and their teams at the highest stage possible, that being the PUBG Mobile Global Championship happening in November, if I'm not mistaken. November, December-ish? Yes, end of November,
should be
beginning
around
of December.
Yeah.
So it's
the finals will be in December, so we'll be having a good time over in Thailand.
Yes, sir.
If I'm going, I need to be asked to go. Right, I don't just turn up at places.
You know, John.
but,
I'm asking you. Would you like to go? This is a formal.
I mean, would I like to go? Would I like? Yeah,
yeah.
Okay.
Of
course.
Well, there you know. I'm just
Of
saying.
course.
I'm just putting it out there. He'd love to go, and I think we should make it happen, boys and girls. I think we really should. You know what else we're making happen? The game start, because we're that good.
Oh, you reckon? You reckon we should start a game?
Yes.
I don't
Press the
know.
button.
I don't think
Come
the
on.
viewers. I don't think the viewers deserve it. You know?
Wow.
I think that we might just not.
Honestly,
start the game.
after the last 2 days, no, they deserve it. They deserve it. I think they do. Come on.
I don't know.
Come
What have they ever done for me? You know, why should I start the game for them?
They sat
Well, I'll
and
tell you what,
listened
they've-
to us for hours.
I tell you what they've done for me. They've given their support to the teams, and that is more than enough for us to look to start this game. Of course, we'll be heading in as we are now, watching these players run around, getting ready to jump into the plane for our first go around for the last go around of Erangel, and we will be seeing exactly where our teams drop, where the circle goes. We'll be maybe seeing a military circle that you could always think could be on the cards, or are we going to go back to Rostock Bridge, to the bridge just east of Rostock? Because I feel like we're familiar with it now. Might as well just go back. It's like going to your favorite restaurant. It's like, well, I know what the food's like, but I know what the food's like.
It is a guarantee. And it is guaranteed that once again, we have a southern plane path. Here we go. Second match of the day, just south of Lipovka, heading all the way towards south of Primorsk. So we had a similar kind of path yesterday. It was a little bit more, south coming from Milta towards Bari, if not a little bit lower. And then the zone headed up towards the northern side. Is that going to be the case here again today? Or is it going to be a little bit different? Are we going to get that military base zone? Are teams going to be bridge camping?
That's the question.
Yeah.
Of course, with a different set of teams, the hot drops can change a little bit. Of course, we haven't played in this orientation before. It'll be interesting to see where teams opt to go around one another, who's been doing their research and their homework to try and get the edge over these drop spots. It's this southwest corner here that is going to be potentially very, very dangerous around these vehicles. I'm a little bit worried for IWNRX here to maybe have a bit of a rough time. Frozen in danger if he's going to try and contest these vehicle drops. We're going out to the east, though, and it looks like we might be on the Milta Peninsula or in the open areas, that mansion expanse that sits around it, and over to the prison and lumberyard side.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game. And the second I thought, hey, if we have a military base, Noisy Boys could have a good game. Game decided, nah. Lipovka, Mansion, Yasnaya, and we already have a fight happening. Let's jump in, see what happens. It looks like Hardman getting first blood onto Havlik from BOARS. BOARS seem to have lost 2 members from the very beginning of this game. Now they're going to be continuing as a duo. And remember, this is Erangel. There's no recall beacon. There's no coming back. That's it. You're done for the game. And you just have to sit and watch.
Absolutely.
Unless you're the IGL.
This is great news for Oscar, right? This is absolutely brilliant news. They were in this central glut of teams. You can see now the standings on the right-hand side of your screens from 49, which actually were Alpha, which is surprising given what they were able to do yesterday. I'm not expecting them to stay there for too long. But Oscar and down towards potentially Bra are very able to be leapfrogged with big games from beneath them. Fortunately for Oscar, getting those 2 points on board and hopefully getting a little bit more, we're going to start to see more and more teams accelerating away from where we imagine that bubble is going to find itself. From Beşiktaş down, these are the teams that I'm slightly worried about. And from KAOS Black down, these are the teams that I'm very worried about in terms of that elimination bracket.
I don't even want to ask you how you feel about XSLAY then.
Oh, well, that's better left unsaid, I think. I don't think I'm allowed to say that, actually.
Dang, that bad? Well, you know what,
Yeah.
XSLAY, you have to prove him wrong. You have to show us what you got. And you know what? I'm gonna have a look at the minimap, see exactly what the situation is with the squad that is XSLAY. They are currently scattered across Gatka and just south of the George Bull Mountain. Very, very wide split, but at the moment with no one around them, no need for them to be push or anything. They're not in the zone. They have to make the way to the zone. And the question is, where will they end up? Because there's a couple of teams, for example, in Rozhok, in School, close to Ruins, that are going to be crossing from that western side. Beşiktaş holding on to Pochinki as well. So it's not going to be an easy rotation for the likes of XSLAY. And then you look towards the southern side, you have BRA, S2G, and IWNRX. So they have to be very careful with their rotation. They could take a northern one. But
Certainly, yeah, I mean, there's a multitude of options right now, but we'll have to wait and see who's going to break east of Rozhok from this scenario to know who is going to be challenging the exit from Pochinki as well around that Potato Hill area. ULF, they're starting to rack up the points. There we go. Oscar, unfortunately, getting spotted on the rotate, and it's mostly Scarface who, I mean, he's doing more. He loves these high ground perches, does our Scarface, and he's looking for more as well. Waiting for a team shot, maybe? Yeah, he's got a teammate just to his left there. You can see in a vehicle getting ready to roll straight on down and look for more. Two teammates, in fact, and they are going to hound down onto this knock and look to try and convert into more as well. Not even able to get a re-knock on the flip side, but Ketch does fall. Ooh,
oh, the cover!
Looking to try and pick up the point. Can he get to cover? Looks like he can.
No!
Point confirmed, but they go down in the process. Oscar out first.
Oh, no. Ketch is probably like, brother, in those final moments, the elimination was secured. They lost a member of Scarface, almost taking down every single one of the Oscar lineup. But dang, that's unfortunate for Ketch. He's gonna sit the rest of this game out. But we move on. We move to Papara SuperMassive at the moment. Currently sitting at 45. Just need to hold on to this position. Don't need to do anything crazy to get themselves into the next stage. As of now, should be perfectly fine. And I definitely agree, from Beşiktaş to the 24th team in XSLAY, those are the teams that have to be a little bit proactive. Can't be sitting too comfortable. And now with the zone forcing them to move, let's see where they decide to go. I like the rotation that the THENOISYBOYS made. They went for military base. They crossed the bridge early on, which I'm surprised no one's camping. And they look to be heading towards Milta Power, and they might be running into Ozarox. And yeah, the elimination feed shows us exactly that as Rogo gets taken down. Hopefully we'll...
It's not ideal.
Yeah, not the best. Ozarox are in desperate need of points here.
They certainly are, and losing a player this early is bad news bears. IW next Ruya looking to deliver some bad news to Beşiktaş, but they turn around immediately. This is on the route out from Pochinki, out to this east side, and IW next Ruya seem to be at the head of the pack right now. Let's see where they end up heading. I mean, they could go to the dip, to the pizza slices, and see what they can find there. Or they could try and send beyond out into the open ground. It's stage one, so generally want to prize rotatability in these early situations when you don't quite know where the zone's going to be. From stage 2 onwards, you could start to get a little bit more targeted towards a position you think you might be in for a lot longer. But this early on, yeah, I kind of like where IW next Ruya are holding up for now. I think they should be able to get away from these shelter entrances and play on from there quite nicely. Sometimes you can get trapped if you have someone roll in with oversight, but for now, I think they're okay.
They should be good to go, and this is the position that I was talking about when it comes to the THENOISYBOYS. They're not directly in Milta Power, just right outside of it. And we'll see where the zone decides to go for that next shift. But as of now, we've had a couple of kerfuffles, a couple of fights early on. And then things calm down once again. BOARS still in Yasnaya. Bruh, we're still, by the way, on the most western side of the zone. And of the map, I want to say, still. They're going to be a little bit late, but it's only the first zone, so it's not really any problems or issues for them. IWNRX looks like they're going to like shelter. Looks like they're going to be holding up in there for a little bit. Getting a little bit more loot.
Ooh, okay. All right. I mean, it's always good to get a little bit more loot on board. Why not? As XSLAY make their way in, of course, our team at the bottom of the tables right now with 24 points. It needs more oomph. They are currently on that southwest side, rotating in towards the open fields because we've got that shift up towards the Yaz fields here. It looks like they're going to try and play that south border. I wouldn't want them necessarily to go into Yaz fields at this stage. I mean, there's some positions right in the center, but I think it's far too isolationary right now. Yeah, this is a good roll up. The brilliant compound on that south side of Yaz fields. I think they'll be more than happy here as long as they can get everyone there nice and safely, because S2G are pretty close by and might challenge for it before that full defense is set up. We'll have to wait and see if they're able to purloin a point or two. The west side of Yaz fields can be very, very strong as well, but at the moment, again, it might just be not late enough, not sure enough that those Yaz fields are going to be a major factor into these later circles.
Yeah, and bro, look like they want to take that gamble, and as you said, take control of that western side. Hope and pray that the zone decides to shift in that favor. I would put my gamble on it going towards Mansion, Prison, and Shelter for the next zone. But we'll see where it decides to go. Yeah, that's
you think we're going back down
guess.
southeast?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, you know, last game, it's the zone was just going north, south, north, south. It's just constant. It was dancing. So I think it's going to continue the dance in this game.
It's potentially a Yaz finish, though. You know, always could be. That's a little bit of dance. BOARS would be very happy about that, to be able to pick up a point or two along their way.
I mean, they just need 8.
Really taking heavy fights at the moment. It is just going to be teams looking to finagle their way on in to the rest of the zone. Find those positions. Look for those rotational paths. In about a minute, I think we're going to get a much clearer picture of who is in the strongest spot. I think the positions out towards Heaven Compound in the Mansion Fields could be very, very strong at the moment. And we'll see if that's going to be able to be converted on as time goes on.
Time does not stop in this situation. It keeps on going, and in all situations. Unless you can pause the game, which I don't think you can.
No, I don't. Yeah, that's a no-go, I'm afraid. Time does in this reference frame inexorably march on. We are going to be keeping that pedal down. The Noisy Boys have another compound far out to the east of those Mansion Fields, a little bit closer towards Lipovka, that sort of area. And I'm sort of just waiting for this next circle, really, to figure out exactly who is going to have a good time of things. I think the worst situation right now, sort of no matter what, is the teams on the south. Either they're going to have to move and they're all going to have to move together, or everybody's going to crunch in on them, right? And I think that at this point, it could be a little bit unfavorable. It does shift out to the west. That eliminates the compounds to the west of Yaz Fields as being super strong. This is great for XSLAY and S2G as they look to regroup down towards themselves.
Yeah, XSLAY with that incredible compound that you mentioned earlier on. Very, very centralized location, but also quite open to a lot of pushes if they leave themselves exposed. Bra continue to control the western side. S2G, Solkai, I am not sure about this. He's covered by Kalse and Icy to the south. And from the north, you have that compound XSLAY has.
They're playing that counterpoint as well. He can remaneuver, but face. They put him in a full Nelson. And there's no way he's getting away with that. Goodness me, that was brutal. And of course, it's Kamikaze to get the final blow there. Although Tromby did get the knock. They full-on penned in his car. I didn't realize that they'd added wrestling to PUBG Mobile.
Okay, I want to say, like, seconds before disaster, I did say, I mean, I don't know about that. He is covered from the south by his team. 2
I
seconds
mean, his
later.
team needed to cover him.
Yeah,
Like,
there was no cover. There was 0 cover.
that's rough. That
What
is real
an
rough.
engage. Oh my lord.
Successful crash from Papara SuperMassive. Full disable on the vehicle without actually having to do any damage on it is brilliant as well. I think if he'd been able to sneak through that, he probably would have been able to get away, or at least give his team time to have an answer towards them, so he wouldn't have been immediately flushed on the knock. But that's nasty. That is real nasty stuff. But either way, XSLAY still in this really nice compound here, and looking as well around the rest of the map. I'm seeing ULF in the really powerful dip just down towards the south. That is fairly prominent in towards this circle and playing around that area. Unfortunately, there's a lot of teams around them, which can make it a lot less secure, a lot less cozy in that area of the map. And of course, they are playing as 3, which reduces their sightline power somewhat.
And that it does. Ooh, hold on. Get back to that later, as we did see the elimination feed kind of light up with a fight between BOARS and Noisy-Boys, and finally Noisy-Boys got sick and tired of it. They go for the full push onto SnowX. They did lose one of their members to a knock from BOARS, but it was stolen by ULF or Asgard. If I'm no, it definitely wasn't Asgard. It might have been ULF who took that one away. Now brought from the western side, set their sights onto the Noisy-Boys, and can feel that there's a little bit of pressure being applied. And here, Exo, he does have a car. He does have a decent amount of heals as well. Should be able to get into the zone without any issues and give himself a little bit of cover. But let's see where the zone shifted. And once again, massively in favor. So XSLAY, this is the game where you salvage your tournament run. You will not get a better position. You will not get a better circle than what you have right now. Use this position that you have. Get as many elims as possible. Do not get knocked. Do not get pushed. The second you lose that, you might lose a heck of a lot more. Just like Jetgo are losing a couple of their members now. Freedom taking his time with this push. S4FS. Swing and get a couple of knocks. They also lose one of theirs, and there's a third party from IWNRX as well from the distance. 20, lovely little peek. Take down one, secures the other. Lovely positioning from him.
4FS, they've got the reins of this fight firmly in hand. Unfortunately, there are 2 knocks, and one definitely way more in danger. Ceylon trying to make his way on through and do a little bit more damage. The res on the upstairs happened. They're trying to drop down for another. The heal came through now as well, which means that they can look for the peak. I wonder if he knows there's another player in here waiting for the shotgun shells around, but both of them sail wide, and there's backup, but it's not needed. T with the pump action will be delivering, and that will be them having to get on their bike fairly quickly with a blue zone putting pressure on from the northeast.
Yeah, they have to make their way very, very quickly as this zone starts to push, and a lot of teams are going to start making that move. XSLAY, though, along with Papara SuperMassive, are chilling at the moment. S2G have this garage. They wish maybe they can close the garage door a little bit, give themselves a little bit more cover, but not going to be possible right now. We go back to the Noisy-Boys. You might not want to be noisy right now. You might want to play a little bit safe. I mean, you're in 15th. You got 45 points. You're fine.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's totally fine. 45 points at this point is not really that fine. You do want to be pushing a little bit higher. As I said before, I think that it's still probably true that if you're over 55, in terms of the number of points, not in terms of the age, you're going to be fairly safe.
Oh, wow.
Moving into the future of this tournament, right? I think if you're 55...
and you're still playing? Wow,
I feel like if you're 55 in this tournament, you're probably and you find yourself in this tournament, you're probably a little bit lost at this stage. I don't know how old our oldest player in PUBG Mobile is, but I'm wagering it's nowhere over maybe 35 at a push.
I would say 28,
I think
29 maybe. I think,
yeah,
I think
30
over
is probably
30
a
is
reasonable
high.
estimate. I think an outlier might exist somewhere, but we'll have to wait and see. The roll up for T this time around, his pump action doesn't serve him as strongly as it did on the inside of the compound. Momodal has to try and pick up the pieces here around the door frame. Going back and forth, 2 threats, but there's the backline assist for 4FS, and he's able to storm the door frame just in time to find it. And again, a double res now on the north side as KAOS Black bite the dust.
In 20th place with 3 eliminations only. Not a game you want to be having in the final day of the competition for that group stage. They have to make it up in the next games, and Ozarox as well suffer the same fate. Eliminated in 12th place, not a single point earned. Now we set our sights onto Asgard and Bruh. Asgard is perfectly fine, so is Bruh. 44 points, still a full squad, 3 eliminations at the moment. And looking to secure even more in this game. Galatasaray though, currently facing S2G right in front of him, and then in the distance, Papara SuperMassive. S2G need to make it out of this one alive, and so does GS. XSLAY though, still, again, in the zone. Perfectly positioned, perfectly primed for this win, if they have the firepower.
Quack's trying to hold his own around the rock, but the blue zone's moving in 10 seconds, and they are right up against it now. S2G need to hold firm. With 3 players alive, they definitely have a shot here inside the building that they occupy, but Galatasaray might be able to break out wide here, try and give them a slip, but where do they go beyond that, right? At this point, I don't really know what they're going to be able to do. And all the while, XSLAY have got 0 elims, right? In the center of this circle, there's teams floundering, trying to fight for position, but I feel like for XSLAY, you want a little bit more. There comes the holders. They do try and roll up to S2G, and it feels like it's into the meat grinder here. They will be more than happy to add those points to their tally. That's the sort of result that you're looking for. And they find an AD elim to boot. Another team goes down. They will not make it across the open fields.
That they will not, and S2G jump into 20th place at the moment, which is perfect for them. They just have to keep it going. It's not going to be an easy one in this game, though. It's not easy for Boran at the moment from Beşiktaş. He's getting hammered at the moment by IWNRX. Meanwhile, Bruh securing a position for themselves. Quantum not able to dodge that last bullet. Will be put down on the ground, but I don't think he's going to be eliminated just yet. S2G trying to pull up into the zone. No, Kelsey down. Icy still alive. They have one more. Beşiktaş Falcons gets picked up as well by Frozen. IWNRX not allowing them to get into the zone that easily. They will lose at least one player.
IWNRX mounting the hilltop, going for a crash, potentially over on towards Beşiktaş as more teams and more teams getting eliminated. Asgard go down. Their chase for first place not going to be happening here. BOARS maybe in with a little bit more leeway and a little bit more breathing room. Big nade from Kakali to find Rookie here. Beşiktaş still playing on, but they are now severely diminished and will be plinked away from across the way. And that is the second elim to be added to XSLAY's tally as they third party across. Still 4 players alive, and they want to start to rack up those points now. With 8 teams alive, they need to start extracting value. With all of these teams moving around, they need to be heads up. They need to be on the swivel. There's pressure from the north as well that they could potentially be in danger from. But right now, that hasn't resolved. They're just taking shots out to these other players, other teams. Is great for them. Spray down, not quite connecting onto Icy. That would have been great for them to pick up. Terrible for S2G though.
And I don't think it's done yet as an 8 comes in, and Icy's down. Swain claims that one. S2G get one more placement point by landing in 8th with those 6 eliminations. But you can see from 17th to 23rd, all gone. You know what that's perfect for? XSLAY. You can jump so many positions. You win this game. You jump from 24th to 18th. You go 36 points at least with a chicken dinner here. The goal would be 40 plus as a result of this game for XSLAY. The saving grace right here, served up on a silver platter. Can they take it though?
I mean, this is the big opportunity, right? It's a question of when do these fights resolve? Being in a central compound is great until one team has a clear shot at just going straight for you. If a team is able to extricate themselves from a fight, so for instance, I'm slightly worried about Papara SuperMassive right now because they only have the outpost of Swain sort of looking their way, and to slow them down, there's not really too much more that can be done. I mean, Bra on the north might chime in, but they could have a really good shot at going for a crash. It is still very, very dangerous because as soon as you crash, another team is crashing on top of you as well. So as soon as a team is freed up to actually reasonably go for the crash onto XSLAY, that is where the danger zone sits, and that's where they'll really have to prove themselves. Up until that point, they need these elims to come through faster because they have not been keeping up pace with the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, they really haven't. And again, even if you qualify this way for the side of XSLAY, what are you going to do when the stakes are even higher? When the lobby is even more difficult? When the teams are even more ruthless with the way that they approach the game? See what they can do this game for now. And if they can even get themselves into the top 20. Papara SuperMassive lost. They are still a full squad. Yeah. Not sure which team they're focusing on. They seem to be looking towards the likes of Bra and XSLAY as the fight goes on between them and ULF. IWNRX also in the crosshair. But for Bra right now, it's only 4FS 20 in their sights.
He's going to fold on back. Has got a Lone Ranger from the Noisy Boys still alive, close by. Immodal looks for the res behind the tree. Launches a nade to give him cover. Storm peppering. Ammunition out wide, and a break in from 20 draws the attention. Storm slow on this revive, might actually be a pretty impactful position here. 4FS though, taking damage from across the way, and XSLAY is starting to climb in as well. Storm looking to hold, and will be able to take down the final player from 4FS as they're eliminated. More placement points now being added to the tally, and XSLAY are guaranteed off that bottom spot now. You can see Ozarox slip beneath them as the points start to add up. Ooh, there goes ULF. A nade over the top, and Papara SuperMassive, they continue that rain dominance down. IWNRX with 8 elims, though, on that southeast side. They have yet to cross the road, but they're looking pretty happy with this match yet again.
Yeah, that they are, and especially with BOARS being eliminated, the race for first is on, and it is between IWNRX and BOARS. Papara SuperMassive, you were worried about them. I wouldn't be worried anymore. Not with the 50 points that they have secured so far, and we didn't even count the placement points. So that's perfectly fine for them. Bruh and the Noisy Boys looking to guarantee their place as well in the next stage with this game. For IWNRX, with that full squad, this chicken dinner could possibly be theirs if XSLAY stay out of their way. Because at the moment, XSLAY haven't really been that active. The entire time, you've basically been the center of the zone, time and time again. And now, with the zone shifting in their favor, still, if you don't manage to get at least 5 limbs by the end of this game, I feel like it has been an absolute waste. But Swain not wasting those nades as he gets a knock onto Tron B and gives Papara SuperMassive their first loss in this game.
IWNRX looking to try and get across that road. You can see they've now got a position on the north side of it. This is really, really good stuff. If you don't take that position, if you just try and play the bank on the south side of the road, then all of a sudden you're giving XSLAY free reign to move up, right? You've got that ridge that sits along the offshoot path that currently is being played on by Papara SuperMassive and faced off against by XSLAY. But IWNRX have control of this next zone as last players going out there. Bra eliminated. 4 teams now remain. IWNRX, I think, for the most impressive rotation in this stage 6-7 phase.
Yeah, I'm surprised they were able to stay as a full squad this entire time. They didn't have the easiest time either when it comes to this game as well. Making it to top 4 with these 9 elims. They're just hoping that, I mean, at this point, the zone should shift away from XSLAY. And I think XSLAY will be forced to play outside of their compound. And I think the second they step out of it, they will be eliminated. I don't think that they're going to be able to survive. Just like Kenzor.
Spray downs. Nades again. And now it's 4v4v3. Coming on in as the stragglers get left behind. But XSLAY, they only have 2 elims. And there's not that many more left for them to try and find here. And this is what I've been saying for quite a while. Sure, they have this brilliant position, but the points earning potential is so minimal when you compare it to 10, right, from IWNRX right now on the elim tally. They're looking really good in terms of control of this zone. You can see that that compound now is a little bit of a prison that's keeping XSLAY there. They're being held in check. One team needs to give, and Papara SuperMassive right now a little bit weaker.
And that little bit of weakness might have them lose the game. But as long as they make it into the knockout stage and have the highest position that they possibly could secure here, just increase their prize pool, they should be fine. IWNRX trying to step up. Swain getting spotted out, knocked by Nico. There's no indication that the knock will be secured just yet. XSLAY I don't know if they're going to be able to survive. It all depends on, I guess, if IW and Rex take the fight with Papara SuperMassive. But right now, they don't have to. And XSLAY will be exposed to they leave.
They had a little bit of an opportunity there with the knock sent over towards IWNRX. The sightlines were going to be severely diminished, but they weren't ready to pull the trigger on the rotate, and instead they had to just bide their time, try and marshal it, and now they're just going to be eaten alive on this push. Papara SuperMassive moving into the divot, though, under cover of fire towards XSLAY. That is great news for them, and IWNRX going to turn their attention to them finally after putting a massive dent into the health bars of XSLAY, and there's a nade from Kamikaze. He just magically finds them. More reses for XSLAY. Are they going to be able to find it in time to be able to get themselves into this next circle? The ore spotted will be flushed out, and that is going to be XSLAY down to one player active, no players active, and all of a sudden their point scoring potential is down the drain. In the meantime, though, Papara SuperMassive looking to continue as they push on towards the hovercraft shell. It's IWNRX with the numbers hope, and they will try and rotate around. Lost and Nico trying to make the most of it, trying to make something happen. Potential for reses here, though, as Kine and Frozen both flushed out.
Yeah, but the nades coming in from Kirkali and from Swain should be enough. They don't hit just yet. Kirkali trying with the nade, but the molly. The nades may have missed, but the molly cooks him to a crisp. And IWNRX, they see BOARS on the hunt for first, and they decide, you know what, we can't allow you to take it just like that. We're going to step up to the plate too. They get themselves a chicken dinner, and now the race is definitely on for first place. The race is on for that 20th and that 19th spot as well. A race on both ends of the leaderboard is exactly what you want to see with 4 matches left to go. Some teams were given phenomenal positions, not able to perform. Some teams were put in incredibly difficult positions, but still were able to perform. So many different stories that we've seen across that last game. But the best story was IWNRX still managing to survive until the very end with 4 players. I think 2 were secured at the end by SuperMassive, but still, chicken dinner is theirs.
Yeah, they'll be pretty happy with that one. Keep adding to those tallies. Papara SuperMassive, IWNRX, both very pleased, chuffed to bits that they were able to do what they did that match, and that is great. Unfortunately, the big story is the lack of oomph coming through from the compound that held Central for so long, right? A little bit timid from there. It is difficult, to be fair, to be playing in those scenarios. You know, if you overpeak, you're going to be going down. You don't have the confidence, especially when you're already at the bottom of the tables. You just don't want to be getting too stuck in sometimes, but yeah, it felt like I think in the end they got maybe like 6 points from that position. It's not good enough. Certainly, if you want to launch yourself off from the bottom of the tables, right? For XSLAY, they needed more. They were given a great opportunity, and I think that there's potential that they could have taken a split position instead of all committing to the compound. I'd need to go back and have a look at exactly where everyone around them was sitting to know if that would have been a good idea. But even then, that's a difficult call to make. So yeah, for XSLAY, it's disappointing, not necessarily entirely something that you couldn't understand.
No, I definitely agree. And I would have loved to at least see them use that position and at least I want to say like peek, fight, try and get a couple of knocks. I'm not saying necessarily abandon the position, but use it in some way. But the fact that they weren't able to, they had the utility to try and leave, but the second that they did, they were just way too exposed. Such a wasted opportunity, such a wasted game. But IW did not waste it. Kirkali securing 6 eliminations for his squad with 835 damage. Surviving all the way to the end of that last game. And I believe they were able to secure 16 eliminations by the end of that one as well. So this has been a high elimination day so far.
Absolutely. Certainly towards the top end. Most damage. Oh, goodness me. It's all the same guy. What's going on? He's repeating himself here. Kirkali able to top the tables on all fronts there. Longest distance, though, goes to his teammate, Frozen, chiming in. Still the same shirt, but he is, of course, a different man. You can tell because he doesn't have a moustache. That's my secret. Don't tell anyone I told you. Zelda, the long range, although 335, that's not the longest we see.
Yeah, we've seen 398. That's for sure in this competition so far. You know, I'd find it funny if they used different pictures for the same player for the different stats. Then,
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
the mustache really. That I mean, it's also the beard. It's not just the mustache that's different between the two.
No, it's just the moustache. That's
Okay.
the only difference.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Because look, there's Kakali and there's Kakali and there's Frozen and Kine. Look, you can
Okay.
see it because he's got a moustache.
Oh, I thought it was like
That's
two
Kakali.
Frozens and two Kakalis.
Well, okay. Look, you said it. That's that's on you. That one.
Listen, we're just saying that no beard, same person. With beard, same person. So wait, I got a beard and a mustache. Does that make me Kakali as well? Then is that
You're not.
Is that
You're
the
not
logic that
Kakali.
we're No, I'm This is Sandstorm. Actually, wait, can we fix it?
Oh
Kakali,
man,
please?
I need to talk to someone because I've been under false pretenses this whole time.
Wow.
Oh dear, that's going to be a problem.
A little bit. I think, well, you know what? We have our lovely production team. They always like to solve problems, and they have been solving problems tirelessly over the past couple of days. Once again, thank you very much for that, gentlemen. And yeah, 2 games down, 4 games to go. We got 2 more Erangels and 2 more Miramars, and we are still yet to see S2G performed to the highest level. I mean, yes, that last game, it was just, they essentially caught off one squad as they were rotating towards the zone. That was the only fight that we saw. Those were the only eliminations that they were able to secure in that last game. Outside of that, not much to write home about. Specifically that push on, I think it was Kelsey at the start when he got completely ambushed, guerrilla warfare style, 4 cars hitting him from all angles. A whole squad pulling up, eliminating him,
Yeah,
and then
that
just
was-
moving on like it's nothing.
That was a pretty decent highlight. I really did enjoy that complete rundown, and it was just like bang, 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 and then they all hopped out. They were all on his screen, and you could sense that he just knew what was going to happen. You know, it's like the future was already written, and he was just reading the story, man. Like it was quite something. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, in this moment, he knew exactly what was about to happen. I love it, and I guess the fact that I was like, you know what? Yeah, it's fine. His team is covering him. You
Well,
see
they
what
should
I
have
mean
been.
when I say kids? But you see what I mean by caster curse. I genuinely thought he was fine. And then
Well,
the
yeah.
worst possible thing that could have happened. A whole squad rolled up. It wasn't that like, oh, a couple of nades came in or there was some shots. No. There was zero room for him to survive there.
Yeah, well, that's
How a bit unfortunate.
yeah, that is very unfortunate. Unfortunately, fortunately unfortunate or unfortunately fortunate? No, it's neither of those two. Whatever's going on
No.
there, I'll
Yeah.
stop it now.
Yeah,
But it's going to be a little bit nasty to see that one. I think though, in general, a lot of our teams in the middle of the pack are kind of chilling at this stage.
Yeah.
We're starting to isolate this group of teams towards the bottom that unfortunately teams like S2G sit in. Right, it is not great. They were able to get a couple of points on board. Sure, they're starting to go a little bit faster, but this is nowhere near where they need to be.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I'm trying to think of something to say for that squad. If you're in that position specifically, it's not that hard. It's just one game. You just need to do well one game. The position, seriously, you have 4 opportunities. You have 4 matches. You have one game with a decent placement, good enough eliminations. You're perfectly fine. You have 28, 27 points right now. Just keep the pace with the fact that they're trying to keep the pace with teams like nothing against Ozarox and XSLAY and KAOS Black or anything like that. It's just, again, organizationally, historically, they have been around for a long time when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports and esports as well. They were world champions before, so definitely can't be seeing them in this kind of situation.
No, it's far from illustrious. Of course, they have had a little bit of name drain on their roster as well, right? This isn't the same players that we've been seeing top the tables, and at the moment, it does feel like they're really suffering from that. They still have some of the really strong elements of the team, but it feels like they're not being directed as they once were. Obviously, they've had their fair share of really strong IGLs. I mean, obviously, Silas probably the most notable in terms of S2G IGLs, but then they had, I think Sarah was on the roster at some point, and they've really seemingly fallen short of the mark here, which is unfortunate. And in general, for the Turkish region, I'm going to be looking to other teams to pick up that slack, and that's exactly what IWNRX are doing, what Regnum Carya are doing, what a bunch of these other guys are doing in their loo. They will just have a better time of it. So far today as well, I've been very impressed by Papara SuperMassive and specifically Kamikaze, right? Today for Kamikaze seems to have just been a bit of a miracle run, pulling his weight again on one of our Turkish rosters.
Yeah, he's had kind of a last man standing, king of the hill type fight with, I believe it was IWNRX in our first game. And then he was holding up against BOARS towards those final moments when he was finally overwhelmed by the full force of the squad. But still, he was able to dish out quite a decent amount of damage. And you know what? And I was having a look towards eliminations for that first Rondo, obviously our first game of the day today. And I was looking at how many eliminations, because we had a high elimination Erangel, we had a very high elimination Rondo as well to start off the day, and it was 20 eliminations over. So we had a total of 84 elims in total in that last game. And that was without counting the teams and the player, well, specifically the players that were eliminated to the blue zone. And I can account for at least 2. So there was an insane amount of recalls.
Yeah, that's a very heavy recall match, right?
Yes.
Up to 84. That's pretty incredible. As we take a look at our match rankings, you can see IWNRX with 16 elims, doubling the tally of the next highest team, Papara SuperMassive, who they did their fair share of work. 5th place for XSLAY. Okay, they got 7, not 6, but still, it's not what you want to see. And S2G did get 7 as well. And they are still doing a little bit here and there. Ozarox, 0 points. Again, on the back of a bad Rondo, finding a bad result here on the first Erangel. It is going to start to get sweaty in the Ozarox camp now. And I'm imagining that they may be second only maybe to SHOCKWAVE right now in terms of nerves.
And I want to say right alongside them has to be Galatasaray as well. 0 points in that last game, also currently in the danger zone of not qualifying for the next stage. So those two teams having a 0 point game today is the worst thing that you could possibly do. For S2G, at least they have those 7 points. They haven't had a 0 point game so far. They need to make sure that if they keep the consistency of 6-7 points every single game, perfectly fine. For now, this is only fine for now. Things have to get better once you get to that next stage, and definitely must get better when you're talking about the finals of this competition. Because remember, top 3 is what matters. Skating by this stage is fine as long as you find out what mistakes you have been making in those days. Find out what's wrong with your rotations. And prepare for, I would say prepare in the best way possible for the grand finals if you make it. Because at this point, you look like you are going to be there. But I'm not sure if performance-wise you will be. We go over to the overall ranking, though, and we still see Regnum Carya holding on to that number 1 spot. But now it's IWNRX who is tied with them. 1 point, and they take the lead. They have an 8-point lead at the moment ahead of the first team that can actually compete with them, and that is BOARS, currently sitting at 79 points in total. 0 from that last one.
They're still pretty close by, though, right? And in general, I would expect to see them overtake that today. It's interesting to see these things unfold. Asgard now in 9th place there with 66 points. Again, looking very healthy. All the way down to number 13, the NOISYBOYS. Very likely to be seeing them in the knockout stages. And you could see SHOCKWAVE slowly dropping down the table. Bra Esports, Asgard Esports next up to overtake, tied on 48 points as well. That tiebreaker for SHOCKWAVE still looking pretty tasty with that chicken dinner to add to their tally, something that not a lot of other teams down towards the bottom of those tables are going to be able to achieve. So we'll see how they're going to square up. And that 49-point barrier still exists as somewhat of a metric to see what our teams are going to be able to do. There is a big drop off here, though, and you can see the 4 teams at the bottom here: KAOS Black, Galatasaray, XSLAY, all on 31, and then Ozarox on 27. There is a big jump up to get up towards those 40s, towards where Jetgo sit, and Farvoice are feeling the call of this red zone too.
Yeah, 7 points between them and 3 squads who have the potential to take their spot with a 7-point difference. I feel like I'm singling out Ozarox here. Don't they also have the opportunity? It's an 11-point gain that they need to make on Farvoice But that's only one of the teams. They have to make sure they get a decent bit more so they can try and maybe overtake S2G, Beşiktaş, and of course, Jetgo. Jetgo had a great first day. Day number 2 on that struggle bus for the first 2 matches of the day. They managed to fix it up. Halfway point for the day. And our lovely teams, our lovely players are starting to queue up. They're starting to board a little bit. Just waiting on the last couple of stragglers before we get ourselves ready for another Erangel and another bout at the PMSL EU.
Yeah, we've got a couple of players blocking the aisle right now. Come on, you got to get out. You got to get your hand luggage into the overhead lockers fast, efficiently.
Put it up there. Come on, close it.
You know, so they're fiddling about with their bags, like with their bums stuck out in the aisle. You know, the most frustrating experience in the world when you're boarding a plane. Like someone's like in their bags, and you're like, you should have got your coat out before you got on the plane. You know, if that's what you wanted, get your book, get your tablet, get your INFINIX GT30 Pro out first, so that you're ready for the plane. Don't do it in the aisle whilst you got 80 other odd numbskulls behind you trying to get through. This is a rant that feels like I apparently needed to get off my chest. So thank you for thank you for being pseudotherapy for me. That was great.
Thank you for sharing. And you know what? I feel that frustration. It's incredible what it does to someone when you're just standing there and you're thinking, why didn't you just take any of that stuff out before you walked out? I mean, look, I walk on the plane, I'm ready. You know, boarding pass on my INFINIX GT30. I show them, it's like, there you go, there's my seat. Just tell me where to go. Is it right side or left side? Okay, left side it is. Okay. I got my phone. I got my earphones. I got my game ready. I got whatever I'm watching ready. Come on. Is this your first time flying, boys? This is literally map number, 15? 15 out of 18 today. You've participated in competitions before. What are you doing?
They should know.
Sorry, you got me ranting now.
Hey, look, exactly. It's the most frustrating travel experience, I think, ever. Because also, you got the option, sit down, let everyone get on, and then sort yourself out once everyone's on.
Yep.
How about that? You think of that?
It's simple.
No, you didn't. And that is why you're not a PUBG Mobile professional, frankly. That's the sort of performance, that's the sort of optimization that it needs to play at this sort of level. You need to be efficient, you need to be fast, you need to be smart, cunning in some circumstances, and not too timid either. You need to be able to push past those people in the aisle, which is exactly what XSLAY didn't manage to do in that last round. They got into their seat. They were efficient getting there, right? They had their bag in the overhead, but they just sat by the window seat, they fell asleep, and they forgot to get off the plane. They're going back to their original destination. This metaphor is getting stretched so far. Yeah,
so far. And we're done with it. That's it. It's a wrap. That's it. We're done with it.
Okay.
Because you know what? We have our 64 players. I will not expose the last couple of players that we were waiting for, but the lobby should be starting in exactly 30 seconds, as I can read the message on our lovely little stream to find out where that plane path is going to be. And I'm excited for it because I feel like at this point, maybe the past 3 Erangels, like the one that we've had today and a couple of the ones from yesterday specifically, have all been southern plane paths, northern-ish kind of zones. It's been kind of repetitive, and I want to see a little bit of a difference. So come on, Erangel.
You won't be happy until there's a military zone, is what you're saying.
Yes, that's very.
That's exactly what you're saying. You're like, anywhere north of military is a northern circle. That's like when you ask Londoners, like, what counts as the north? It's like anything north of the Thames. That's what the north is of England. Anyway, which will be a reference lost on a lot of our viewers. But either way, it's the same vibe. It's the same vibe.
That got me curious as
over
to
the
like
bridges from Sosnovka.
Okay. That's a lot of north then. That's so much north.
Yeah, have you seen where London is on a map of England? It's the same argument.
Yes, I visited. Yeah, I was going to say, like, why is all that north? And it's like, this tiny bit of south. Why? It should be like 50-50. So if there is an exact 50-50, you know what? I will find that out. And if someone from the viewers can do that and let us know in the chat, that'd be fantastic. What is the exact like middle point, and where's the like what's north and what's south of England?
I was thinking, something like that. Well, I don't know. It's an age-old debate. We won't settle it here. I guarantee you that much. But we are indeed waiting on this plane path to come through. Our players are running around now on the pre-flight island, getting ready, locked and loaded, warmed up, and they'll be jumping in just a moment. And that moment is going to happen right now. Whoa. Fantastic. Let's have a look at what we've got for match 15 as we're heading over Erangel once more. Look at that plane path. It's over from Novo up towards Severny.
Yeah, all the way to Severny. And when it comes to Novo and Military Base, Noisy Boys instantly going to be jumping there. And I think there was one more team that was jumping with on Nova as well. We'll find that out in a couple of moments. But you know what? My eyes, once again, on XSLAY. Although I don't know if it should be. I don't know if my eyes should be on XSLAY right now. Last game, they did nothing. I was not entertained. I was not happy.
Well, you know, that's unfortunate. That sucks for you, man. I'm so sorry.
I mean, I think it sucks more for them, no?
Yeah.
Game.
Yeah, that's yeah, we'll go with that.
Bad for them, you know? Yeah, I just feel bad for them.
I don't
wish they
feel
could have
bad
done
for
more.
people who play badly. You know, that's my take. That's it's your own fault, and I mean that's why we play more than one match, right? Because there is an element of sometimes you do just lose games, and you do need to just pick yourself up and move on. You can feel bad that they didn't get the max from there, but you know that's what it is. Very similar circle to the last match we just saw, going all the way out to the east.
Game 3.
A lot
this
of
is
water.
Game 3.
Absolutely, yeah. We're
rerun.
going in. We keep moving forward.
I don't know if we are, because it looks exactly like the last game.
Well, we'll see if our players are going to go for similar rotations, similar early game issues. The thing that is interesting is that teams have to break out to the west rather than going up towards north. There were some early elims as well. I'm looking at IWNRX and being a little bit worried about them right now. Fairly close to S2G, but it looks like they have managed to get rid of their tail. And we'll be moving on from there. IWNRX, I wonder how far out they're going to want to push as well. Given that they're just going to have to turn around and come back, I feel like you know, it may be a good idea for them to not go too far. Maybe not necessary to go all the way out to their original drop spots, but and again, we'll have to wait and see. IWNRX, they will be taking some shots back and forth. Ice-D pops out, tags one, doesn't quite get anything in response, and has some bullets sent his way to turn him around there. And actually takes a little bit of damage, so some danger. Nothing they can't handle.
Yeah, Icy just ordered himself a quick car, and then dippity-dipped. And S2G looks like they'll be heading towards the likes of Quarry, maybe Primorsk is where their usual location is. Complete opposite direction of where the zone is, but it's fine. Up until the second zone, we've seen what Broad did last game, which was, I think, all the way from the western side. They rotated and came in from around school into that first. They actually joined in from the second zone onwards, and they took control of the western side of Yasnaya, around the gas station and such. This time around, it is going to be a little bit different. BOARS did not lose 2 players at the beginning of this game. They're thinking, hey, we can't just let IWNRX pull up and take our first place. We got to work for it a little bit harder. It looks like there is going to be a little bit of a gentleman's agreement between them and I believe 4FS. Yes, it is 4FS in Yasnaya.
Yeah, for the time
Other
being,
teams,
anyway. That's the only team in there with them. We'll see what more they can do to fight through. Vic, a little bit isolated, has an off angle. They don't want to stick around in Yasnaya too long for the BOARS. They should have been down fairly early, so they should be able to get on the road nice and quickly off of that plane path that they found. It headed up pretty much basically over Yaz, and they will be running around for quite a while now. Still a level 1 helmet and armor, though, for Exo, so maybe wanting to try and bolster the equipment there somewhat. Could have been on lookout, and it's his turn to go and get the loot on board. Havlik breaking down towards the south. This is a great little foothold for them. I'm liking their beginnings to their exit from Yasnaya now, moving on down towards the south.
Let's see if the second zone is going to shift south, or is it going to be an exact replica of what we've seen in our previous game. Because right now I'm seeing the teams have different positioning. A lot more teams are focused on the likes of Milta, Milta Power, and that southern side of our first zone. Instantly, one of them being Papara SuperMassive. We're coming across Ozarox and I want to say GS, which is Galatasaray. Meanwhile, one of the teams that's being chilling at the moment, Beşiktaş in Severny. No teams around them either. Meanwhile, Lost just checking the safety on his weapon. It works.
Just, yeah, making sure. It's still on. Is it on? Is it on? We're filming? What's going on? Hello? Oh, there we go. And there's the first point added for Asgard up on high, but there's an answer from the Noisy Boys on Stefan. More sprays going in, and Asgard continue their scrap with the Noisy Boys on the cliff sides, trying to make their way on through towards this bridge on the crossing. Real with a chance, but he's shut down by Hyso. Moving up beneath him with that shotgun will be able to take out one, and that's the first step that they need to move through the rest of it. Asgard have lost one, another has been knocked, and it's not looking as strong as maybe they would have liked. The Noisy Boys are able to turn this one around a little bit, but there goes Mazzaro. It's back and forth, and neither team are having a good time of it.
Love the way that Akron just turned around and said, okay, you can take a couple of shots at me, but it's not going to hurt me. You're not going to destroy it. Not anytime soon. Trades and dips out of that conversation, and Noisy Boys definitely not going to be too happy after losing that player. But overall, taking big picture, 53 points in 13th. Happy as Larry for now. Meanwhile, ULF Esports. We've seen what Scarface can do from high grounds before. He did love playing and using those high grounds. Meanwhile, Oscar, they got a knock on to Solus, and is this a push from Oscar, I see? I mean, it feels like it. Ludo's still pulling up. Aaron whips out the DBS. Decent bit of damage. Solus just needs time to heal himself up a little bit. Nice, well-placed nade, but not well enough to get any knocks or anything like that. Meanwhile, Oscar just decides to stick in their vehicle, and Aaron shreds him one by one with the DBS. My lord. Once again, we see just switching from the driver's seat and instantly taking down two. There is a little bit of a response. Catches down. Oscar lose two of their players. Do they decide to continue this fight, or will they move on? Looks like the decision might be to move on, except Pluto on the hunt for one more elimination himself. He does get a knock onto Scarface. Will be given enough time to secure it as well. 2v2 between ULF and Oscar. Name's a little bit confusing, but yeah, Oscar Esports.
Yeah, ULF seemed like they had that all under control, but going down there to Pluto in the grass, not ideal. And now with two players alive, okay, they're getting spotted. I mean, ULF should be able to finish this one out, but losing Scarface here is a pretty hefty blow. For ULF, they'll be okay. For Oscar, this is a little bit more damning, but they've got 2 points out of this. They're now on 50 points, and it's going to start to feel a lot safer and safer as time goes on, as they get maybe another point or two over this game and into the rest of the games today as well. They're going to be looking a lot more relaxed here. Will disengage. Pluto trying to get away with it. Solus not wanting to let him, and the tumble on the vehicle might just assist with that. No, he's got to the wall. And will be jumping on into the compound. For ULF, I don't think they want to get stuck in this compound. I think they want to disengage from this as well, but the BOARS have other things on their mind, and that is an immediate spray down flush coming through from Kvik. They are really chasing down that first place spot, because IWNRX right now, they're ahead, but only by a hair.
As long as you're ahead of the competition, that's what matters. Doesn't matter how much. And looking towards that second zone, it has swapped and made a move towards Mansion, Lipovka. There's still a decent bit of water. I want to say like 25%, maybe 30 to 70 split at the moment between land and sea in this zone. So I'd see maybe teams positioning towards the likes of Prison. And around that area might be the next best move, but we'll see. Ozarox currently held up in Melt to Power. 0 points to their name in this game. And you have to know you have to do something. You got to make a move. They're not in such a bad position. They can use the high ground from the cliffs, maybe spot out any teams in Lipovka or close enough to Prison. There's no need for them to expose themselves for now.
Just a little pizza break there for Bad Boy on the stop off, getting those stims from the blanket. Very happy. That's the sort of picnic they want. Oh, the Noisy Boys. They got taken down. Papara SuperMassive continue to churn through their opponents here. Jetgo getting out to the east side of the prison. They'll be blocking off that Lipovka hill that sits out to the west side of things. Brat as well, looking to try and share that and potentially take it away from them. Everybody else migrating on in and trying to make their way through the rest of of these other teams all marauding around, all circling to try and find this access point to the next zone. 14 teams, 49 players. A couple of teams are down on their luck. I'm looking at Asgard, Papara SuperMassive lost 1, and Oscar have lost 3. Those are the most notable teams with a bit of diminution there, which is not ideal. But nobody on the bottom of the table has gone down just yet, so the race is still firmly on.
That it is. And I'm looking towards the positioning of some of these teams in the bottom of the leaderboard. XSLAY decided to take over Prison. S2G are on the high ground just south of that. And then you also have the likes of Galatasaray currently in 22nd, south of S2G as well. Having a look at them. And then the next one would be KAOS Black Esports, who are just north. So literally just a line. Just north of Prison, and then going down, there's 4 teams. Or the 5 teams that are in the bottom, actually. 4 teams, actually. Yeah, never mind. Ozarox are in Multipower. They're the only ones that's kind of odd one out.
Yeah.
Compared to the rest of the squads.
Yeah, they're chilling right now on the southeast side. Beşiktaş trying to push in a little bit further as the circle does take us further up north. So Ozarox going to have to move along that treacherous coastal route with those crates that sit between Melter Power and Lipovka, past that Prison Hill, the descent that Galatasaray, S2G, and XSLAY are all going to have to make as well. And they're going to be sandwiched in with Asgard behind them. And I think, is that IWNRX as well? No, it's... not entirely sure who that is on that south edge of them, but they will be having some noisy neighbors, I'm sure. As we head on through, looks like Galatasaray are going to crash into XSLAY, and this is ahead of that rotation from Ozarox. This is all 3 teams in the bottom 3 positions right now, close by to one another, but XSLAY nowhere near ready to stop Galatasaray, sending straight into Lipovka, through it all as well, threading the needle.
Threading the needle as much as they can. But only so many will be able to make it through. Galatasaray, they lost 1. Another one is knocked. And Jetgo smell blood in the water. And they are on the move. Symphony cooking that first nade. In response, Maniac is there. He just whips. Swaps over to that pump shotgun. Gets that first elimination. Meanwhile, Freedom. Exposed. Has to be careful. And somehow, Galatasaray is still alive. And Jetgo lost out 2 members just like that. What can Freedom do? Because his backup is currently swimming with the fishes.
He dropped down off that cliff. He's moving around the headland. You can see he's just up on the high ground there, off further away.
Oh, I thought he was swimming with the fishes.
I thought so too. I mean, yeah. I wonder if he hasn't dropped off yet. I mean, we'll have to just wait and see. We'll see what is going on, because I feel like the minimap might be offset again. This
I was
going to
say. Yeah, it looks like they should be in the water, but it appears they are not. But ASG definitely is, I think. It looked like it. Not anymore, though.
Maybe they were, but they are now on land.
Yes.
Coming on into this one. Playing into Lipovka. Nice little bow tape from them. But again, it's these teams at the bottom of the tables. The need to start to pick their feet up. Can XSLAY get a little bit more done than they did in that previous match? They're in a good position to start to farm some elims, actually, on this south side. Especially doing so against Ozarox would be really quite good for them to be able to suppress the point-scoring ability of a team around their bracket, and to be able to push themselves up a little bit further would be brilliant news for them. But that is not going to be easy. I don't think Ozarox are going to be willing to take that fight just yet.
Yeah, I highly doubt it as well. We got SuperMassive just across that street of Ozarox. And Jetgo, and we see, yeah, it is just their 2 members currently held up on that rock. Switching over to S2G now, though. And as the zone shifts over towards the north, means that shack that XSLAY has could play a pivotal role in cutting off quite a few rotations on the southern side. Meanwhile, Beşiktaş, they have a nice little split, I have to say. A lot of control on the northern side, if they can hold on to it. Meanwhile, is that IWNRX just getting destroyed? Are they?
Yeah, they're gone. They're out of there. That's them done.
Gone.
They don't want to play anymore.
Wow.
They wanted to let BOARS have a clear run on it. He said, you know what? You're on 5 elims already. Go on, show us what you got. Ozarox on the crash. Okay, this is big onto Galatasaray. 2 players on the inside. A big nade, but doesn't quite connect for the full Monty. And his teammates are going down on the outside. Doesn't matter if they bounce it around the edge. And the shotgun doesn't light him up. One more shell in the chamber. Needs to be careful on the placement. He's given them the dance round. The runaround comes through. Maniac now, where are you? Oh my goodness me. Ozarox fumble. Galatasaray don't do much better, but they survive it in the end.
I am speechless. Maniac being able to play left, right, up, down, ducking, dodging, dipping, diving, and dodging again from so many bullets. Absolutely incredible. And definitely not what you want to see for the side of Ozarox. A full crash, 4v2, and they don't get a single knock on Galatasaray. And they give one of their competitors, one of the teams that they definitely didn't want getting any points, 4 clean ones. Meanwhile, BOARS, who managed to get 4 clean ones on IW and RX, now feeling a little bit of danger as Beşiktaş hold on to that northern side. Exo, blinking health bar, one more shot. You're going to be causing your team some problems if you're going to be in desperate need of help. Somehow makes it out alive, and Zeptimus not able to lock him down.
That is going to be able to get away from that trap. Zeptimus, I mean, on the high ground here for Beşiktaş. You talked about that position earlier. This split along the coastline. I mean, it's good. It's good for strength for the mid to late game. I feel like moving away from it could be very, very difficult here. Celia goes for a little ride on the fun fair onto the Ferris wheel there to try and get a little bit of a high ground scouting done. It does keep you fairly safe for quite a while here, and because it's in the zone, this is just pure information gathering. And right now, they're not looking to get into fights, right? So they are purely looking to gather that info. S2G, they managed to get points as well, and BOARS are actually taking a hefty bit of punishment there on the north side. You can see we're on board with Bra taking shots out towards them. I don't think the BOARS are having a good time here.
Definitely not having a great time. And they do have those 5 eliminations. If they can get a couple more, at least equalize themselves with IW and RX. Bra at the moment not giving them that breathing room at all. Just letting every single bullet fly right into whatever cover BOARS have at the moment. But they won't have any once the zone closes in. Meanwhile, all this time that Bra was spending focusing on one squad, KAOS Black pulls up. They want to have a fight. They want to contest for this location. Looks like they decide to maybe not, as the zone pushes them and tells them, hey, not anymore, you got to move. Meanwhile, okay, Lipovka is going to be where this game wraps up. Looks like this could be where BOARS finish up their game as well.
Are we going to see a Ferris wheel win here coming through on the coastline from Jetgo? Because they could chill there for a lot longer now. Galatasaray have another team to try and fend off. This time around, it's XSLAY. They are potentially just going to be farming the teams towards the bottom of the lobby here. They're up into 20th place now. They have managed to jump up on over with the 5 elims that they found. They do have 4 nades. I mean, they've been delivered an entire team's supplies, right? Coming on in, and more than that as well. So they'll have a lot to be working with here. At least 4 for Quacks. XSLAY, target practice on one another. That's your teammate. Try again another time.
Yeah, I was wondering what was happening.
They'll be neighbors for now.
I was like, yo, what doing? Maybe he was checking if there was friendly fire. But usually you do that at the beginning of the game, not halfway through.
Yeah, you'd think, wouldn't you? That would make sense.
It also makes sense to just not test if friendly fire is there by shooting your teammates. But sometimes it's fun.
Yeah, well, you know.
Not in competition, not in esports. No, no, no.
Yeah, that's a bit far. That's a bit far. It's still, they're going to be fine for now. So Papara SuperMassive continue with 3 players alive there in kill feed, and IC empties the mag into the crossfire there. Beautiful stuff coming through, and the team fire is good. The BOARS are eliminated on the run. 4FS almost immediately after that, going to be taken down a notch or 2. It looks like KAOS Black are suffering in the midst of it all as well. They have taken a knock, but I think they might have just been able to find some cover there to keep themselves going. And all of these teams at the bottom of the tables are still alive, Sandstorm. Look at this run away from the bottom of the tables and away from Ozarox.
Yeah, KAOS Black, XSLAY, Beşiktaş, S2G, Galatasaray. I mean, I could include Jetgo in this conversation as well. All these teams from 17th to 23rd, they are in danger. Beşiktaş stealing one of the eliminations from KB. KAOS Black, they cannot be losing all their members. It looks like they will, and they will be eliminated with 1 point only. 9th place, so no placements, and 1 elimination to their name in this game. Still remaining in the danger zone. XSLAY, though, we've seen you have a position before, but you weren't able to use it. You are now in a 4v2, if you wanted to, against Galatasaray. But they do not have the confidence to go for that fight. Maybe they saw what happened to Ozarox and decided, maybe don't want to do that.
I mean, they're probably going to have to conclude this one. Next circle coming on in. It looks like Beşiktaş are moving down that coastline, crunching in, ready for this next rotate. Brat as well on that northwest side. They are just behind that ridgeline. A big north shift. You're going to have to leave the Ferris wheel now. That's unfortunate. Can't stay for another lap. I wonder where he is on the Ferris wheel rotate, actually, because it does take a little bit of time if he's still up there to get around if you were towards the start of a new rotation. You can't jump out. You just get knocked. And you don't want to be going for that one too soon, but they'll be getting on their way. Beşiktaş in general, they should have this one fairly convincingly. I think this northwest point of Lipovka for Papara SuperMassive is also very, very strong. And finally, XSLAY, the fight is popping off. They're trying to go in now. A nade around the edge, and oh my goodness me, is it going to be a repeat? Maniac sending them back with a loud bark from the end of the S12K.
That S12K sends fear and shivers down the spines of the XSLAY members. They think it might be happening again, but this time to them. And Quacks, lovely placed nade onto Noir, getting yet another one. Lation just sitting there, not really doing anything. A revive coming through. Quacks goes down. And now it's finally a 4v1. If XSLAY still somehow manage to find a way to lose this fight, I will lose my mind. Maniac deciding he wants to go peek. Okay, he takes down one. Swaps over to the M4. It gets absolutely lit because of that Molotov. And into the embracing arms of Lation, and Galatasaray will be knocked out with 5 eliminations, and XSLAY finally get themselves something. Now we swap over to S2G. Might not be able to make it into the zone.
On this northwest side, there is Brat in the way, and they've been trying to move up towards the hilltop here. Brat, low HP. They're trying to get this healing done. The nades are raining on their head, but somehow he's able to avoid the majority of the damage. Kelsey with the spray from the long-range third party. Papara SuperMassive chime in, and the third party is a massive help. They do find that final blow for Brat. They get that point on board, but XSLAY are moving in all the while, and they know where Brat's number is, and they will look to put the pressure down. Papara SuperMassive picking up these points as well, and XSLAY are elevating themselves now, moving up. They're getting stuck into these fights, and they are getting the reward for it too. With 5 elims, they are on the precipice of jumping out of that danger zone. There is a team ahead of them. I think that's Farvoice Gaming, who, if XSLAY manage to jump up, they will be guaranteed eliminated at this stage if XSLAY are able to leapfrog them now.
Yeah, and as it stands, it does look like Ozarox and Farvoice are the ones in absolute danger. I mean, for sure, Farvoice, because they can't defend themselves. Ozarox, from what we've seen, seems nigh impossible for them. But still, you have 3 more games. Just need one, a good one. But at this point, it might become a little bit more difficult if XSLAY and Beşiktaş come out with a performance alongside with Jetgo. Because it just seems to be the teams from the bottom of the leaderboard who are performing exceptionally well. Yes, we have SuperMassive with 6 eliminations at the moment. They have 65 points. Their goal is to just get a better placement for a better prize from the prize pool at the end of the day. And then see what they can do in the next stage. Nico from SuperMassive, that's a lovely little angle that he has to be able to peek on the western side completely. Has lost. Tries to find a pick with a nade, not able to, but with the zone shifting towards the north, Beşiktaş is getting handed a game here.
I mean, it is under their control, right? The one wild card is that West Point for Bra, and potentially able to chime in with an off angle there, taking shots down towards the south side and towards XSLAY as well. They have taken a knock on that south edge. Up to 6 elims now. They are in 20th place still. Beşiktaş down in 19th. So 21st place now, I believe, is occupied by Farvoice Gaming, which means they are guaranteed out at this stage with that 6th elim found. And we are going to be seeing them get leapfrogged. And unfortunately, we'll not be seeing them anymore. XSLAY take another knock. And again, this position for Kisyu, he is going to have to leave eventually. And he has a very low HP, very low ammo as well. Has a UMP in the back pocket with some ammo count. But let's see how he's able to do here. Is he trying to play all sneaky beaky like? You should be able to spot that, surely. There's off angles though, and they are chiming in. There's a knock, there's a trade-off, and that's Papara SuperMassive doing devastating damage to XSLAY. There's no way Yusuf tries to go for the regroup here. There's just no entranceway. There's no door into this zone. He's going to go wild on the swing. Goes straight across the road and straight to another bullet. That is going to be the end of XSLAY. They've got one more player, but slow on the uptake. Yekta can't make his way through this, surely.
Highly doubt it. The zone starts ticking. One bullet from Nico will spell his doom, but it is going to be a rookie who picks that one up. And now 3 teams from, well, one team from the very bottom of the leaderboard, Beşiktaş, with both other teams in Papara SuperMassive and Jetgo on the southern side of the map. Massive advantage in favor of Beşiktaş at the moment. If they can get themselves a couple more eliminations alongside a chicken dinner here, they could be looking at 50 plus points, and 50 plus is safe haven. That's what you want to reach. You want to reach that safety. You want to reach that top 20 and hold on. But can you do it with the zone? Let's see where it decides to go. Zone number 8. Once again, a little bit to the north. It's actually quite central, but that still means that Jetgo and SuperMassive have to move.
They're just playing these rocks. They know that the impetus is on everyone else. Papara SuperMassive have profited very nicely off of their position here. 3rd place, a really solid chunk of elims. Jetgo, they were getting the jollies on the Ferris wheel there early. And now it's getting a little bit more serious. Lion steps up, gets a knock onto Lost. Should get that flush. Adding the point to the tally, and now Beşiktaş have 2 duos to worry about. They're all trapped in these buildings, and yeah, this is basically done and dusted at this stage. There is almost no way that either of these teams are getting out. Well, Jetgo certainly don't have any vehicles. Papara SuperMassive I'm not as sure about, but I would be quite surprised if they're able to marshal a strong rollout here against Beşiktaş. It's going to need some miracle picks, really, on these off angles. I think they may have 1 or 2 vehicles in the walled-off compound there. No, I think they're all gone. I don't see too much going on. The buggy for Nico. That's what he's got.
It's pretty cool. Can they get him a chicken dinner? That's my question.
Don't think so. Native from Nico.
No, a little too far. But Beşiktaş are still waiting for those players to start moving the second they cross that wall. That's exactly what they're going to see. That's exactly what they're going to feel. A couple of bullets flying their way. Zeptimus forced to reposition a little bit. Trumby now might be able to hold on to that angle. No, he isn't going to. Ceylon and Freedom will have to focus on them, but Rookie spots out the first one. Ceylon still position unaware. Papara SuperMassive trying to see if they can seal that one. And Nico from SuperMassive does. And a point away from Beşiktaş, which is going to be quite important to them. And now Trump, you know exactly where that last player is. You peek and you take him down. And now it's going to be a 4v2. SuperMassive. Not much needs to be done from them. Not much can be done by them at this point.
Moving across here. Papara SuperMassive really nicely played this northern point, but now it should be the end of their run. The play zone's pushing them in, pushing them out into the open. Beşiktaş just needed to wait to this game to come to them. They were able to take care of Bra on the east, which was really their only threat. And that is going to be that. Deny the point, out into the blue zone. Beşiktaş able to have a quiet chicken dinner, but their points nonetheless. They'll be happy to eat that one all up.
Yeah, Beşiktaş definitely happy with that one. They were able to use the zone to their advantage time and time again, and their positioning has been on that northern side for the past 4 zones. I'd say at this point, no one was able to push them. I want to say BOARS tried, but they were able to cut them down. I think they were able to secure 2 of those eliminations, and the fact that they got themselves that chicken dinner, they used that position, and it's going to benefit them quite massively at this point in time. Definitely going to feel a sense of relief coming off of that chicken dinner there. I think 15 points in total. They should be around like the 47 plus. And with 3 more games, relatively safe compared to the likes of Ozarox and Farvoice, who are now definitely going to be in that 20th to 20 or 21st to 24th bracket. But the question is, who are the other 2? KAOS Black didn't manage to do anything that last game. And I think XSLAY, they got 7 eliminations, maybe top 5. So a little bit better, but they should have been able to perform in that last game specifically. But, ladies and gentlemen, 15 matches down. 3 wrapped up for today. We wrapped up the first half, and we're going to be taking a very short break, and hopefully come back with the second half. 1 more Erangel and double Miramar to wrap up the day and see which teams make it through and which teams will be eliminated. See you in a few.
Skibidi Toilet has arrived. New Skibidi Toilet object. Powerful enemies. Thrilling battles. Protect the base. Use WoW's powerful creation tools and build defense towers to your heart's content. Engage in intense battles. Various defense towers. Earn points in battle. Unlock more defense towers. Tons of strategies. Epic battles. Play now.
It feels like just the other day that we started these league stages, and you know why? It's because it was. It has been a whistle-stop tour all around the PUBG Mobile world here at the PMSL Europe. We've been seeing Rondo action coming on through. We've been churning through our Erangels and getting onto those Miramars. For now, we've got one more Erangel for our teams to play to try and escape that red zone at the bottom of the tables. The bottom 4 teams going home at the end of the day will be decided in the next 3 matches. So let's get things off. We've got things to say, things to talk about. There's plenty of action left still to go.
Yeah, and I want to say today we wrapped up another one of the PMSLs and PMSL CSA. I believe it was Virtus Pro that was crowned the champion of that competition. So they're one of the teams that has qualified already to PMGC and the Gauntlet, and they'll have an opportunity to qualify instantly to the Grand Finals. And the same can be said for these teams. We're just waiting to see who is going to have that opportunity, who will be there to fight and have that chance to qualify directly to PMGC, and who will be wrapping up their esports journey here. Some teams so far in this yet to have a standout performance, a standout game. Meanwhile, other teams have just been constantly performing time and time again. But now let's throw it back and bring it back to that last game that we had. Papara SuperMassive after they secured second. I believe it was Beşiktaş that managed to get first. But it's Nico with that little, I want to say that position that he had in the house and that little, I want to say that tiny window he had to be able to scout out the entire western area towards the end of the game. Definitely gave him that MVP award.
Yeah, there we go. It's able to rack up a whole load of damage. That north point of Lipovka doing a lot of work for them, right? They held it for such a long time against so many teams, and it was a big team effort, which is why we're seeing the damage and score sort of not be as high we've seen on other MVP cards. They were all playing their part, and a lot of teams tried to move through Lipovka. We saw how difficult it was, and a lot of teams got stuck in the mud, stuck in the quagmire there, which was really not ideal. As we take a look at our scorecard, you can see there were other players even in this game that were doing more damage, right? With Icy, 953 for S2G. Unfortunately, not as effective as they would have liked it to be.
Yeah, he was able to get a couple of quick knocks towards the end. I think 2 or 3 in quick succession. And we see BOARS SnowX once again with those 2 grenade eliminations. But here are the stats for Beşiktaş. Not the best of performances. They only managed to get 5 eliminations. But when you're talking about 15 points and wanting to accomplish an objective of qualifying to the next stage, this is exactly what you need to have. You need to do a little bit better, maybe get a couple more eliminations when the stakes are higher. But for now, the important thing is making sure you don't have a 0-point game, making sure that you are still there for the next stage. And Beşiktaş, after that last one, should be perfectly fine. The players are loading up and getting themselves ready for the last Erangel of the day. See how well they're going to be able to perform, and if maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed, personally at least, to get a military base zone. Players
I mean, it's your last chance here in the league stage, right?
Yeah.
There's only one more opportunity for that to happen. Just one opportunity. I feel like I haven't seen a Lipovka circle in quite a while, so it was nice to see
agreed.
that. It was a little bit of a disappointing end, though. I would have liked maybe a little bit further out to the west, where it wasn't just so dominated by Beşiktaş, which was, it's pretty great for them. They're having a whale of a time on that location. So yeah, all credit to them. But yeah, we'll see what more we are to be delivered fairly shortly. It looks like we've got 58 players in right now, so we're short a team and a half coming on in, and I'm sure they'll be in very, very shortly as we are getting locked through. I'm sure a lot of our teams just want to get this one out of the way and get to prep for the knockout stages, which are coming around the corner next, because a lot of our teams are basically confirmed to be in, right? There's just sort of, no way that BOARS dropping out in not in a million years are they going to be dropping down below that threshold. As we take a look at some of the replays from that last match, we saw this crazy roll-up from Eren on a backseat bonanza with a DBS, making light work of his opponents on the roll-up.
And that lovely little crash on the compound that was under the control of Galatasaray in a 2v4 situation. They were able to hold their ground and get all the eliminations. That's what I was talking about for Isley. He gets one, gets two. After the second, and then instantly sets the sight on the third. While XSLAY were just trying their best to get into the zone, and Beşiktaş, this was one of the very few eliminations they were able to secure, and now we get to see their scoreline, 15 points tied with the 9 eliminations that Papara SuperMassive was able to get. But XSLAY, once again, showing up at the top of the match ranking. Second time in a row today. First time it was them being in the top 5, I believe, points-wise. They only managed to get 7. This time around 11 points, doing a little bit better. S2G still very, very consistent by having the same amount of points as that last game, 7. Still making a massive difference to them. Galatasaray, those 6 points will definitely help them out as well. But when you look towards the bottom of the leaderboard, seeing Ozarox with nothing, KB with nothing, Oscar with 3 points as well, not much to write home about.
Oh, it's looking pretty dire down towards the bottom ends of those tables. If we take a look at our overalls, Regnum, Carya, of course, that immovable position, but they are now joined on 87 points by IW Next Ruya after that game. They wanted to try and get past it, maybe next game, but BOARS are breathing down their neck with 84 and see what they can do. Papara SuperMassive aren't actually terribly far behind either, with 74 there as we flick very quickly over to the next page. ULF on 58 there, leading the charge on this page for teams playing today, breaking the tiebreaker with Bra.
That they are, because of the chicken dinner. And you see towards the right side, THENOISYBOYS for FS 55-54. Perfectly fine. Asgard Esports at 51, and Beşiktaş crossing that 50-point mark alongside with Jetgo, SHOCKWAVE 49. And there we have it. Guaranteed our first team to be eliminated from the competition. It is going to be Farvoice Gaming. They are not here today. They are not participating in the third day of the competition. They already played their 12 games. They only managed to get 38 points. So now we focus on S2G, on XSLAY, more specifically on SHOCKWAVE, the team that is also not available here. So then that would be the threshold for the teams in 22nd, 3rd, and 4th. They need to reach the threshold that is 49 points in order for them to make it to the next stage, because otherwise they will not be able to. Being so close yet so far from just getting to the next stage definitely will not help the team's morale if it ends right here, right now, with these 3 last games.
No, it's going to be very, very difficult for that one to come through for them, and sometimes that's just how it is. I think SHOCKWAVE on 49, they were always at risk, but fortunately for them, I feel like the teams a little bit further behind aren't really doing so much. I mean, moving up a little bit closer. Sure, there are chances here and there, but I think it would need all of them to continually do fairly significantly well in these final matches for SHOCKWAVE to drop all the way down. But I don't know, man. It's just so touch and go at this stage, and we're just going to have to keep our eyes on it because it is a question of who's getting these big elim games. We've seen both, right? That last game wasn't a massive elim game towards the top. A couple of teams were getting some decent chunks, but it was a lot of high single-digit elims rather than the big 15s that we saw at the start of the day and transitioning into our other Erangels as well.
Yeah, we did have quite a few, I think 4 teams in total might have gotten towards that 16 elimination games. Out of the 3 games that we've had so far, it's been quite high. Meanwhile, other teams have just not been able to see even 1 or 2 eliminations throughout the entire day, which is definitely not how you want it to go on your final day of the competition for now. But yes, I do see 64 players that are currently chilling on the island, waiting for that plane to take off and take us on our final ride on Erangel for the day and for the group stage of PMSL EU, as we inch closer and closer to finding out who will be fighting for those spots. And who's going to be making it into the global competition? Who's going to be fighting for those millions and millions of dollars that are going to be on the line at the biggest competition of all at the end of the year? The dream of every single player, that's whether it's this region or every single other region, they all set their sights on one thing from the beginning of the year, and that is to make it to the global competition. And your opportunity is here. It's right in front of you. Do not waste it.
No, absolutely not. I mean, that gauntlet stage qualification, we've talked about it quite a lot now, is what is so appetizing to a lot of these people, a lot of these players. Who are also people. But they absolutely would love to be getting into that gauntlet stage. Of course, that 7 of the teams from those 16 will be moving forward to the grand finals. And that's exactly where you want to find yourself, right? There is always the opportunity to go through the group stages after the gauntlet as well. So even if you don't make it there, you have that same opportunity as going into those group stages. So top 3 is a massive goal. For our teams at the top, that is going to be what they're gunning for. At the moment, I'm looking at Regnum, Carya. I'm looking at BOARS, IWNRX, obviously our lobby leaders right now. It's safe to say it. Papara SuperMassive have had a big turn up today, and they've got some, potential there. But I feel like it's just maybe a notch below where the teams right at the top of the tables are currently competing at this stage. Mainly, maybe only in name brand value, but it still sort of seems to matter.
Yeah, of course, and that's what's on the line here. That's the cake that everyone wants a piece of at the end of the day. Speaking of, what kind of cake do you think it is?
What kind of cake do I think it is? What?
Yes.
What do you mean?
I don't
know. What do you mean, what kind of cake do I think it is?
I don't know. Imagine the trophy to be just completely random. But you know what? Let's not even go there. I'm just waiting for the game to start.
Okay.
It was a random point that there was no need to bring it up.
Let's go with lemon drizzle. Why not? Sure.
Okay, fair. And that's that conversation done. That's the topic wrapped up. I didn't think that the lobby was going to take this long. Not going to lie.
Yeah, neither did I. I hope it's okay. I hope everything's all right. Oh dear. Well, either way, it'll be.
So I'm starting to feel a little bit of PTSD. You know.
Yeah. Let's get this game underway. I mean, I can see the 64 players in this lobby, like you mentioned, and they are at the moment. Who is this?
It's
someone from Asgard, jumping up and down.
Oh, real. It's real.
Jumping up and down the towers right now. He's having a good time. Yeah. Oh, he's in a fist fight.
You guys can't see Spider-Manning this thing.
It's very entertaining.
And now 2 people are knifing each other.
Yeah, that's what's going on. We're waiting on this countdown. I think that the
pilot's late. That must be why.
I think so. There's some minor hold up, but you know what? We're used to it. You know, we're ready for this. We were prepared the whole time. To see what's going on. Into the final Erangel, I think that the plane paths in general have been probably quite a few times pretty nasty to our players, right? Forcing some small not to everybody all the time, but forcing some small corners of the map to get a lot more condensed than they would otherwise have liked, forcing hot drops on vehicles. Those situations seem to have been a little bit more prevalent, I would say, over our Erangels. We have had one or two just completely fine playing paths and not really too much at the start of these games, but it feels like all too often we're seeing 1-2 players just get picked off in these early stages. So maybe time to tighten that up and try and maximize your point scoring potential.
Yeah, I would say you hit the nail on the head. It was specifically with a couple of car spawns where a couple of these players and teams were caught off. BOARS, not the last game, but the one before, around the likes of Yasnaya. And then I think it was also not in the previous game, but also in the one before where we had that very southern path, Mill to Power to over Ferry Pier as well. Yesterday, we kind of saw the same thing. Because of it being a very southern plain path, a lot of teams had to either drop next to each other or at least close enough that it would warrant a fight and cause a fight to happen between them. Meanwhile, right now, it seems the players have all decided to just start challenging each other and climbing this this little telecoms tower. It's Asgard NOISYBOYS just having a little bit of a challenge as we wait for them to get on board and get themselves going in this last one. But yeah, lots of hot drops early on compared to the previous games. Miramar hasn't seen that kind of action, although we have had an interesting Miramar yesterday with... actually, no, both Miramars yesterday were interesting because both of them had around like 30 to 40% water in yesterday's games. So those two were definitely not fun, specifically for Farvoice with the locations that they were dropping on yesterday and the rotations that they had to make. Let's see. Well, we're not at Miramar just yet.
No, not quite. I am slightly worried as to what's going on in this lobby now, and I am going to. I'm going to.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We heard the magical words.
Just as I checked, there we go. The plane path is ready to go on in. We were just pretending, guys. We were just pretending. We got you. Put in the chat if we got you, because we got you going into match 16 here as well for the last Erangel. The last time around, we'll see the grassy pastures. The plane path is fairly chill. I like this, you know, from Severny down towards Milta. It's going to be all accessible. You can get to vehicles when you want, where you want, and I'm not expecting to see too much argy-bargy in the early game.
Yeah, this time the zone heard, and so did the plane. It's like, okay, no more south plane paths starting right up from the north. Well, I think the teams that do drop on military base and on Nova in Asgard and the NOISYBOYS still shouldn't have any problems. S2G, they usually go to the likes of Primorsk, Ferry Pier, and Quarry, so might have a little bit longer path to make it that way. Asgard decided to change their drop. They're not going to Novo. They're not waiting until the very end. Looks like they decide to go to the likes of George Pool, so changing up their gameplay this time around. Beşiktaş, completely normal for them to go to Severny. The same kind of drop that they had in the previous game as well, and it was a very easy rotation for them to get into that first and second zone, and here we go.
Okay, there's your chance.
Is this it? Is this it?
This is what you wanted. You've been asking for it nice and politely all along. You may have yourself a military circle here. I mean, it's not guaranteed. It is far from guaranteed. But I will say it does look fairly likely at this stage as to where we're going. So expect to see some teams moving fairly fast at this stage to see just how they're going to find themselves on that military island.
Yeah, I bet Asgard are wishing they dropped on Novo right now. But the NOISYBOYS, they were one of the last teams to drop in. They're going to be going to the good old-fashioned drop spot they have in military base. And if the zone decides to shift on that side, they could be one of the teams that benefit a lot. But one of the teams that needs to benefit is Galatasaray Esports. And they think the play is to head straight to that military island. And I think they might be heading towards the likes of Novo rather than going to the military base. And if they decide to do that, then perfect. You won't be able to run into the NOISYBOYS, but that doesn't seem to be the call. Where are they going to be going? Because they got nothing.
Yeah, they've got to find themselves a little slice of life moving forwards. But it is, yeah, still just making their way through. There's still a little bit of time to find your footing. It's about getting those vehicles, getting on the road fast enough. For IWNRX, yeah, that's a long travel that they're going to have to make down towards the south side. Expect some rotations in the not too distant future. Those hovercrafts being used to great effect. Yasnaya again shared between 4FS and BOARS, both of whom looking fairly secure on the tables, and we can see again the three teams in danger at the bottom of these tables right now, with S2G and XS just above them. They are on 42 points apiece, and they'll be looking to get as many as they can here. And a Military Island Circle, that's a perfect place to just rack up a random big point game, right? And XS are moving early. They're moving quite quickly over towards this East Bridge.
Yeah, that they are, and a couple of teams seem to have a similar idea. Meanwhile, XSLAY, I think they might be using a hovercraft, and they're just going to be crossing right from the south of Farm, heading over towards the zone. Elimination feed shows that, again, one of the teams that needs points in KB, KAOS Black, suffers a loss at the hand of S2G. Say thank you for that 1 point. It's going to make a big difference for us, and they move on. Easy as that.
Certainly is. Well, actually, maybe it isn't. I feel like it might not be that easy, actually.
I mean, it was. They're not in danger. They're all together again. Hamsi G's here. No one's around them. Don't think KB are going to take a fight with less numbers unless they have at least 2 knocks.
It is just taking a little look in, but yeah, KB losing a point to S2G. A pretty big blow is dealt, is struck towards KAOS Black. And teams starting to actually group up towards the south side as well of that military island. Asgard still in South George on the crates getting loot. These are teams that are going to be coming in a lot later, so expect to see them joining the fray around stage 3. We've got a lot of movement still around the military island, and it's the West Bridge that currently has the most of it. This is, I think, all the way on the south edge, and it's actually XSLAY and Galatasaray both amalgamating themselves here, and Maniac, I mean, he was able to hold the warehouse and play against XSLAY last time, but there's Yekta on the off angle. Ooh, that's not a good start here. And right behind, they're in the red zone right now to be eliminated, but Galatasaray will lose another player, and XSLAY reclaim 19th place from STG.
That they do, concentrating back and forth between the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, and I'm surprised that none of them scouted the likes of Novo, and instead both teams decided to go to the southernmost point in the map. And you know what? It doesn't look like they're alone, because KB have taken a rotation with a boat as well. They're going to be going off the western coast of the military island, and looks like they're going to be bunkering and hunkering down in that location. Not everyone has decided to start rotating just yet towards the military island. Some are thinking maybe it would end towards the northern side. Maybe it would go towards the likes of Milta, Farmer, and Pochinki, and go back to the mainland. But I think even the second zone, if it shifts rather towards the northern side of the zone, then there's still a potential for it to hard shift towards the military island. So I don't think the second zone is going to dictate whether it's going to be a northern, I guess, a mainland finish or a military base finish just yet. We'll have to wait until the third, I think.
I mean, it's kind of fair. I feel like it's fairly secure about going towards a military island circle here. I mean, we have to wait for the next phase, but in general, I would give this maybe a 75% chance of going to that military island right now. I feel like it is looking pretty likely in terms of where you can place the center of the circle. That's the majority of the landmass actually probably sits on the military island itself. So I think committing to it at this stage is fairly good. It's a fairly good idea. It's often said that it's a lot easier to get back to the mainland than it is to get to the military island. I'm not entirely sure if that's the case, if there's a lot of teams playing on that coast side. And in fact, it does funnel you in quite a bit. So maybe in this instance, it could be a lot trickier. But, oh, goodness me. Calci spotted by Ozarox as well. It's a little bit of a point sink. Unless Ozarox gets massive games, points going over to them is kind of good news for everyone who isn't getting shot by them.
Yeah, meanwhile, Solkai just enjoying a nice little cycle, knowing that he cannot revive KSLAY at the moment, as the elimination was secured by Ozarox. Sure, 1 point, and it looks like they are going to be sticking to the plan, which is camping this bridge. They have blue to secure their flank as well, in case any team or any player decides to go around them. And as the zone gets closer and closer to closing in, yes, it is going to be a shift towards the military island, and it will be shifting. Yeah, I mean, it's not 100% on it, but some teams might be able to survive for one more zone on the mainland, but I think everyone's going to have to make a move towards the military base and that island. Galatasaray will take over the southern side. Look at where Jetgo is going as well. Where are they going to land? As Yekta seems to be tracking that boat. Oh no. Okay. This is not good. This is not good.
Dear.
And here come the shots. Oh no! And the first one's down.
There's no way that they're getting them back up either. It's just not going to happen. It's just freedom. Goodness me. And I sprayed out from Yekta to be able to clock those shots, but it's a sitting duck situation on the outskirts here. And now he knows there's only one person left remaining. He's waiting for it. He's going to take that boat out of commission. A mad swim for the shoreline, but the breath is going to start to burn in the lungs here. But Yekta more preoccupied with the boat itself here in that situation. And it looks like he's going to pick up some of those Elim points, make sure that they're adding them to the tally. This is a huge bolster to those Elim points as well. A really nice little pickup here coming through for XSLAY to push themselves further and further up the tables, getting to that 45 threshold.
Yeah, and the fact that it's against Jetgo, one of the teams that, I mean, they're not in danger now, but I think the result of this game will put them in the danger zone. And it all depends on how well, I want to say, Galatasaray perform, how well KB, and of course how well Ozarox performs. That last person from Jetgo needs to survive for the longest time possible. But my lord, is he going to have a tough task ahead of him, because Yekta knows he eliminated 3. He did not take care of the full squad, and there's still someone alive and well. But where does Yekta go from here? He is officially out of all heals, all stims, all meds, and that was the last energy drink that he had.
Yeah, this climb up here is it's not going to be super favorable. It's going to be in a single location, but I think Yekta disengaging here isn't a terrible idea, right? You're going to be aware that there's a potential for a flank, unless he's not realized that there's been a swimmer to the shore. Well, we'll have to wait and see, but I'm not expecting too much. Oh, BOARS. What's happened there then? I feel like that's going to be all over the West Bridge. Something is going wrong here for the BOARS, and we'll be taking the plunge. As everybody... Oh, hang on a minute. No, are they? I think the BOARS are just... Yeah, they're just on the mainland. Did he just fall off? Like, what's going on? What's going on there? Did he jump out too early? I've no idea.
I think so. I mean, he knocked himself out. That was Snowix, by the way.
That's really not great.
Himself, it seems, have like no opportunity to revive. And it seems that from what I'm looking at, minimap-wise, there's 3 teams on the southern side of the mainland, just across from that military island. We'll get a better look at it now. It is IWNRX, BOARS, and 4FS. IWNRX will be able to make their way, thanks to Kine securing the beachfront for them. Meanwhile, bruh is... Where the heck is bruh?
There's a lot of teams over on the west side, but at the moment, yeah, they're on the Milta Peninsula. I mean, if you're going to try and land on the east side of this island, I feel like you're going to get a couple of shots sent your way. It's not going to be easy, but maybe divert and go for a little bit more of a mainland position.
I cannot believe that rotation.
Everything's popping off on the West Bridge, though. There's still so much action. There's so much traffic there that people are trying to eat these points away, but it's such a dire situation. I think there were 3 or 4 teams actually lodged on this west side. You can see Beşiktaş just trying to get through. In the meantime, they're chilling in the skies right now.
Wait,
Swapping to the back seat, getting some healing.
They got 2 gliders.
Yes, 2 guys.
2 duos on each glider. One of the most exposed ways of rotating. But so far, no one seems to be catching them out. No one seems to be paying attention to them. But someone was paying attention to Beşiktaş as they were eliminated in 16th with 1 point, 51 points. It's fine. That chicken dinner from the previous game alleviated a lot of the pressure. So now the ball's not in your court. It's up to the teams below you in the overall leaderboard. It's up to them to perform and get to that top 20. Jetgo and the final player, I will try and find out where he is. And
I think we're missing a lot of teams on the west side of the military island right now.
Oh, 100%.
And yeah, you can see this, I think, might be the back of the queue with Oscar and Ulf are holding out on the front here. They haven't got any elims for staying out this far this long. Scarface is on the hunt, but I think he might have just been tempered by his team and forced to roll back in. Of course, they do have to push up into these hills that sit to their east side. They've got a foothold there, so they should be kind of okay. And it's actually Asgard who are taking shots at Oscar as well. And they're trading off back and forth with the team. Oh no, there is another team behind them. It's Asgard who are fighting with Beşiktaş, who are still looking to put the crunch onto this one.
So many teams that decided so late into the game to make this rotation. And quite a lot of them will not be able to make it through. Asgard now, Akron, trying to heal up with a couple of meds. As Pluto also uses the last med kit that he has. Doesn't look like there's going to be any revives on the side of Asgard. Jetgo, Freedom finally spotted by Quacks, and Galatasaray get themselves a very valuable point. Let's see if that's going to make a difference for them in the competition. But Jetgo being taken out is huge for some teams. And here with the zone shifting towards the, I want to say center of the military island, THENOISYBOYS, who essentially dropped in this location, are very relaxed. Pluto not able to react in time as Asgard will have their player continue and survive. Carries the banner further into the game, and Quacks just knocked himself out, apparently. And that's a big problem for GS, because you could. This is the worst time to do that, because now it's all on Owner.
Gonna have a little bit more onus put on him to try and pick this one up. We did see as well the final player from Jetgo look into the skies and taking down one of the duos of Bra from their glider. Was able to plink them away, which is where those two elims for Jetgo came from on the tables. So that's unfortunate stuff. I think there is still another duo for Bra, but they are out in the blue or have only just emerged from the blue. No, they are still in there getting ticked away, and it is not looking good for them. They definitely need to be thinking about getting into the main zone as fast as possible as the balls go down as well. They are now out in third place. In the meantime, IWNRX do break the tie at the top with the one elim that they found, and they are now in first place with third and seventh. The Chasers all behind them as well on the north side. IWNRX could start to open a lead here.
They can start to build that lead. Supermassive, now the only person that could compete with them for that #1 spot, but they are a ways away from that. Meanwhile, the rest of the squads in, I want to say, ULF, 4FS, Bra, and the THENOISYBOYS. The fight between them is just for a better prize. XS, S2G. S2G still on that 20th mark, and Bra, finally, we see them enter the zone right into the embracing arms of Papara SuperMassive, as they have a couple of free elims coming their way. Ezel might be the last person from Bra. Looks like he is. Gonna try and heal, but no opportunity there. Eliminated, 0 points. And Papara SuperMassive jump to 7th now. 77 points, 11 behind IWNRX, who are held up in the northernmost point of this current circle. We have 1 more minute before the 4th stage closes in on our contenders. And Ozarox might be in ULF's sights.
Oh, they may well be. It's looking pretty toasty. Up towards the top there with the nades being launched on in. With ULF on 4 players, they're transitioning away, and these buildings may just be the tomb here. Scarface opens the bidding. There goes Blue, and now he looks for more, but there's a nade sent back his way. And who is this? It's IWNRX third party. They've moved up behind ULF, and this may be the gap that Ozarox needed, but with 2 players down, they need to spend this time getting themselves back up to their feet. ULF looking to scramble to pull themselves back together. They can't commit to this fight anymore. So Ozarox get a little bit of a respite, but they've lost one fully, and it may be a little bit more than that soon enough.
And ULF decide, okay, we want to revive and get the heck out of Dodge. Frozen might say no to that with a lovely nade.
Oh,
that's exactly what it does. Takes down Scarface and brings Aaron to his knees as IWNRX will be able to claim their third elimination. So now it's up to Soulless and Catch. What can he do? Another nade. Oh my god, these guys are on fire! Perfectly placed.
Ooh.
Secures the elimination there, but the fight is not done as Soulless is able to bring down one from Ozarox before he gets taken out as well. And Ozarox as a duo, 29 points, two eliminations already secured, being taken out here and left to fight with 2 matches only on Miramar. That might just seal the deal for them, considering the way that the other teams have been performing.
Yeah, when you've got IW next through, you're bearing down upon you. It's going to not feel so great there. Last player has been able to work wonders before. We saw the impact he had. Didn't get too many points for it, though. But as a solo against 4 players from IWNRX, when they don't really have too much more to deal with, there's T on an off angle. Does land a couple of shots over to Swain, but there's like 4 or 5 million nades being sent his way. And somehow managing to evade the majority of them there. I think, was that a smoke being thrown into the shack as well?
No.
Oh no, I think it might be the final nade there. But either way, steps out and Ozarox go down. They're only on 29 points, and that is bad news coming on through. In the meantime, XS are on the inside of the military base with 4 elims in a solid spot. S2G, they are down on 3 players, but they have a wide spread over the west side of the military base itself. You can see we're on board with Icy here. The hills are going to start to be cut out by this circle. 4FS could potentially profit quite a lot from it, but I'm not really going to hold my breath because I think they're going to have to crash down fairly soon. And on Owner, well, he's really got the most to do of anyone in this lobby right now. 21st place, solo player, needs to get more done.
That it does. If he can even get placement points, that would be good. That would be fantastic. That would be something. As a solo, that is his only goal. If he can steal a few elims here and there, perfect. But it's not going to be an easy task for that one player. And it's also not going to be an easy thing for the side of IWNRX and 4FS to get into the zone, as they will have to abandon the high ground. And they might just become prey to the likes of KB and TNB on that northern side. I think that last player from GS is on the east, and maybe 4FS will be able to run into him and take him out. He might be able to deal a blow to 1 or 2 of them, but with a full squad, I don't know what GS can do. I don't know what Owner's going to be capable of in those final moments.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult. I mean, just getting points on board, though, is going to be the name of the game for him at this stage. Placement points, and every point matters. So it is survival. Just try and remain unnoticed for as long as possible. IWNRX certainly going the opposite route, but they've got 4 players to try and play that with. Unfortunately, 4FS stayed up on the high ground for just a little bit longer. They spotted this side swipe, and that's going to cause IWNRX to lose a player. Actually getting stolen away there by the Noisy Boys, but it's going to be a loss for IWNRX nonetheless. They're up to 93 points now, Sandstorm, and they are only going to push further into this game. Unfortunately, the circle not quite with them, but we'll see who's going to profit the most. I feel like Papara SuperMassive definitely have the inside track on this.
Yeah, that they do, but they're kind of split up in this zone. 4 people in 4 different buildings from what I can tell, but maybe they're trying to gather as much information before they regroup. And when you do regroup, who do you regroup on? Do you go for Kamikaze, who's smack dab in the middle of the zone? Or do you go for Tronby a little bit more south? We'll find out later. Right now, our focus is going to be on IWNRX. After losing that 1 player to 4FS, and their position is very exposed to both KB and TNB. And the Noisy Boys, hold on. Let SuperMassive cook here. Yekta overpicking a little bit. Takes quite a lot of damage for an Owner. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh dear.
He just heard all these vehicles driving and decided, no, please, no. And had no time to react whatsoever. Meanwhile, IW are reacting in time with a knock onto KB and an opportunity to push. And the same can be said on the Noisy Boys. How are IW fighting this? A nade should be able to deal a lot of damage and secure an elim here, but somehow it does not.
Suppression on those windows is impeccable from IW next Ruya, and from whatever off angles are playing into this one as well. S2G might get the side swipe, but the fact that Frozen is in the building now is absolutely crazy. The rest of his team, Kakali trying to lay down the law from the distance, but it's up to Frozen, the man of the hour now, to try and take them on in the corridors of the military base. He's looking for the pump-action shotgun shells to land and do their work, but it's easier said than done. Kakali has to heal a little bit more. They're down to 2 players. He's hopped around all the way on the outside, now back onto the inn, and doesn't have the broadside sent his way. He hunkers down, bides his time, but he's still got to go further. He's pushed them out of the building. Uh-oh, KAOS Black. He's coming knocking, and Frozen is right around the corner. They might want to peek that window and see what they can get done, but Kakali is still having an impact here. Who's got to make his move, but finally S2G take him down.
They finally take him down after all the pressure that he's been applying. And then all of a sudden for IWNRX, it's all down to Frozen. Solkai trying to see if he can actually make it to Icy and go for the revive at the last possible second. He does, but he risks his life as well. Puts it on the line. And suffers. And S2G down to 1 last member. It's all up to HamCG. And now we switch over finally to Frozen and seeing what in the world is happening in this building between him, the Noisy Boys, and of course, KAOS Black. Noisy Boys abandoned the building, went to the next one. Frozen with this pump shotgun, I mean, honestly, he can do so much damage. Just 1 pump per person. And look at how fast those pumps are coming out. He jumps outside. Oh! And nade from Oron right onto him, and they secure the elimination and instantly traded. The elimination feed is just saying so much right now. I am lost, but all I know is KAOS is out. And we have 4 teams left to go. And look at the split. All 3 teams on the north and Papara SuperMassive have the zone. And they're not even going to allow any team to make it to the zone here, John.
I mean, they have a chokehold on this zone, right? They've got outposts everywhere. The difficulty that they have, though, is that if one of them gets knocked, there is a massive weak point in their line. The advantage that they have is that there are 3 teams all fighting off against each other laterally across their line, which is going to force them to take care of each other before they can make that move. XSLAY at the moment are fending off the Noisy Boys, and Papara SuperMassive actually helping with that as well. There's so much pressure on this west and this east flanks that I think that of all of the teams on the north side, XSLAY are going to have the better time of all of this, and it could not happen at a better moment for them. They are absolutely desperate for points right now. They managed to escape from the bottom 4 in the last match. Looks like they're trying to repeat that performance this time around as well and jump up as far as they can. Kamikaze with the spray over towards the run out from the Noisy Boys, and I don't think they're going to be making much noise anymore. They are not long for this one. XSLAY actually getting clipped as well in the meantime, but 4FS getting chunked away on the sidelines.
Yeah, but look at the way that they're playing it. Tronby knows he does have the backup from Kamikaze. And the pressure that Kamikaze has been able to apply assisted so much. Now down to 3, XSLAY. Slowly but surely going to be moving. But again, Kamikaze is going to be the one with the best POV possible. Kenzor is out, and now it's a clear cut 4v4. And with the positional advantage that SuperMassive have, they are looking like they could get 17 eliminations if they secure every single one. And they will definitely be joining the fight for first, knocking down 2, securing the 3rd as Lost jumps in with that hovercraft. And that's XSLAY demolished. And Papara SuperMassive get themselves yet another chicken dinner. That's the 2nd one of the competition for them. And that's sending a message to IW and to BOARS that now it is a 3-horse race for the top.
That rollout was quite something, but most of it came from just holding that south side, that line, forcing everyone else to go for it. The fact that so many people were on the south side of the island, but they were the only team on the south of that military base is a little bit crazy to me. I feel like other teams could potentially have tried to navigate around that area, but they just had so much freedom. It was guaranteed that they were going to be taking that one down towards the end there, especially with how the circle kind of helped them out a little bit, especially in that final south shift, right? Brilliant news for XSLAY as well, remember. 2nd place, a decent chunk of elims, and that is going to be really, really pivotal. I think they may have done enough to launch themselves up. I think they may be over SHOCKWAVE as well after that match, so certainly close by. A brilliant result for them. But yeah, a huge elimination count coming through from Papara SuperMassive. They have, again, just moved from strength to strength today. I don't know what's gotten into them. It's brilliant.
I think... I'm not too sure either, but I like it, and I want to see a lot more of it from this lineup because we've seen what I mean. If they were in a better position in the last game, in Lipovka. We could have seen a back-to-back from them on Erangel, but at the end of the day, they got their chicken dinner here. They got it with 16 eliminations. IWNRX, with the 8 eliminations that they got as well, they may have, I want to say, extended the lead a little bit, but by being taken out and having Papara come out with a massive game, I think Papara might be over BOARS at this point. They might have done enough to be over BOARS.
Ooh,
Could
they might,
just
they
be
might have
in
done.
second place, yeah. But
I
look at
think
that, of course.
They've overtaken
Kamikaze.
LCB, but yeah, Kamikaze. This guy has been the team MVP for the day, right? He's just been absolutely a terror to anyone who stepped up. And yeah, I credit a lot of their mechanical performance to him. I'm not too sure where to put the tactical performance for them, but either way, very happy with what they've done.
Yeah, and they definitely should be proud of themselves as well, improving day by day, game by game here at PMSL EU, which is exactly what you want to see from a team setting their sights on that top 3 at the end of the competition. If this is what we get to see from them in the first stage, I can't wait to see the next stages as well. Moving over to the statistics from the entire match, Tronby this time around from Papara SuperMassive with most grenade eliminations, that being 2. I want to see more. And of course, Nico, who had the highest score in that last lineup and in that last matchup. MCG, the one who traveled the most. Curious how he would. S2G were on the western side. Interesting. But let's have a look at the stats from the rest of the squad. It looks like everyone was putting up numbers except Lost. Lost might have been taken out a little bit earlier. Might have suffered. Actually, no, they were all alive. He was on the southernmost side where there wasn't really any squads. So that's why his numbers are a little bit lacking. But it's not due to his performance, just due to lack of foes for him to focus on.
I mean, yeah, Kamikaze was able to farm that damage as well, right up the top of that of the silo cover. Just doing so much damage. Brilliant stuff. That's exactly what you need when you're on that sort of high point lookout. And nobody really was able to challenge him, which is the very important part, right? Because sure, it's a good vantage point, but with every vantage point comes the danger of being flanked, being spotted, taken down, and then immediately you're kind of just dead in the water. There's nothing really that a team can or should really do to go for that res. It's sort of only if you're given a really, really good opportunity to go for that res should you try and take it. So that's really great stuff from Kamikaze. They add a huge chunk of points to their tally yet again, and you're right. It's probably going to be pretty close towards the top of the tables. I feel like enough was done by IWNRX to put them just out of reach. I think they ended on like 96 points or something. But I was expecting this tournament to end around the 100-point barrier at the top. Seems like it may go a little bit over that.
Yeah, and I want to say, like, the more points that the teams at the top secure, the closer the qualification threshold is going to be, and the closer the competition is going to be at the bottom of the leaderboard. Because we can already see how it's 2, 3, 4 points between so many squads in the middle of the table at least, and then you go further down to the bottom. There's quite a few, but of course, with having some teams not participating today, it does look a little bit closer than it actually is. But for now, I think Farvoice are gone for sure. Next on the chopping block is going to be Shockwave. And honestly, I thought they were going to be safe with 49. I genuinely thought they were going to be safe for 49. But the fact that XSLAY has performed time and time again and they flew up through the ranks, they should be perfectly fine now. So it's just Galatasaray, KAOS Black, and Ozarox. Ozarox, I don't want to say it, but it seems like a lost cause.
I'll say it is a lost cause.
It is. You can't lose a 4v2 as a squad. You can't lose a 4v2. Not at this level. It's still stuck in my head from that last game.
I mean, there's panic in the Ozarox ranks, right? They are just not having a good time of it. We can see the final shutdowns there, but we get the points at the end of that one. 26 points for Papara SuperMassive. I think one point did get denied there in the end. I think I can't remember exactly why. But either way, XS with 12 is really great stuff coming on through to jump up their tally. That is going to be beautiful. It's exactly what they needed. A little injection of life. S2G as well. They are plodding along and may just be doing enough to keep themselves out of that red zone boundary.
Question is it enough? We'll have a look at the overall ranking and give us a clearer picture. But yeah, seeing BOARS with switch it up a little bit. Seeing BOARS with 0 points, Not used to seeing that, but hey, what matters is, yep, there it is. Wait a minute, hold on. No, they didn't
Ooh,
even equal.
what?
They jump over. They jump over everyone, and Papara SuperMassive, with their second chicken dinner, take the lead, and they cross that 100-point threshold. IWNRX. I thought they were on 96, not 95, but it seems like it is 95. Regnum Carya 87. That's not going to change. And BOARS, they got to 84 and kind of just stopped collecting points. XSLAY in 15th with 54 points. This is a team that started with what, 19 points at 23? I think they were on 23 or like 19 points, something alongside that range at the beginning of the day. So to be 54 with 2 games left, what were you doing day one? Why'd you waste the whole day? Why'd you do that?
I know, man. Like that's kind of crazy. In fact, they had 16 points at the start of today, so it was right down in the dumps. This is an incredible resurgence coming through from XSLAY. They've had, I think, 3 very, very strong games back to back on Erangel. It has been good news for them, but that's a different story for the teams at the bottom of the tables here. With S2G on 47 points now, being on that 20th place with 2 matches left to play. You expect to push that up by maybe 3 points a game, not necessarily just for S2G, but that bubble in general is set to probably increase by about 2 to 3 to 4 points a game, which is really, really shockingly nervous for SHOCKWAVE, right? Because at the moment, it's looking like they might be okay, sort of just about, depending on what Galatasaray do. But I feel like for Ozarox, it's very unlikely that they're able to get up and involved on that one. For KAOS Black as well, they are still within reach, but at a little bit further of a distance. And again, these teams towards the bottom of the tables haven't really shown the chops to take the initiative, right? We saw a little glimmer of hope from I think it was Galatasaray, right, holding in the warehouse.
Yes,
and maybe they were able to find something, but that was purely mechanical stuff, right? It wasn't a lot of tactical strength, which is what really earns you points consistently.
Yeah, and unfortunately, these teams were not able to do that consistently over the past 10 matches. Now we are down to our final 2. When I'm looking at Ozarox, like 18 points to get to STG, but you're also talking about STG not getting any points at all. 20 if you want to cross over SHOCKWAVE. I mean, sure, mathematically speaking, a chicken dinner in your next game puts you in a good position as long as it's not a chicken dinner like the one that XSLAY would have gotten in that Erangel where they had the compound the entire time. That chicken dinner needs to be seasoned, needs to be spiced. You got to have some sides. You can just have cooked chicken or boiled with no spices, no seasoning. Can't be doing that. You know, those eliminations.
Sure, yeah. That's fair enough. Absolutely.
But it's got to be seasoned, man. That's all I'm saying.
That is true. It does have to be. As we take a look, as we go into the final 2 matches, here are MVP rankings. And I mean, yeah, Kamikaze, this is almost entirely off the back of today, right? Almost 5,000 damage, which is incredible. 21 elims as well, picking up on those assists. MVP ranking, I believe, takes into account survival time as well, which isn't shown on this graphic. And he isn't. He's only top in damage and only just by a hair against default. Look at that. That is crazy from Anno. Just a bit behind, but a lot fewer elims there. And in general, today has been a blinder from Kamikaze. He has been a whirling dervish of damage being dished out to the rest of the lobby.
I didn't notice how close Kamikaze was to default until you mentioned it, but yeah, it's due to the 5 elimination difference and the 3 assist difference. But default was also pumping out massive numbers for Ano Famagusta, but they're not playing today, so he will not have a chance to fight for that and to pump those numbers up. Kamikaze, 2 more games to keep that going, and of course, keep yourself in the running for MVP of the competition, because I believe it is from the very beginning until the very end. It's not just a grand finals MVP, is it? It's MVP of the entire tournament from start to finish.
Ooh, I'd have to double check on that in terms of the MVP title, but yes, it's certainly going to be a pretty hot contest. I think that's safe to say. There are a lot of very close by contenders on that graphic. So these last 2 matches could change things, right? Obviously, there were a few entrants. So, for instance, Anno not playing today, so there's no chance that the default can move up. He's probably going to be dropped down by one or other team as time goes on. But we'll see how far that Kamikaze can extend his lead. because that was pretty impressive.
Trying to get a couple more. I would say like the position that he had, the position that his team had in general was perfect. And the fact that, Noisy Boys had an opportunity to hold on to that, considering they were the first team on that island, did not make a good decision positionally, but they still got the results that they needed today, which was make it to the next step. But the two teams I'm very upset with personally is Galatasaray, for abandoning, not even sending any person to scout Novo when you cross the bridge. You crossed the bridge at the very beginning of the game. You didn't hear any shots or anything like that. So sending someone to just have a quick scout would have been fantastic. That might have changed the whole game for them. But hopefully they learned that lesson going into the next stage if they manage to make it. Meanwhile, the top two, it's Kirkali and Kamikaze. 900 damage difference, but same +1 eliminations in favor of Kirkali.
I was looking at the survival time there. There was almost half an hour more game played for IWNRX, which is it's pretty nuts,
difference.
Right? Yeah. That's essentially an entire match. Yep. More time that Kirkali has had to earn those stats, which is in one way more impressive for Kamikaze, but in another
100%.
way less impressive because you're taking the hit on terms of like your team's average survival, which is a placement point thing. Doesn't show up on those individual stats, but maybe that's something to think about. Despite that, though, they're still in the top spot, so it's just efficient, really. They've had more break time, is what I'm hearing.
That's true. And from what I'm looking on that certain unnamed website that shall definitely not be named, I don't see a prize for the MVP. So I'm not sure there is one for the competition. Again, maybe we're just looking at like the information for like league stage and stuff like that. But for the finals, there should be one. I don't know. Don't take my word for it. We'll find out more.
We'll see where that MVP accolade is going to be given. I would imagine
it's actually yours.
Because
I give it to you, John.
Thank you very much. Well, I'll take that paycheck. But yeah, I would imagine it does include finals, right? There's that kind of makes sense to me. I think that would that makes sense, and knockout stages as well, because every team in the finals will have played the same number of matches on the same maps all the way through, which means it would seem to be very reasonable. Which means that they're playing 12, and there's 3 days of finals, right? So 18 which sums up to 42 matches played total over the course of it. So 42 matches, that relies on consistent and average performances being elevated in a big way.
Yeah, that's true. I was thinking about the math of like how many how many matches. So yeah, that's the matches that each team is going to be playing. But I guess number of matches throughout the entire competition
56.
50. Is it not 51?
40, 42, 54 actually it might be. Yeah, because it's 42.
Okay.
I just did the maths, so now I have to do it again. Oh, hang on a minute. 12 and 12 is 24 plus 16. Oh, 18, isn't it? There you go. That's the difference maker, which means it's 42. And then six more per phase, 12 more, 54. There you go. Yeah, it is 54 matches.
Okay. See, it's
definitely not an odd number. You said 51. It's definitely not an odd number.
But this is why
I am wrong. Wait, I am wrong. Oh, because it's 5 matches a day. Oh, this is...
No. Yeah, it is 5 matches a day. Yes.
Yeah, which means it is an odd number. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what? Yeah. There's so many matches to be played. It's so easy to lose count. It could happen to anyone. Let's not talk about it anymore, because that's frankly embarrassing.
See, again, this is a reminder why you don't do math on stream. But again, the reminder of what math you need to know. It's reading one number, 64. That's how many players are in a single lobby. And that's how many players are in the lobby right now, as we're almost beginning the final takeoff with 2 Miramars left to go. Well, one of the final takeoffs, at least. No double plane path. We're just back to the normal one. We didn't have the double plane path today on Rondo, did we?
No, I don't think so. No, but we are going to be heading to the desert next, so we'll see if they're able to deliver better. I believe that the lobby is kicking off. I'm seeing a loading bar. I'm seeing the game loading up. Well,
do you now? Okay, then I better put on my sunglasses. Are you ready, John?
Why would you do that?
Because it's Miramar. It's Miramar, and it's sunny.
Okay,
Like,
look, we can see the reflection of your setup in your glasses, man. I don't know.
listen,
I don't know
listen,
what you're doing. You're leaking map feed stats. What's
No!
going on? You're leaking our secret research. No, there's not. There's no.
Yeah, listen, imagine. Oh, that'd be crazy.
Can you imagine? That would be the crazy. That would be the
If
craziest
someone
thing.
gets
If
like
a player
the
like
thing
wore mirrored sunglasses and someone was like screen peeking off their glasses, that'd be nuts. I'd love
Oh
that
no,
so much.
I thought someone would like see the link or something reflecting from my sunglasses off the screen, and then they'd use that to get to the maps. I don't know.
I mean that requires some definition that I don't think either of our cameras are capable of right now.
Yeah, there's just no way. There's no way.
Yeah, no, it's totally fine. I wouldn't have brought it up if I thought anything was possible. Yeah, I'm seeing the player. I mean, we were in this stage of getting the game ready last time around for quite a while. So
I think it was just production teasing us. I mean, look, they said I looked handsome in my sunglasses. So, you know what? Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
yeah, production can be wrong sometimes.
Wow. 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 I don't think they're wrong about that one. I mean,
No.
Do you think they were wrong?
Of course not.
Chat, do you think they were wrong about that one?
I have no idea. Are you asking chat to call you handsome? That's so cringe. What are you doing? What's just happened there? Okay. You can't be doing that.
No, I was just asking if the production was right or wrong. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, yeah,
you know
okay.
what? Thank you.
Right.
The game's ready, so we're getting out of this conversation and into another one. And it's who's going to win our first Miramar of the final day of group stage. Here we go. And starting off from the southern side, a very straight plane path just north of Partona all the way to east of La Cabrera.
They are going to be split down the middle on Los Leones. Sorry, well, not on Los Leones. Sorry, on Miramar. A lot of it is Los Leones, but not all of it. And we are sending our players on out to the desert to see what they can find. And it is do or die time for the teams, especially in that red zone, right towards the bottom of the tables. I think XSLAY have done enough. They were up on 54 points after that last match, after earning a nice chunk of points 3 games in a row. I thought that their compound game, where they were really, really quiet, wasn't going to be good enough. I didn't expect them to be able to convert, but here I stand corrected. Their Erangels were a lot better. They've had a massive turn up today, and a day that competes with some of the best days we've seen of any team, let alone for a team towards the bottom of the tables. Keeping an eye out for hot drops, not really seeing too much right now. Oh, maybe in Picardo. Is that a little bit of trouble? I see, because that is my least favorite hot drop in the game. It's really rubbish.
Yeah, and it looks like XSLAY and maybe THENOISYBOYS, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, it's not GS. GS are on south side of Los Leones. So yeah, I think it's XSLAY and the THENOISYBOYS quite possibly. Except no, the THENOISYBOYS are in Patrona, on the southernmost side. I'm trying to figure out who that color is, who that player is, which team is it? Doesn't look like they're fighting at the moment.
Oh, they maybe haven't found each other. I mean, it does take a little bit of time sometimes to grab a weapon and get stuck in. Is it? Oh, it's Ozarox. Oh, hang on. Are they? Do you think this is targeted? Do you think this is targeted by XSLAY?
It cannot be targeted against XSLAY. It cannot be targeted against a team that's 9 spots ahead of you.
No, I mean, yeah. Well, maybe. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to cast my mind back to the previous Miramars, but we haven't seen both of these two teams in a Miramar yet. But they're beaten to the punch on first blood, as that is going to be given on over to Bra, as they are going to scrap it out with a little bit of Asgard on the sidelines. At the moment, though, Ozarox, again, needing a massive result to pick themselves up from the bottom of the tables. 29 points. They're looking to be almost 20 points behind. It's 18 points behind S2G right now, and that is really not a good place to be. S2G on the bubble with 47. There is SHOCKWAVE ahead of them on 49, remember, in 19th place. They are not shown on this table because they're not in this match, but they are still there, and they are still in danger of being eliminated.
That they are. And we can see maybe what happened between ASG and Bruh. Seeing Storm close to Akron and Real at the moment. Not sure how aware they are of having one of their opponents this close. Storm might just wait for the right moment to get a quick knock and finish. And then maybe a dippity dip from Power Grid. Now, the one thing I have to ask about when it comes to what's going on in Picaro is between XSLAY and Ozarox, this should be a quick knock and quick finish, which it is. And Storm instantly decides, yep, just reposition. Or maybe just get the heck out of there in the first place. There's no need to force a fight this early on. And Asgard, losing 2 members like that is not the best start for them.
No, it's not, but they are in 8th place with 76 points. They are very, very chill in terms of qualifying here. Nothing really to worry about for Bra. It's a little bit more nut, but at this stage, no, it's just not going to happen, right? 4 teams leapfrogging you. Well, more than 4, actually. It would take half the lobby leapfrogging you at this stage in 2 matches, which I don't think is actually possible, depending on... it's probably possible, but again, not going to happen. Acorn, yeah, pretty good on the corner, though, and... Sails wide with the SKS down the throat there. Storm has to employ his teammates to greater effect than he's been able to dish out. As the standoff in Picardo continues, I mean, no one really wants to pull the trigger on this, least of all Ozarox. And XSLAY seems to be just content with staying here.
And this is one thing I absolutely hate about hot drops. If you decide to drop a team, you can't... I mean, you have to make a move. You have to do something. You have to be proactive. You either loot and run, or you go and take the fight, because otherwise you're wasting time, you're wasting opportunity, and you're wasting so much information as well that you could gather by making a move. But now that I see that the elimination feed showed XSLAY getting a knock onto one of the players of Ozarox, the fight should end. Yo, same team, same team.
Oh, okay. Chill out, bro. We got a little bit of friendly fire. Nah, I think we'll be all right. Spray down on Delation, and this could be the start of something beautiful for Ozarox, and that is a big statement to make because it's a massive over-exaggeration of what they've been able to do here so far. That's 1 point, but every journey of 1,000 miles starts with Ozarox actually doing something in a game.
Look at that. They did something. They got an elimination, and they secured it. It did not get stolen. And XSLAY, I mean, after the, you said they started off with 16.
16 today, yeah. They've had a real big blow up.
So they've been averaging 8 or 9 points per game so far today only, which is absolutely phenomenal for a roster that struggled on that first day. We'll see if they can have a better performance when they make it to the next stage, because at this point it should be guaranteed. But a team that has no guarantees at all currently is Ozarox. After securing 1, they do have the numbers advantage. It is a 4v3. Level 3 armor on Rogo with that Uzi in close range. Should absolutely diddle anyone who pulls up. I like the fact that they're moving together. I like the fact that they're playing together and they're going to attack 1 player at a time. Maybe. It looks like Noir is able to provide some kind of backup. But for how long?
That is the question. A lot of health bars being chipped away at now. And obviously in these early game scenarios, meds are at a premium. It's really hard to find enough first aids to sustain a long-range fight. And at the moment, with these nades blasting on in, that's blue. That's 2 down for Ozarox in the flip side. And XSLAY looking to put them in the dirt here. Might be able to do a little bit more as well. Oh dear, for Ozarox, it's all coming crashing down. They had the numbers, but their health bars started to tell a different tale. And the nades were able to land cacophonous in the ears of Ozarox. And now with 2 players left, they need to try and find anything they can to maybe give themselves a chance in the final moments of this tournament. But with Leon falling, there's only 1 Lone Ranger left that stands. Oh, no, wait, hang on a minute. He's got a buddy over on the inside there. It is both Rogo and Bad Boy. Now, Rogo has soloed for a long time before. Is that third party? I think BOARS are here to play.
Are BOARS here to play?
Well, they're on the ridge line, and
yeah,
he took shots. It wasn't Ozarox.
They're very far off, but they're just letting people know it's like, hey, we're part of the conversation. If we want to be. No, is the conversation going to go in favor of XSLAY or in favor of Ozarox? 3v2. Ozarox had the play. They had the numbers. It was a 4v3, but now XSLAY cannot make a mistake, and Bad Boy was so close to being eliminated if they checked that corner, but they decided not to. Yekta completely quiet, trying to listen for any kind of movements from the side of Ozarox. As Rogo also tries to hold it. And I do have to give you a little bit of an update on IW and the Noisy Boys. Noisy Boys were crossing from Patrona, from the center bridge, I believe. IW gave them a little warm welcome and gave them 3 eliminations. It might actually be all. No, there's still Kine. Kine is left from IW NRX. But yeah, TNB got 3 eliminations. I just wanted to give you people a lovely update, considering that Ozarox and XSLAY has come to a bit of a halt. Not anymore. They found another one. So now it's down to the last player. This is for all the marbles. Because I don't know about you, but that last game, unless it's a chicken dinner with 15 plus eliminations, it's just simply not happening. But Rogo deciding to take matters into his own hands. 1v3. Knocks and finishes 1. Takes the fight one more time. With the second. Oh my god! That Uzi!
I mean, this point is really important. He's holding the corner. He knows where the threat's coming from. But just about able to shut that down. Might have been better to go for the flush, but ran out of ammo on the micro Uzi there. Maybe swap to the secondary weapon and go for it, but it would have been a point swing either way. 31 points going into the final match. That's got to feel galling. And there's third parties all around. XSLAY, though, with 4 elims, 58 points. They have done enough here. There is no way that there are going to be enough teams jumping up and over them to push them down into the elimination bracket. They have had a resurgence of a lifetime, and you absolutely love to see it. It's interesting. It's almost like they've taken Fenerbahce's first day, right? Where they got 63 points and then had a second day of 20. They kind of turned that on its head. They've really started to pick up the pace here. They've still got another game to play, but they are looking real toasty at this stage. I think they've put up 52 points, is that, so far today? Which is right up there. I think that's like the 3rd, 4th highest day we've had so far.
Yeah, I think highest we had was 64, then it was 63. I believe 63 was by Fenerbahce on day 1, and then Regnum Carya day 2 yesterday. They managed to get 64 points in total throughout that second day, and they jumped to 87 for their scoreline. But I do have to say,
Yes.
loving the performance I'm seeing from XSLAY. I fully and completely doubted them coming into the second day due to a lacking performance in our first day for them. But loving the turnaround, loving the improvement. And I wish to see the same. Honestly, I know they're 20th, but from S2G. Consistently getting 6 and 7 points it's great for now. But I want to see something that's going to make me believe that, hey, S2G, they're here to play. They're here to stay. And they're here to make it to the grand finals and win the grand finals.
I mean, I remain unmoved by them. It's nothing. It's been very little special about their performances so far. I don't even know what their I don't know what their highest point game is on an individual game, but it feels like I haven't really seen them do much of anything at all in any real scenario, and it's disappointing. We'll see if they can evade the grasp of the lower rungs of the table, though. See what they can do. 21st place Galatasaray would love to catch up to S2G, push them down into that 21st place, take their place in it, but it looks like for KAOS Black, that's going to be a little bit harder. They've taken 1 full elim, a second full elim now that was a knock onto Rolex, and that is that's nasty stuff. That's real bad vibes from Jetgo getting the spray down.
Yeah, that it is. And to answer your question, I believe it was 3rd and 7 eliminations from what I could quickly find. That was the best result that we've seen from S2G. And then outside of that, it's just a lot of 6th, 7th, 8th, 0 points, 0 elims. That was yesterday. Today, though, it's a different story. It's a different result. And now we set our sights on to Galatasaray. They started off on the southern side of Los Leones, looting that area. And the zone didn't really apply a lot of pressure to them. It didn't put them in any situations where they were forced to fight, forced to gather any points or anything like that. But now, you kind of have to. You don't have to put in the same amount of work. You don't have to... You're not under the same level of pressure that Ozarox is, because their game is done now. If you can get yourselves 10 points this game, that would be a dream. You would equalize then with SHOCKWAVE. And then your goal is Beşiktaş or S2G.
Yeah, it certainly would be quite something. To be able to jump on up. Beşiktaş, I mean, they're slowly dropping down the rungs as well here. I mean, we thought that they might have done it, but with 51 points, they're not out of the woods just yet. Oh, they do have SHOCKWAVE beneath them. That's fair. So they do still have a bit of a buffer zone. It would require 2 of our teams in the bottom bracket to jump up over, including S2G, which does make it a lot less likely, especially considering KAOS Black right now and their scenario. They should be fairly chill on 51, but we'll see where their bubble ends up landing. Only 2 matches to go. IWNRX going down here. I mean, they have done enough, but it'd be nice to see them at the top of the tables. Papara SuperMassive on the 101, teaching them a lesson on the scoreline. Circle shifts out to the west of the Labendita crater. I think this is probably one of the better scenarios for our circle to have fallen. Although that big crater on the south side, near where the Noisy Boys and where Bra are currently sat, it's kind of a devastating position to find yourself in. I feel like the Noisy Boys may have just signed their own death warrant with that rotate. Look at them moving into that. It's such an open position. It's so unlikely you're going to be allowed to leave. Everybody's going to know you're there. Everybody's going to be taking shots.
It's fine. It really isn't. It really, really is not. That position is horrible. But let's see if they make it out alive. And if the other squads will give them that opportunity. And for the longest time, as I was looking at that previous zone, when we had the previous graphic, I was wondering, how in the world do Jetgo have like 8 players? It's only because like them and KB have a very similar color palette for their name tags. But no, it is KB just south of that ridge. And then Jetgo doing a 2-2 split. 13 squads still alive. 16 minutes into this game with 46 players. A lot of full teams. KB, KAOS Black, after losing 2, 36th and 23rd. Let's have a look at their position as well, just to give you guys a bit of a better idea as to what they could possibly do. For the side of KAOS Black, they may be in the center of the zone. They're going to have to do a lot of work, though. So will S2G, but S2G and Beşiktaş having a little bit of a fight between them at the moment. Rookie jumping in, not allowing for that nade to come out, but there is a little bit of a trade between S2G and Icy secures it. Beşiktaş bite the dust. Will be eliminated. 51 points, 18th place. No eliminations this game. No placement points this game. And S2G do not lose a single player. And I think that should be enough realistically for S2G.
I mean, you'd hope so, right? They're now above SHOCKWAVE now, right? Which means they are 19th place. If one team takes a spot, it's going to be SHOCKWAVE. If 2 teams, though, that's where it starts to get a little bit dicey. It would require both Galatasaray and KAOS Black, or, to be fair, in the final game, Ozarox could also jumping up and over both S2G or SHOCKWAVE and then further S2G. But if S2G get a big game here, if they get, say, like 8 points, it's pretty much done and dusted for them. They're going to be super happy because the most that could happen is that Galatasaray jump up and over them. Also, depending on what Beşiktaş do, but yeah, it seems like for now, they're going to be a little bit quiet. And I am a little bit more worried for Beşiktaş, but with SHOCKWAVE beneath them, I feel like I'm all the less so.
Is there a gentleman's agreement that I don't know about between these teams right now?
I have no idea what you know about.
Yeah. Seems very, very calm. Everyone's just taking a position and waiting. I love it. But the zone decides, okay, that's enough of that. It's time for a fight. Throws a wrench in the works. Shifts towards a little bit more central, I think. If not west. Maybe a little bit more west. So look at all these teams. ULF, I believe 4FS, SuperMassive, and maybe even BOARS have to make a move.
So they need to figure out what they are going for. Spray downs from S2G on the northeast side of this circle. Looking to try and push on through. I mean, they do have some paths in here, but playing on the buildings for now, playing a little bit slow. The exit from La Bendita Crater, right, it is really chock-a-block. That's on the east side of this current circle. It is really, really packed with teams, and ULF looking to try and profit off it. Papara SuperMassive, they try and go for the roll-up, and Scarface, he leans out, and he handles business. Of course he does. No doubt in my mind. Solus takes a second as well. And Kamikaze wants to try and change the tune, but isn't so lucky as Ketch gets the best of him. ULF handily taking on the lobby leaders right now. And they will be pretty chuffed to bits with that one, I'm sure. A nice hold, although to be fair, Papara SuperMassive really didn't have too many opportunities. A big spray down coming through to close down the lobby lead for our second to last Miramar.
Yeah, and BOARS will definitely be another team that's happy with that result, because that means there's an opportunity for them to catch up and take that first place away from SuperMassive. But that's going to require a chicken dinner and then some. As the Soz closes in, they will be forced to move. They might have a fight with ULF, a little bit north of them. But there seems to be another team jumping into that fight. Oscar and Jetgo will also be taking each other to the ring. First knock already onto Symphony. So you gotta buy some time. Throw a couple of nades. See if you can get that revive before there's a push from Oscar. If another one gets knocked, that's gonna be very, very problematic for the Jetgo lineup.
Definitely could be. Nades being sent on in for Oscar on the forefront. Pluto trying to hit him with that planetary bombardment, or ex-planetary bombardment, depending on who you listen to.
Yeah.
He's making headway. Symphony down, but that should be rezzed up fairly soon. A lot of damage to Merciless, but he is going to stay alive rather crucially. In the meantime, S2G farming elims, by the way. 4 now, and they're up to 51. Good jump Beşiktaş over towards the bottom side of these tables. As Oscar continue their approach, does check his corner, and Hardman is able to take him down with the suppressed S12K. One of my favorite sounding weapons in the game. Big fan of that one. As we hop over again to S2G. Adding to their tallies. They're looking happy. Oh, Jetgo. There's a third party from Bra coming on in. Making life a lot harder, but in the chaos, freedom reigns here with the DBS jumping out wide, spraying down through the corridors as well. And Oscar have the legs swept out from underneath them. The battle in 16th and 17th rages on.
Unexpected from the side of Jetgo, I want to say, but that nade not going to put Pluto or Poli back on that ground. Pluto prepares to strike back with a nade of his own. Will he be able to find the target on one of the Jetgo players and finally finish this fight and move on before S2G decide to sweep the northern side and then move on from there? Smokes slow down the fight. Nades trying to speed it up. Freedom deciding, you know what, I'm sick and tired of this nade war. I'm gonna get in, and finally he does, alongside his compadre, but not able to. Celion not there, and Poli will respond. It is going to be Oscar who continue. Now we switch over and head back one more time. One of my favorite teams to watch at the moment, and it is S2G. They're climbing through the bottom of the ranks. Oh, no, S2G, no.
I mean, they sent their scout down towards the south, right? They need somewhere to go now because the blue zone's putting pressure on you, and you've got to move forwards. The terrain not as favorable as maybe they would have liked here for them, and they do have, you can see, a massive downhill disadvantage against these teams up the top. It is a difficult area to move around when there are teams who will just be looking down upon you from that angle. That hill is very, very ominous to be dealing with. So we'll see what S2G can pull out the bag here, because they definitely want more than 4 points on this game, right? To feel a little bit safer. For Galatasaray, they're on the south side. They're kind of cut out as well, which does severely limit their point scoring ability. But KAOS Black, they have the potential to get a decent chunk of placements in this, depending on how many teams take each other out. XSLAY do fall, finally.
That they do, and a couple of members from Galatasaray start to fall as well, but the focus is going to be the fight between 4FS and BOARS. From PMCO Eastern Europe, now to PMSL, and BOARS will not go down this time. And They eliminate the team that stole that first place away from them in PMCO. But this is a much tougher competition with tougher opponents, and S2G is definitely one of them. May have taken them some time to turn on this game and this tournament, but they are here now, and that's what matters. Icy steps up, only to fall down to EXO and his M4. So it's gonna be Kelsey and Hamsi G up against Havlik, EXO, and Kvik, since SnowX is knocked down, but the revive opportunity might be there. Looks like S2G thinking we might dip. Actually, no, Hamsi G gets another knock on to EXO, so do you take this 2v2 then? Or do you head on over to the zone, since ULF and Scarface are here to third party this fight?
Nade over the top from Scarface over towards Hamsi, but it just sails wide. Kelsey also now bolstering this position. S2G have been trying to move around the edges of this fight now for a while, and they need to pick a time to go on into the middle. Up this hill, they have SnowX to deal with as well from the BOARS, who's a brilliant outpost for them, but Galatasaray are finally riding strong over towards the top there. A nade up from Icy gives them time to pop that stim and see if they can move just that little bit closer. KAOS Black through this all having a, well, not a great time, but certainly a better time than some, just hunkering down in the middle. And again, it's every point that matters towards the bottom of these tables. For now, they are really chasing down teams in 20th place. 49 points is their boundary, with that being where SHOCKWAVE are sat on the tables in 20th place. If they can surpass 49, then they'll be in 20th, unless the teams around them also push up higher than that.
Pushing up higher and higher on the leaderboard is the goal for KB and Galatasaray. And then reaching top 7 here is fantastic. But Galatasaray, you've been here for a while. Haven't really garnered anything. Haven't really gathered any eliminations. You can't simply just rely on the placement points in this situation. You're 10 points away from SHOCKWAVE, who isn't even playing. And then a total of 12 from Beşiktaş. So that is going to be the goal for Galatasaray and for KB. But obviously, GS will have a higher chance being a full squad. Scarface sees a couple of nades coming towards him from the S2G lineup. They may have lost their IGL, but the rest of the squad is still alive and well. And I have to say, KB, again, being smack dab in the middle, but very, very quiet. It's absolutely quiet as Sports use that high ground. Takedown 2 from S2G. Get the revenge that they wanted for that fight, but okay, all of a sudden, Galatasaray say, we want a piece of the pie.
They're going to try and snaffle some of that away, but no points added to their tally just yet. S2G are out, though, and that is big news for the tables. With the 4 points that they're able to earn, I think they managed to get a placement or 2. They are now in 18th place, with Beşiktaş just behind them by 1. Oscar going down, and Galatasaray and KAOS Black both now into the final 5 teams alive, with very, very few impacts on this game. Galatasaray with the bigger test of the moment, though, needing to find these points and blast through the BOARS, who have been on a tear this game with 9 elims. Bra as well being that other stanchion that is holding them back from the scenario. But Bra's attention now drawn down to the north side as there is a knock that they need to deal with. KAOS Black could just bide their time, but how much value do they get from this spot?
What can they do from this spot? The question that we ask, and I point towards KB. Tukunma, you've been very, very quiet, but I demand points. I demand a fight, and ooh, okay, EXO. It's a lovely little jump shot and lovely eliminations as well for this lineup. They've been fighting with Galatasaray, but the fight hasn't really gotten anywhere. BOARS have been able to hold any kind of push from GS. Ezel, the side of Bra with the third party potential here.
Across open ground here. This is very dangerous, and he will get punished for it. That's good news for Galatasaray, but the rest of the BOARS are right around the corner, and there is still a knock that they can capitalize on. This 2 that are down now for Galatasaray. It is do or die for them to push out at the bottom, and it is going to be a sell from Bra to chime in with the third party. They get that res up in the north. They move 3 players back down towards the south, and there is a meat grinder sent the way of Galatasaray, and they will fall in the face of it. There is no weathering that storm. There was just too much pressure. They do get deep into this game, but they get very low elim count. And now how far can KAOS Black go?
I'm not sure how far they can go if it is being a 4v4 v2 at the moment, and with them being very, very quiet and not seeing them win that many gunfights, makes me think they might just go down without a fight between BOARS and Bruh. But we'll see if they can change things up here, as they haven't been seen, they haven't been heard for a while. But I think this game might be the game that BOARS take and then take that lead. Or it could be a world where KAOS Black win this game with just a few eliminations, and that would be enough to tie them up with Beşiktaş. Can they do just that? Maybe not. Swash spotted out. So is that last member from KB. So now, with the Kunma dead, it is 4v4. BOARS versus Bruh. 12 eliminations versus 14. One team looking to get 18 at the end of today. Is it going to be possible? Will we see another record being set by this lineup, topping their own one from this competition so far? That first knock is going to be pivotal. Snowix just needs to slow it down a little bit as Kisyu peeks and slows him down. Demands.
Around on the foothills there, spray down from Quick. That's a really big pickup actually onto Quantum on the high ground position. Kisyu though, the major difficulty here. On the low ground you can see he's opening the cannons. 2 knocks bound as well, as there is an answer. A volley of fire returned back the way of the BOARS now as Bra look to try and turn the tables on this one. Azel up on the top now, takes up that high ground position, but Kisyu continues to dominate from down below, and it's Bra who are able to sweep the BOARS aside, and they'll be chowing down on chicken dinner tonight.
That they will be. BOARS Esports, they were fighting for what? Just, again, better placements and a chicken dinner with that many eliminations at the end. And the fact that it was at the hands of the BOARS as well. Sending a message to them, they will not go down without a fight. They will not go gently into that good night. And they will get the chicken dinner for themselves. But a team that did go without a fight, with a whimper and their tail between their legs, was once again, I want to say, Galatasaray and KB, KAOS Black. Galatasaray was in prime position to third party when the fight between S2G and BOARS was at its peak, with a couple of knocks on either side. Might have had an opportunity, but Bra was there for the fourth party. And my God, I still cannot believe that KAOS Black were able to survive that far into the game and secure top 3. Only 1 elimination though. So what, 6 points after all that? You need 16. You need 26 points if you're KAOS Black. 6 is not even close to being enough.
Yeah, that's not going to do it, unfortunately. But it is good news for teams like S2G, who were able to get a couple of points on board. For Beşiktaş, not so much, but now there are teams ahead of SHOCKWAVE. It is going to be a little bit of a scramble in this final match, right? It is going to be very, very close, though. I think a lot closer than I was expecting. I mean, technically, even Ozarox can do it, right? They are 18 points behind SHOCKWAVE, and that is, that's a chicken dinner. If you get an 8 elim game, I don't know who would win the tiebreaker, actually, because SHOCKWAVE would also have a chicken dinner. I'd have to double check on that. As we take a look at our final blow, you can see, yeah, Kisyu from down below, that was really, really dominating flex out. You can see he gets the MVP title for it. 7 elims, 974 damage. That is a solid record.
Definitely a fantastic performance from him and from his team. Great to see them be able to perform and get themselves that chicken dinner. Of course, the conversation will once again revolve around what's going on at the bottom of the leaderboard. I just instantly want to jump to the match ranking, see how many points each team got, and how close did BOARS get to taking that first place spot from IWNRX, and of course from Papara SuperMassive, who are currently leading. Because I think IW were wiped out by the THENOISYBOYS, no points. Not, I think maybe 1 or 2, not even. And then of course you had Papara SuperMassive, who didn't manage to secure that many, if anything, as well. And then there's BOARS with 14 in second, so that's 20 points. So they should be getting very, very close, if not already take the lead. But 1 game stands between us and who gets crowned the champion of this league stage. Well, I mean, listen, you get $4,000 for first place as well. So that's also the prize, and of course, continuing in the competition.
We'll see what they can get done. and try and keep their place overall. Bra obviously getting that chicken dinner. They're going to be very happy. They were already fairly secure, but now they're going to be up towards the top of the tables as well. A nice little distribution there for those final moments. I mean, it feels like, we've had some real comebacks coming on through. And maybe it's because we got rid of a couple of very strong teams from the lobby that these teams have been able to sort of find that resurgence, right? And it does very much change when you change out half the lobby. Funnily enough, it kind of changes the dynamic, right? That does tend to happen with a 50% replacement rate. So without teams like Regnum, Carya, like Falcons, Fenerbahçe on day one, but yeah, like without these teams having such an impact, it seems like we've been able to unleash a couple. And I feel like the two most impressive have been BOARS and Papara SuperMassive, right? That seems like what has happened. And then maybe not as impressive overall, but very, very impressive nonetheless is XSLAY, right?
100%.
Their bite back has been one for the books.
Yeah, and the thing is, I want to say what XSLAY has been able to do throughout this game is they didn't really think, hey, we just need one fantastic game. They showed us that they were consistently able to put up numbers over the first 4 games of the day. And even like that last one may have not been the best that we've seen from them today. But just in general, the consistency has been there. 6, 7, 8 points. Time and time again, every single map, which is exactly what you need to do at this stage of the competition. Rondo. Quick from Jetgo, eliminated. That is the high ground. The boys were able to control it. And in the final moments of the game, was hoping that they might have gone for the revive and then maybe gone for the quick no time. They were getting pushed by Bra. And Bra just gave them no room to breathe. And here we go. 26 points. Again, we've seen that. This is what, the 4th one? We've seen 4 26-point games. Today's been insane.
Yeah, it's been a real hell for leather day, and the final day of league stages has been delivering. If what you're after is a bit of a bloodthirsty satiation of your want, your desire for players to get eliminated left and right. But 15 eliminations in second place as well for the BOARS, which is kind of crazy, which is why you see such a dramatic drop-off on these tables, right? You've got 26, 21, and then 8. And it's like, oh, okay, still good for ULF, but yeah, could be better. 6 points for KAOS Black, 5 points for S2G, who continue their slow, drudging plod. And Galatasaray with 4 has been... looking to try and eke their noses past the post and see what they can do. 4 points for XSLAY to keep things ticking over as well is good news, but only 2 for Ozarox.
Only the 2 points for Ozarox. And then we go down to Beşiktaş. Yes, I know they're on the 50-51 point mark, but after Galatasaray got some points, well, we'll get a better idea since we have the overall ranking now. And we can see BOARS take the lead over Papara SuperMassive with a difference of 3. It's not the biggest lead, but we will know who leads at the end of the next and final game. Is it going to be BOARS or Papara SuperMassive or IWNRX? We move on to the second page. XSLAY in 16th with 58 points. Oscar for FS, Team Falcons, THENOISYBOYS, ULF, Carya, Asgard. Every single one of these teams should be perfect and good to go. But the last page is the one that matters.
It's 58 points there on that 16th place, which is the number that we'll be paying attention to. Obviously, I'm pretty sure it feels fairly certain that is going to be totally fine for 58 points, but I'm looking at that drop off down to 54 there for Jetgo. But you could see how close it is now. It is getting pretty nerve-wracking for teams actually all over this page. 58 may just be a little bit too far out of the way, but on 42, KAOS Black definitely could be jumping up here. Over SHOCKWAVE, maybe. Over Galatasaray, maybe. Over Beşiktaş, we'll have to wait and see what happens at the start of the game. It is definitely going to be an interesting one, I think it's safe to say.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, one game stands between us and teams that continue their journey and teams that will be eliminated from the competition. One more opportunity to prove yourselves, and it's exceptionally close towards the bottom, barring I want to say a once-in-a-lifetime performance from Ozarox. They're not going to make it through. It's just, at this point, I think it would be impossible. And for all the other teams, it's whatever you can bring plus X, where X is the amount of points that teams that are currently in 20th, 19th, 18th can bring as well. You have to get that amount of points in order to top them. I like to use that every single time because it just works. We can use formulas here.
For sure, absolutely. We'll make it work. We are waiting to get our final lobby loaded in. I see the players slowly filtering their way on through. But with one more go around, I mean, it is now do or die time. And I think that what I don't want to see is another hot drop from Ozarox and XSLAY in the middle of the map. I feel like that's only going to benefit XSLAY. It has absolutely no value for Ozarox to keep doing that. It's not like it's one of those things where it's like technically in the long run, when you're talking about longer tournament formats, you want to make it known that you're going to commit to your drop spot and that you're not really going to back off it in general. So I kind of get it, and even if Ozarox do qualify, even if they did play really passively, it's not unlikely that they would be brought back and be eliminated in the knockout stage, right? If they're not really going to be up to snuff. So maybe they're thinking about next season, right? But I don't know. It feels like just go somewhere else. Just find a different place to drop. Depending on the playing path. Top 4 gunslingers, though, and right at the top, of course, it's still Kamikaze. And the fact that Default is still so close by is very, very impressive stuff. Scarface with that last game really did put a dent in the difference, though, from Ulf. He is able to get up to 4,872 damage.
And then you have like 4,284. Maybe if they managed to get that win, he would have been a little bit closer to that number 3 spot. But with one more game, early elimination onto Papara and onto Ulf could secure you not just first place, but also that gunslinger number 1 spot. Now, the question that is on a lot of players' minds is, what is the threshold going to be? Well, we'll find out very, very soon with the wrap-up of this last game. But yes, Ozarox, going back to that hot drop situation, don't do it. Do not. Because even if you do, you lose a single player, the rest of the game is kind of chalked. You have to have a perfect game. You need to have a full roster, making it towards the final moments of the game, taking down every single elimination that you can secure without losing a lot, whether it's utility, it's just impossible. So we'll see what they do, and we'll leave it to them, because there's not much else that we can say to to break down what are the possibilities for that roster specifically. But I will be focusing still on S2G and Beşiktaş specifically, because they haven't gotten points last game, and it's quite possible that they could be gone.
Yeah, it is still a little bit of volatility towards the bottom, where we thought people might be safe over that 50-point barrier. Obviously, with the Rondo effect, as I'll call it on the tables, it has slightly inflated the bubble at the bottom, which means it could be pushing up as high as 51s, 52s, which is bad news for Shockwave, bad news for Beşiktaş as well. But it all really it completely just depends on what Galatasaray and KAOS Black do in this final game, to an extent, Ozarox. But yeah. No, those are the two teams that really have the onus put on them to actually perform here and now, unless they want to go home. So we'll see what they adjust.
I mean, they're playing from home.
Mm.
They're already home.
Yeah, sure.
That's very true.
Okay.
I'd hope they are. I think they are. Yeah, because then we're gonna. But I mean, look, it's fine. They might be playing home now. They're all comfy and cozy in their houses. But when it comes to the live finals, no. They're gonna be feeling the bright lights. They're gonna be hearing the sounds of the fans screaming their names, their team's names, their opponents' names. All of that's going to play a little bit on their feelings, on their emotions, as they're standing there in front of thousands of people watching, and God knows how many are watching them live at home as well. That's something that these players, maybe some of them, still haven't experienced. And it does take a little getting used to, I have to say. Because, I mean, you just walk onto a stage and you see so many people chanting, let's say, your name or someone else's name. What are you going to think? Is that going to apply pressure to you, or is that going to motivate you? I want to see those, what are the personalities that we're going to be introduced to when we do see our grand finalists?
Yeah, I mean, that is... It is certainly something that we will be looking out for, and it's lovely always to see newer entrants as well. I think one of my favorite things that I saw over the first half of this season was obviously like Emre just being like a looking like a statue. The guy is built like a train.
Yes.
And he's the biggest. He's got big muscles. That guy, and he walks out and he just pops these poses, and I'm like,
I think I remember seeing it every single time. He's just going on flexing, shows what he's got. I'm like, okay, I see you. We had a couple of those as well at PMGO. If I'm not mistaken, in PMGO, who was it? Trying to remember. I think it was one of the guys from Upgrade, if I'm not mistaken. I think one of the players from Upgrade was also just like an absolute monster. He was a beast. And it goes to show you can be a pro player and you can stay healthy.
Hey, that's good. Although technically it doesn't necessarily mean they're healthy, but it's quite likely.
Listen,
it's
I mean, yeah, true. Yeah.
No matter what, it's impressive. So there you go.
When are you gonna get some muscles, John? Huh? When are you gonna start working out?
Look.
You got the metabolism. You already have.
Don't do that to me.
You already
what are you
have
talking
the
about?
cheat code.
I can't build muscle. Well, first of all, I don't really want to. Like, that ain't me, Chief. Yeah, no, I'm happy to stay skinny. You know, that feels
nice.
like who I am. I mean, I've got to ride this train as long as I got it, right? I don't want to be putting on weight on purpose. Before I have to. Maybe when I start to lose my metabolism, maybe that's my my new story arc. Maybe that'll be what I've got.
Well, you know what? I hope that healthy and fast metabolism sticks with you for as long as possible. It is. I want to say like it's a blessing, but sometimes it can be a curse. So some people can see the positives and negatives of it. But right now, I want to see the positive of having a full lobby, which means starting our game. But we are missing one player. I'm gonna give them like 60 seconds, and then I will out them.
Okay.
Except I will actually not. I'm waiting to see who's the last person to join.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I don't think I can out them. That's very mean. I don't want to do that.
Yeah. No. Well, it's I'm gonna stop you. You can if you want. Yeah. We're just making it. Getting everyone in. We are 63 out of 100. It is right down on the wire there, and we'll. Yeah.
This is how we started the competition. And this is how we're going to end it, John. We started with a lobby of 63 people.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's, yeah. That'd be fun. Well. Oh. Wait, did you mime something? Or did y'all lose signal? What's going on?
I just said it was not. But you know what?
Oh, yeah. I agree. 100%.
Yeah, it's fine. But it's okay because the end is almost here. The end is almost upon us for the first stage out of the 3 for now. And you know what? I'm excited. I think PMSL EU is one of the last PMSLs to be running as well. So once we're done with this, teams just instantly, okay, it's time to prepare for PMGC.
Yeah, it's what teams are going to be focusing on as well for research, right? Like during the season, sometimes coaches can be a bit distracted. I mean, they generally will be watching back all this footage as well later. But the fact that everyone's watching it right now, potentially, hi guys, maybe not in English. I'm not sure if do we have any other? I'm not sure. But yeah, it's it could be a little bit nerve-wracking. I think it's safe to say for these teams. Although that's probably the furthest thing from their mind, especially right now. It should be fairly relaxed for the teams at the top. They're just sort of trying to figure out what they want to do in the knockout stages, but it is very intense for teams down towards the bottom right now. It's not a friendly time to be involved with it.
Yeah, it really is not. But right now, it seems all our players are involved in this lobby, and hopefully it should be starting very, very soon. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you one last time. And before I do, first of all, I want to thank you for joining us on this journey, whether it has been, the past couple of days, but don't worry, we still have quite a bit more to go over the next few days as well. And at this moment, since it is the last game of the stage, let your teams know that you are there to support them. Spam that chat with a hashtag BJK for Beşiktaş or S2G for surprise S2G, and for all the other teams that we have competing here at the competition, let them know that you are there to support them, and we'll see who performs the best, because the lobby seems to have gotten started and we should be jumping in any second now. So it's time to do exactly that before we prepare and jump into the fray one last time for the group stage for PMSL EU Fall Split 2025.
Yeah, it's very exciting stuff coming on in. We have got so much more to play of this Miramar. Of course, and stretching on into the rest of this tournament, but we have to decide who's going to get there for the first place, and our teams have one more opportunity, as I keep hopping on about, to jump on in and get things done, get the work complete, right? That is what it's all about. So, yeah, we'll have to see just what is going on. Moving into this game, I can see the lobby starting, and at this point, that's what I'm waiting on. I'm just waiting on this thing to get going. I'm so ready for it.
You can tell, ladies and gentlemen, we're very patient people.
Yeah, 100%. I'm not like vibrating.
No,
trying to get ready for this game.
My leg's not shaking right now whatsoever. No.
Yeah, well, gotta find a way to stay calm, cool, calm, collected, especially for our teams. That is going to be very, very important. Who do you think is going to win this last one? Who's on form? I'm feeling another Papara SuperMassive blast away.
Nah.
Or do you think it's going to be like an Ozarox crazy turnaround and we're going to have like Regnum Carya eliminated somehow?
Nah, I think it's BOARS.
Okay, I
think it's BOARS because they ended their first day and with a chicken dinner. I think they're going to end their second day with a chicken dinner as well.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. That's they have been playing very, very well today, and in general been fragging kind of out their minds throughout most of the day, competing for those top spots. So yeah, we've only just got to go and see what they're going to be able to deliver on, which will be very.
What about you though?
Sure.
Who do you think is going to win?
For me, I think that who do I think is going to win? I mean, obviously, this is the prediction game that sort of has not so much bearing on what we're going to be expecting, but I kind of want to see like an outside chance chicken dinner coming through, and I feel like that sits with 4FS, who have sort of. Just
I was literally going to say, how about 4FS?
Yeah, like they're this team who's sort of been sitting fairly unnoticed, coming in from PMSL Eastern Europe. Obviously, they've had good games, but they haven't really like shone. And I would like to close down the league stages seeing a little bit more power moving forwards to raise them in my estimations, right? When I'm talking about going into knockout, potentially also going over towards finals. Because as it stands, they probably would be one of the teams going towards finals. So, yeah, I'll be interested to see what they can bring to the table.
You think 4FS are a finals-worthy team?
I mean, as it stands, yeah. They're doing better than S2G, so I'd rather see S2G go home.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, true. I mean, they can still watch the competition. They won't have to travel far. Just maybe
that is true. They can come and visit.
Yeah,
they can come and visit us. They can watch. They can watch Silas play for Regnum Carya. That'd be great. Oh yeah.
Oh my God! Yeah, no, I think they're going to be as far away as possible from the venue if they don't make it there. But I think they will. They're gonna fix everything up the next stage. And I heard those 3 magical words. Game is ready. So, final game. Number 18 onto Miramar for the league stage. Day number 3, final one. PMSL Europe, and we have a very southern plane map, extremely southern plane map. North of Mauricio, just under Adriera. That means, I don't know, there's going to be a lot of places that we haven't seen a lot of places go to Entrada, Adriera. Let's see if there's going to be any odd drops due to this kind of plane map. Of course, where that first zone is going to be. Is it going to be forgiving? Or is it going to be
it's only time that will tell us that south plane path there. We'll see if we get another Picardo hot drop as well. I hope that we don't, but it looks like we might be on the cards for one as XSLAY and I believe Ozarox also heading out that way. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Ozarox go for the split drop around Picardo. We have seen that before on teams that like to hot drop, or well, don't like to hot drop. Eventually, they do split and grab vehicles around Picardo and try and go that way. But S2G are right next to them, as are Asgard, which is going to make that a lot harder. So they may have just been forced on in here. An east side circle, and we're going over to the La Bendita area again.
To La Bendita we go. It's not as south as it was in their previous games, but hey, we will take this one. Let's do a little scouting ourselves on the squads that are already in the zone, and if there's going to be any hot drops. So far, I don't see any. And I'm trying to find out where the likes of Ozarox have gone.
I mean, they're right here, right? With XSLAY.
Again.
In Picardo. Yeah, they're kind of locking this one down. And we'll see what they can do, but I'm not expecting great things. They might be able to win the fight. We'll see. We'll see.
I think.
How long do you think? How long did you give it?
What, this fight?
Yeah.
6:45.
Who are you
as
giving
in
it
minute,
to?
as in minute 6:45, I will give it to XSLAY, and they're gonna lose 2 members.
Okay. Okay. That's interesting.
Maybe less time though. Maybe less time.
I mean, like with Nior as overexposed as he is, then maybe you're right. But seems to read the nade quite nicely. The rest of his team backing him up, but the rooftops are going to start to put pressure down as well. Nades are few and far between. Meds are few and far between. It's going to be very, very difficult to keep yourself healthy. Ooh, pops a shot through. Tries to slither the shell through the crack, but it's not going to happen. Has to bunker down with his team so close there. Oh, there's an explosive arrow.
Yeah,
coming
was
in
that a
for Leon.
Misfire from Leon or someone else with a bow?
I think it might have been. I mean, Nior now has got a little bit lower HP. 4 arrows left. Rogo spotted. An angle. What's he going to be? Oh, Leon got the bow. He got the explosive bow onto Nior. That was around the corner there. We missed it, but he was able to get the knock with that explosive bow, and now he can move forwards. So potential for Ozarox to keep this one going.
Yeah. And they managed to secure it. Rogo not letting that elim go away. Goes to Leon from Ozarox. Perfect. That's 1 point. 19 to go, boys. Plus X, where X is Beşiktaş's points. That's kind of what you're looking at. Ooh, Lation needed to get that knock desperately for him and his squad. Meanwhile, GS, you see them on the elimination feed. One of them knocked down and eliminated by Bruh. So it looks like another team that's going to be guaranteed to not participate in the next stage. Let's see what Yekta can do here. Just dancing around, going left and right. Okay, Lation waiting for someone to peek him, waiting for someone to go through that door. Are you going to aim at the door, or are you going to flick to the left of it? That's what I'm waiting to see. Meanwhile, he's getting surrounded by multiple sides now. He sees there's 2 other players coming together. Rogo, a little bit further on. Lation, attention divided. He doesn't really know where to go. They're scouting him. Okay. I like it. Reposition, because it looked very, very deadly in that situation. And it was like, what, 3v1 on multiple angles. He decided to peek, not able to get the knock. And Blue follows up with a knock onto Yusuf. Okay, so they lost the second member there. So it's a 4v2 in favor of Ozarox. Why didn't you move like this in the last game?
Why don't you move this like this in any game, in fact?
Yes!
Previously, they are seemingly able to do quite well, and there's another as well with Leon on the high ground, and it's just up to Yekta now for XSLAY to keep this one going. It's not often that you see these hot drops of Picardo isolated to the stadium, but this time around it will, and this is Ozarox putting on a show that we haven't seen from them. XSLAY likely have done enough to stay alive in this tournament. They're up in 16th place. They'll be chuffed with today. That's not the most illustrious way to go out, but they've done the work that they needed to do. But Ozarox have to do so much more. But if you're going to do it, that's the way to start.
That is definitely the way to start. The fact that they got every single elimination without losing a single player, not having a single knock. There was no hesitation. And that's how you should have been playing from game 1. Day 1. This is what we should have seen, but it took them quite a bit of time to finally turn on. But they're sitting at 35. SHOCKWAVE at 49, so 14 points away from them. SHOCKWAVE are currently in 20th. We do not see that. But SHOCKWAVE are 20th. 23rd belongs to Farvoice, who are guaranteed out. So Ozarox and their chances, it's still there. But they will have to take it from SHOCKWAVE unless GS or KB take that away from them. Such a high-stakes game for these teams.
Absolutely. It is certainly not a good time to be losing your nerve here. Oscar facing off against 4FS. Looks like they're not going to be getting their chicken dinner this time around, as it is firmly in hand for Oscar. And there go 4FS up in smoke. in the hands of Oscar. Very happy to have those 4 elims on side, I'm sure, but we'll see what they can do. So that's 4FS's league stage done. They will be moving forward to the knockouts.
Moving on to the knockouts is what everyone here is looking for. Asgard Esports, they were one of the teams that were in danger. Well, I want to say they kind of just doubled their points. They were consistently around like the 5-6 points per game. That was more than enough to put them in the top half of this leaderboard. Almost. At 64. But I don't think that's going to change. Definitely not going to change. Pluto taken out. Now down to 3 players, if not 2 actually, for the side of Oscar. And bruh, dippity dip after losing Kiss You.
Yeah, he's just going to try and get out of there, right? It's not the best of situations. You don't want to be left high and dry like that, unfortunately. On the top floor, Azel just looking to try and peek it out. Galatasaray up on high, losing one early. So much more to do. 3 players alive for both of those teams. Yeah, exactly right. 3 players alive for both of those 2 teams. Just ahead of Ozarox. Shockwave just laboured breathing right now, hoping that one of these 2 teams, or both, well, preferably both of them, go down fairly soon. You don't want them to last too much longer. I feel like, though, on the west side of Impala, for KAOS Black, they do have a lot of room to play around here. They do have a solid position to survive deep into this game, and of course, they are only like 6 points behind now from Shockwave. So it's definitely possible that they make this one work.
They have got to make it work. And right now, ooh, Ozarox. A lot of bullets coming their way from Sefkan and Asgard. Still too far off, though. Not that dangerous. But, okay. We saw Ozarox start off well. They got 4 eliminations. They didn't lose a single player. What's the next step for this team? How do you go from here?
I mean, the difficulty with the Picardo hot drop in general is that you're very slow off the mark. That was a very fast conclusion to Picardo, so they do have the opportunity afforded to them more so than a lot of other times we see that situation unfold fully. So they did maybe have an opportunity, but everybody else has moved pretty quickly into this next zone, and they are going to struggle. I like that they're going for this wide sweep for Ozarox. I feel like coming in from the south side is potentially a pretty good read. It depends where they actually try and push themselves in, but they know that there is going to be a glut of teams moving into the south of that Labandita crater. Sailing through Los Leones, potentially? It seems like that what they might be doing. A little bit bold, but I don't necessarily hate it. It depends what holds are sitting around that. And I feel like Galatasaray might actually be able to slow them down on the approach from Los Leones out to the southwest side.
Yeah, but GS's confidence might be a little bit lowered after losing one member. And the same thing can be said for the side of KAOS Black. KAOS Black, I feel like, are a little bit more split. No, they're not. That again, the same color between them and Jetgo. Yeah, they are just west of Impala. And looking towards Ozarox, they decided to take a very southern rotation, going from the southern side of Los Leones to come into the circle from that side. No teams to stop them. So you're telling me you wait until the last game to play smart?
Yeah,
interesting.
I mean, what are you going to do, you know? It's real tough. It's real tough. It's yeah, something that obviously a lot of teams feel that little adrenaline spike towards the end. It does really inject a sense of urgency and focus, and it's something that they should have been doing all along, right? Which is kind of the unfortunate thing. It's like when you see someone perform, you're like, I'm happy, but I'm also incredibly disappointed because it's like this should have been how it was the whole time. Right.
Yep.
And,
exactly.
And you know, it's just unfortunate that you have to find yourself in these situations, and hopefully that's something that they can sort of take on board and move forwards towards in later tournaments, in future tournaments, because as it stands, I mean, teams like Ozarox, for instance, they're just not really going to be seen too likely in the rest of this one. I think the team that I do worry about is for XSLAY, right? Like they might have a little false positive on how they've been playing today.
Okay.
I mean, they did really step it up, to be fair. So I'm still being a little bit harsh, but I feel like it is teams like that that like, oh no, we only got 16 points today. Oh, we better actually do something. It's like you could have, if you can figure out a way to actually come into that first day with that same energy and focus, that is such an invaluable asset, and it's something that I think they potentially need to develop there.
I think what triggered in XSLAY's mentality might have been okay, so we spent all this time in our second game. We had fantastic positioning. We never used it. We barely got any limbs. Didn't get as many points as we thought we should have. Okay, let's do a little bit better next game. And then they improved bit by bit. And yeah, I know they lost 4-0 in a fight versus Ozarox at the beginning of this game. They didn't lose the fight last time, and the consistency was there. It wasn't like it was a one-off performance, and then they kind of dipped after getting a chicken dinner and ridiculous points. No, the consistency was there. It's just the confidence wasn't there throughout the entire time. I feel like that might have been what they were missing.
Well, yeah, I mean, confidence, sure. I think it's really difficult to get the read on mentality of teams just from watching their gameplay. Sometimes you can get little clues, but you really don't know what's going on inside the heads of these players unless it's coming unless you are inside their head, which seems like some of these IGLs are inside the heads of these other players, to be honest. So maybe we should ask the IGLs and see if we can get their read. BOARS playing on the foothills of the Labandita crater right now, looking to try and keep that first place title in tow. The second team to pass that 100-point barrier, but they are now in first place, of course, on 105 points. Papara SuperMassive have been on an ascendancy mission today as well. And IWNRX have been so close to 100 for a couple games now. Maybe it's their turn to take that top spot back into control.
Let's see if they manage to do that this time around. Last time in Miramar, they suffered at the hands of the Noisy Boys on the southern side, but this time around, it does not seem that the case is going to be happening again. It's not going to be replicated. Meanwhile, zone shifts to the south. Little bit of breathing room for the likes of Ozarox and even Galatasaray. I like it, but KAOS Black feeling the pressure on the eastern side. And the Noisy Boys. Meanwhile, S2G, they lost another member, and it's down to Calce being the... Is there a world where S2G does not make it? Is there a world where GS and KB...
I mean...
Let's say GS, KB, and Beşiktaş get enough points. I mean, Beşiktaş just needs 2. But is there a world where KB and GS get 9+ points and S2G doesn't even make it to KO stage?
Well, yeah, of course there is a possibility that happens, right? We'll have to see who's able to earn those points and when. If S2G can even earn a point or two, that will really, really help them to be getting on with. But with only the one player alive now, it is going to be tough. It's going to be a very, very difficult ask of them, especially given how he is positioned, the final member of S2G in the circle, outside of this next zone, rather crucially. So it might just be a mad dash to see if they can find some space. In the meantime, Beşiktaş, they seem to be doing a bit of work, and I feel like this might be enough to jump up over S2G, and that might be the first domino to fall, but we'll have to wait and see a little bit longer. The Noisy Boys have been giving it large over the course of the day, and there's that first Beşiktaş elimination. They're looking for more as well. Zeptimus looks for more, and they are adding to their tally as time goes on. 2 points now found, and that is going to be dropping down their opponents nice and low. They'll be happy with that. 1 player left now for the Noisy Boys, but in come Papara SuperMassive from the northern flank.
Yeah, and I was going to say, they only managed to get 2 eliminations out of the 4 on that roster. Did some of them go in favor?
I mean, there's still 1 player alive.
Yes, we'll get back to that later. Yeah. Okay, so we'll get back to that later as KB. Okay, another important fight here. Beşiktaş continue to sweep that eastern side KAOS Black losing out on 2 members. No opportunity for a revive. With other members stepping up. Beşiktaş SuperMassive with a third party here. Looking like it is going to be over for KB. Unless they manage to wipe everyone in this vicinity. I don't think that's the case though, because Beşiktaş now getting to feel the damage from the nades of SuperMassive. Boren down, Kamikaze down. Elimination feed giving us so much. The players getting so much as well.
The nades over there from Papara SuperMassive. I mean, that's classic behavior from them right there. Able to add up to the 3-point tally. 1 player from KAOS Black now survives. Just that little bit longer. An S2G fall. 19th place is locked in at 52. 20th place is locked in at 49. We have a clear target for our teams beneath the bubble. With KAOS Black going down to 1 player, they might be able to outlast this one quite significantly. And they need 6 points, remember, to jump up into 20th place. So for KAOS Black, they might be able to push on through. But can they get past S2G? That is the big question. And then you've got to remember as well, behind them is Galatasaray, who actually on the in the hills to the northeast of Los Leones have got a fairly decent position, and then Ozarox as well on the hills to the south side. The circle does go north though, and that does favor up on the north side. It takes it away a little bit from Galatasaray, so let's see what they can do, because it is really go time for them. If they want to keep themselves together, if they want to keep themselves in on this tournament, they're going to have to find a way to roll down this hill, and it may just be a mad dash in their near future.
Might just be that, but a team that is dashing to the center, it seems, or maybe to the southern side, is Asgard Esports. And I believe it is going to be Ozarox who pulls up on them, and maybe even GS. So a couple of the teams here that are in desperate need of points, mainly GS and Ozarox. Asgard is fine. Might be fighting for the final positions on the southern side. But if Ozarox can secure GS, I think they have a shot. If they can take down GS fully without losing a single member, get 3 more eliminations, jump up to 38, the potential is there, the opportunity is there, and if it happens, good lordy.
Yeah, it will be a pretty crazy turn of events, but we're sort of starting to get into some pretty wild conjecture at this point. It is a points game. I feel like SHOCKWAVE are probably the most nervous right now, because I think that at this point, it's quite likely that Galatasaray are able to get 6 points. The question is the tiebreaker, and obviously SHOCKWAVE have that chicken dinner. Hang on a minute. Beşiktaş going for a pounce over onto the position of the Noisy Boys, and that is what they were looking for earlier. They finally get that final elim. So they're up to 5, and that should be enough. They're over Jetgo. They're going to be very happy here. Beşiktaş just about squeaking away and being happy. Ozarox, ooh, they've been spotted, and it's Galatasaray. Okay, up the stairs. Leon is going to try and float on in. They know there's players inside, but Ona is going to give him the slip. He's jumping out and leading the rest of them over towards the rest of his roster. Molotovs are there, but it's not going to stop the doorway from being pushed on through, and the nade comes in. There's that second knock over towards Galatasaray, and Ozarox might be dragging everyone else down with them here. A nade in hand for Quacks. They can potentially get the res, but he dodges it just in time. Doesn't have time to cook that one properly. Steps out wide and wins the duel. Ozarox losing 1, losing 2, and Galatasaray are giving it all they've got to stay in this one. They do not want to go down quietly. Owner is Resipal. Ozarox have 1 player left standing, but he's on the rooftops and he's dancing around Freedom Spray.
He's trying as much as he can to survive, but at that point, survival is not enough. Eliminations will not be there. Blue will not be able to do it for Ozarox. And looks like Galatasaray as well. They lose out on a couple of members, but GS, they are 3 points away. But since they do not have a chicken dinner, they need 4 more points in total. 8th and 7th will get them that placement. So when it comes to heals, we'll get back to the maths later, as again the last player is going to be pushed from Galatasaray, and 1v1 between him and his opponent. It's going to be Oscar and KB. KB are out, and Ozarox are down as well. GS get the elimination. They're on to 47. Placements make it 48. They need 2 more points, and Quacks is in a 1v3 against the number 3 team.
Oh,
and
dear.
He is out. GS stop 1 point behind, and SHOCKWAVE celebrate in this moment as that 1 point, that chicken dinner, gives them what they need to qualify to the next stop. Ozarox are out, KB's out, Galatasaray, and so is Farvoice Gaming.
That is an unfortunate turn for Galatasaray. No chance they can push on through now. That also locks S2G in. A really good result for them is what they were hoping for. I mean, well, maybe not exactly in 19th place, but they were hoping to get through to the knockout stages, and hopefully they can find their feet now with SHOCKWAVE up in 20th place as well. This has been a gauntlet for them, which means the bubble sits 48 to 49, and that is going to be that. The rest of it, now, it's a battle for first place. Look at the teams that are all surviving. Sure, you've got Jetgo playing on in, and they might have an opportunity, but they're kind of out in the middle here. Bra as well, way out in the sticks on the tables, but with 3 players, and they're out in the compound in the center of this one, may have a good shout. I'm just interested in these 100-pointers right now, because they are clashing with Bra on the approach.
That they are, and Bra looks to have the advantage. BOARS are outside of the zone. I don't think they're going to be able to make it in. Kvik, the next to fall down. And looks like BOARS will stop at 109. And keep in mind, BOARS, SuperMassive, or Papara SuperMassive, IWNRX are all on 2 chicken dinners. So is BRA Esports. But I think at this point in time, it's a 3-horse race. It might just come down to 2 between IWNRX and SuperMassive. If IWNRX can actually get the chicken dinner, they might be able to take first place. But for BOARS, for that one single player standing for Snowix, I don't know what he can do, but he's currently sneaking up on the lineup of Jetgo. Except he gets taken out, and that should be BOARS done. I mean, oh, he's still alive. Where is that last player? Oh, he's in center zone. It's happening.
Yeah, he's chilling on the inside, and IWNRX may be falling by the wayside here. 2 players alive, but they do have a little bit of high ground to play around. I mean, Bra is so dominant in their position right now in their compound. They have sightlines down to the ridge that currently is being played behind by Papara SuperMassive. BOARS are fully out now. They lock in at 111, but Papara SuperMassive are still above them because they're going to get more placements that's going to put them over the top. And they're racking up some elims over towards IWNRX. They're already up to 110. We'll see how much further they can go. And Papara SuperMassive keep this one rolling. These open terrain areas, though, going to be very difficult for them to handle. They need to trim down the sidelines, which is why they're focusing IWNRX before they can make their move across. You still got ULF out in the open, who are going to be pretty difficult to handle, I think.
Yeah, that they are. Switching over to ULF and this full lineup now. We have a fight on 2 sides, one for the north, one for the south. Ezel gets knocked down by a catch. Great nade. But there's not going to be any potential for a push unless you can secure those eliminations with nades. You're going to have to stand your ground. Jetgo, straight outside the zone. Celian's the one that's in, but Symphony has to somehow make his way to him. But unfortunately, it's a little bit too close to the lineup of ULF. Meanwhile, IWNRX with the 2 members that are left standing, I don't think Papara SuperMassive are going to allow them to enter, and neither are BRA. Doesn't mean they're not going to try anyways, though. Kind did and failed. Swain will be the next to try. Might just be able to make it through.
For SuperMassive, looking to get the pickup here on these Elim points, but they've got one more hurdle to clear, and they'll be able to do it just there. And done and dusted. Papara SuperMassive almost certainly locking in their top spot, and maybe they're going to close this down with a chicken dinner. And a big one at that. They're up to 10 elims already. We'll see how many more they can find. Jetgo, they've survived. They've hung on. And they'll be seen again in the knockout stages. But it is really up to these 3 teams out in the open. Bra tried to transition away. They're still in these buildings. They still do have position in this circle into this next phase. And he's playing with a Winchester. All right. Okay. Pop off. I love it.
Continue to do exactly that. Get yourself that chicken dinner, Papara SuperMassive. Get yourself that first place in the group stage. As IWNRX are out, so it's all yours for the taking. Can you wrap it up with a nice, neat little bow and a chicken dinner? We'll see if they can do that. Lost. Oh no, 3rd one to go down. But there's an opportunity for revenge, Strunby! Oh, no! last bullet comes in, but he did manage to get the revive onto Kamikaze, so Kamikaze can revive unless the vehicles explode and take them all out.
Well, go on,
I mean,
with the
look, at the end
Winchester.
of the day... Hold on. Oh, come on. Whip it out. Show us what you can do with that Winchester Storm.
Oh, he's got the shot.
Come on.
Oh, no. Have another go. Come on. Crack off the shots with that lever action. Oh, might be
Please.
the res coming on
Just one
through. Nico, I
No, one
think is
elimination,
unresable
please.
here. I don't
Oh,
think they're
100%.
going to be able to get to him in time. Yeah, and Ulfa just going to confirm that. They're going to envelop the position. No, okay, no, Eric's just scouting. Nico does bleed out either way, which means Papara SuperMassive are down to 2 players. And Ulf are going to be able to keep this one rolling with 3. I mean, they have the zone. They got everything they really could ask for. I need to see this Winchester pop up in the feed. I don't think I've ever seen a Winchester in a final circle on Miramar. I imagine he ran out of ammo on whatever other weapon he was toting around. But yeah, there we go. Maybe it's just the only weapon he had with a scope. Not sure.
Might be. Oh, we'll see. It's a 3v2v2. Ulf, I feel like, have a lot more control over the zone. Players from Bra are just on the outskirts of it, so looks like they're going to be forced to take the fight. They try, they swing. Unfortunately, they miss, and Storm goes down quickly and quietly. And so will his duo in Quantum. Now it's going to be a 3v2 for the last match of the day, the last match of the group stage. Can Papara SuperMassive come out on top in a 2v3 scenario, get themselves a chicken dinner, cement themselves as the greatest team in the group stage? Might mean something, could mean nothing. The whole point is making it to the next stage. First or 20th, the only difference is the prize. Ooh, and the difference is quite massive. It is 4,000 for first place. Let's see if Papara can do it. 2v2 now. After getting the knock, Kamikaze still alive and well. And I mean, this bodes very, very well for the MVP performance as well. What?
Okay.
No, he just secured. No, he secured it. He secured the knock. He secured the knock. Calm down.
Yeah, I thought that was another knock coming on in. But with Kamikaze with an nade, that is a dangerous sight to be seen. Scarface, with his back to the blue, does need to move as well fairly soon. And Ketch now, being a little bit less flexible, is position known. Doesn't have sightlines onto Kamikaze, as it is going to give up the position across the way. Moving over, Ketch does have full bead on it, and there's the step-up spray down. Beautiful stuff from Ketch. Now just lost remains. They know where he's playing. They've seen him before. The blue zone at his back, and I think Ulf are going to be able to keep this one under control for just a moment longer. The nade up on high, putting more pressure until he folds. It is Ulf to close us down for our final match. 18 matches in. We have locked in our top 20 teams with Ulf on top this game with a chicken dinner.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Papara SuperMassive was not able to get that chicken dinner, but at the end of the day, what matters is getting that first place, getting themselves that $4,000 prize out of the $200,000 prize pool. And of course, congratulations to the 20 teams that have qualified. It has been quite an intense 3 days. It's been a quite difficult 3 days for some. Quite easy days for others, I have to say. There are some teams that have surpassed my expectations of what I thought they were going to show us in today's games. Some teams, specifically in City, when I think about it, that have not had any performance close to what we thought we'd see from them, more specifically S2G. But when we brought up some teams, for example, like Regnum Carya in day 1, they made up for it in day 2. Papara SuperMassive, the consistency was there in day 1, in their first day and in their second day. But teams like Galatasaray, teams like Ozarox, and I want to say Farvoice, you take the lesson that you learned from this competition and see if you can apply it in the next one. And at this point in time, you can just work on yourselves and prepare yourselves for the next split, prepare yourselves for the next competition. But for now, unfortunately, your time is up at PMSL EU.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. It is not going to be seen. I think we're still going to be going around with the tables in a moment so we can get a full breakdown of the teams who have made it. Papara SuperMassive today, I mean, they started the day on 36 points and they ended up close to 120. This is a monumental day coming in from Papara SuperMassive. almost certainly be the biggest day we've seen in this tournament, bar none. I don't think anyone else is going to be able to usurp it. It was BOARS who started on 53, so a lot closer. They may get second place, and it would have been a fantastic, record-breaking day had it not been for what Papara SuperMassive were able to do, even in those final moments. IWNRX also had a very strong, solid day, but sort of fell by the wayside a little bit later on. Not as powerful as they were at the start of this one. However, they're still up there in the tables. They still had a pretty good time, and I will be interested to see exactly where teams have fallen. I'm almost certain that Papara SuperMassive are in first place. I don't think there's any question.
They have to be. They have to, because when BOARS were eliminated, they had less. I want to say, like, BOARS had less eliminations. They definitely got less placement points as well. And yeah, Papara should have first regardless. They got second place in that last game along with 10 eliminations, because Kamikaze did secure that last one. But let's have a look at the MVP of that last game, I believe. I don't think it's the MVP of the day that we're looking at for now. Yeah, it's 1,000 damage, 6 eliminations, surviving all the way towards the end. And it is Ketch who got that nice little award at the end of the day. But who is the MVP for the entire day, and why is it Kamikaze?
I was going to say, it's got to be Kamikaze. There's literally no other choice. He's been absolutely on fire, and with the day that Papara SuperMassive had, absolutely, yeah. 6 elims, 1,013 damage. Yeah, of course he's at the top. But Kamikaze is still featuring on this match slate for 2 nade elims there. Able to rack that up, and done so very nicely, very gratefully. And he will be able to blast streets ahead, I think, of basically anybody else in this lobby. I think the BOARS may have had an option with Havlik, who was pretty high up, I think, on those overall damage tables for MVP. But yeah, I just don't think there's any way you're catching the Kamikaze at this point. Here are total team slates here. You can see that Ketch actually did quite a big load of lugging the rest of the team. Scarface there as well, pulling his fair share, I think it's safe to say. Yeah, they did all right in those final moments. They managed to nail it.
I mean, look, they managed to do it at the end, and I'm hoping to see if they can continue that and show us that performance time again. As basically now, for the 20 teams that have qualified, their points are now zeroed as we finish one stage and we prepare ourselves for the next stage of the competition. Of course, the knockout stage, like we mentioned, it is going to be 5 maps, so it's going to be less opportunities throughout the day. Well, technically, it's just less Rondo, because realistically speaking, 20 teams, 5 groups of 4, or 5 groups of 4, where one group skips out on 1 game per day. So that way, each team is still realistically going to be playing 12 games. Yes.
Yeah. That's 4 matches a day.
It's 5 games a day. Yeah.
100%. Can verify. That is very, very true.
Listen, verified by my human calculator here, so we're good.
Yeah, that's right. And we aren't going to be seeing Rondo in that map pool, of course, because it would mean that there would be a disproportionate number of Rondos being played by each of our teams, and with the recall system, you can get more points on Rondo than on other maps. It wouldn't be fair if you're a team that sits out a Rondo.
Unless you play 5 Rondos.
That is true.
That's the only way it's even.
The only way to make that work logistically is to have I mean, you could split them up over days, but wouldn't you rather just have 5 Rondo day?
No, yeah, that's what I mean. As in, like, just 3 days, 5 Rondos.
Oh, no. Like 1 5 Rondo day would fix everything, I think.
Ooh.
And then
yeah, you know what? I like that. I'm just saying. If you guys are listening at home, Tencent, this man's cooking.
Hey, Rondo Day, you know honestly, I feel like that'd be pretty good fun. I feel like that'd be pretty chill. I would enjoy that, and teams could very specifically prepare for Rondo. It would be interesting to say the least. I think. Imagine. I'd be happy to watch. I mean,
hold on. Then, if we were to split it up in that way, if we're talking about like, I definitely put Rondo. Erangel for all of day 1, Rondo for all of day 2, or Rondo for all of day 1, Erangel for all of day 2, and Miramar for all of day 3.
Now you want to checkerboard the Erangel and Miramars, right? So that everyone gets the same number. You do 3 Erangels one day, 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and you like alternate. and then you do the same on the last day, and everyone, but you swap round which one you think
Actually, yeah, true.
and you can do it that
All
way.
right.
That's what I want. That's what I want in the future.
We'll see it next year. You know what? We'll see it next year, John.
Oh, yeah,
I'll make sure of it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Here we go with the match rankings, though. 22 points for ULF at the top. Papara SuperMassive with 18. And the numbers just don't add up for teams towards the bottom. I'm looking at Ozarox. I am looking at KAOS Black, and I'm looking at Galatasaray, who were 2 points shy of that boundary. So close, but so far, SHOCKWAVE hold the line for just that moment longer. But they have to still play in those knockout stages. As we take a look at the overalls, 120 in first place.
That's it. 120 for Papara SuperMassive. Congratulations on qualifying in first place and earning $4,000 from that number one spot. BOARS in second with 111. IWNRX, once they reached that 100-point mark, it felt like they entered a winner chicken dinner food coma after that. But look, top three, that's what you want to see. Esports were able to squeeze in number 4, which is fantastic to see. Regnum Carya is stuck in 6th after ULF took over and went to that number 5 spot. Fenerbahçe, Anorthosis Famagusta as well in that number 8 spot. So is that 8 out of 7 teams all Turkish? Interesting. Ida in number 9 as well with 77. Asgard, Carya, the Noisy Boys. Congratulations to every single one of those teams. Falcons, Oscar, 4FS, and Jetgo Esports as well. 16 teams so far out of the 20 that have made it, and we got one more page to go. We'll say congratulations to 4, and unfortunately, commiserations to the other 4.
Yeah, the 4 that we're saying commiserations to will be very handily highlighted in bright red. That's right. You're going down in the red zone, and it's Galatasaray Esport, it's KAOS Black, it's Farvoice Gaming, and it's Ozarox Esports. I don't think I would change any of these guys out, to be honest. I feel like this is a fairly solid bottom block going into elimination here. The fact that S2G is on this back page is astonishing, right? 52 points. They are only, what is that, like 4 points ahead of the bubble at this stage? Like,
yes.
That is really, really shaky.
That's crazy.
That is really shaky for a team of S2G's history and caliber. And they desperately need some revitalization. Hopefully, they can take their day off and use it, because it is it's not good enough, really, to be moving forward into the knockout stage. They should, by rights, be getting to the finals. And by that, I mean, from the names that they've got on board, from the prestige that the organization has, it's not good enough.
It really, really is not. And that it's, again, 24 hours is all you're going to have. You have tonight to rest up a little bit, but tomorrow it's back to work you go. There's going to be a little bit of rehearsals that these players are going to be going through. So there's even less time for them to actually take care of these kinds of problems and to work on their strategies coming into the second stage, it being the knockout stage as well. No rondos though, which I have to say was one of S2G's struggle points in the competition so far. You said it, they haven't had a read on the map just yet. So the fact that it isn't going to be there when we go to the knockout stage, I'm very curious to see how that performance is going to differ between the two stages, and if they're going to improve drastically, and even if they're going to make it in the top 16 out of the 20 teams. But definitely one to watch. And for me, still, I want to say BOARS, I'm going to be on the lookout for them. I want to see if they make it into the finals, and then once again, if they can fight for top 3. They missed out last split by a few points, I believe, in the finals. Hoping to see them make it this time around. And again, just because I saw them in PMSL EU, or Eastern Europe rather, 4FS, previously known as Kodiak, I'm also going to be looking out for them as well. It's just some of the teams that I'm looking forward to seeing and hoping to have an improved performance from S2G specifically, because you guys got to bring more to the table.
Yeah, it's just not enough right now. But we did see plenty from some very interesting teams. I think the thing that we saw today obviously was Papara SuperMassive. I wonder if they're going to be able to maintain that. I wonder if they're going to be able to bring that energy back into the knockout stages. I mean, if they do, fantastic. I mean, I'd love to see that sort of performance being strung out across these remaining stages. But I have my doubts, to be honest. I think that they have shown some pretty solid gameplay, but it is it is the curse of having one of these big blast days, is that the follow-up can be a little bit lackluster. So yeah, for me, that will be interesting. I'm also interested in what IWNRX are going to be able to do, especially when you bring Regnum Carya back into the fold, and see how they're going to be able to function there.
Mm-hmm. And obviously, when it comes to the knockout stage, with one group being swapped out essentially every single game, that's just going to make the drops seem a lot more interesting, because you're going to have to keep your eyes peeled a lot more, seeing as how you're going to have different teams jumping in. Drop locations might change up a little bit. But one thing that apparently doesn't change is our MVP, Scarface, at the end from ULF, with the performance that they were able to put up in that final game. I think he was on 22 eliminations. He was one more than our leader in Kamikaze. So it looks like he got 5 from that last game. Decent bit of damage, incredible survival time as well, and 10 assists. This man is putting up incredible numbers for himself and for his team. And he will be the league stage MVP. Congratulations, Scarface. Hell of a performance, my guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was fully expected to be Kamikaze, but I mean, their first day definitely weighing them down there from Papara SuperMassive, unfortunately. But yeah, brilliant stuff from Scarface to be able to step up in that way. As you can see, here is the full list of teams, as we went over them earlier as well, that have qualified for the knockout stage. These 20 teams will be divided up into 5 groups of 4 teams each. They'll be playing 5 matches a day, and each match, one of these groups will be sitting out, which means 16 teams in the lobby as per usual, and everybody will take their turn sitting on the bench and getting ready to go back in. I'm ready for the return of the Falcons, of Regnum Carya as well, looking to come back into this one nice and strong, and hopefully Fenerbahçe as well can kind of live up to their first day on their performance.
Yeah, they did have the strongest performance out of the rest of the teams, 60, but I think it was still BOARS who had the best day possible with 64 points. No, never mind. It was actually Regnum Carya. Regnum Carya, yeah. Regnum had the best performing day. It was day 2 with them getting 64 points in total. Fenerbahçe had 63.
But I mean, Papara SuperMassive today was the biggest.
Oh, yeah, it should be.
They got upwards of 70 points.
Oh, 100%.
It's like,
100%.
It's pretty
You're
incredible that they've been able to do so much. And with only 1 chicken dinner as well, which shows that they have had consistency here. I think they've posted like a really, really high average. It's very, very incredible that they've been able to do that. But here's our summary, and we'll see what more they can do moving on forwards.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap. That is the end of the league stage. 24 teams started this journey, even though a lot more, and I mean like maybe hundreds, if not thousands of teams started this journey weeks ago, because like we showed you at the beginning of the show, there are multiple different ways that teams have been able to qualify, whether it was PMCO Eastern Europe or the direct invite from Azerbaijan or PMNC Turkey or PUBG Mobile European Series as well. So many different I want to say areas that we've gotten these players and these teams to come together, compete, and show us the best that the region has to offer. And we done it. I want to say like we got it down from all these hundreds and thousands of players and teams to the best 24. Now it's down to 20, and we will be cutting it down again to 16 over the next few days. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. John, it's been an absolute pleasure. We got 3 more days coming up very, very soon. I'm excited to see who's going to make it to the finals, and definitely who's going to be representing their region in the Global Championship.
Absolutely. We'll look forward to that. I'm going to be taking a break though. You're going to have to deal with Blank. So good luck. Because no, he's lovely. You guys are going to enjoy him at home. Covering the knockout stages. It's going to be you and Blank. But I have had a great time so far, and you'll see me again for the final. So don't you worry, I'll be back, as will we, but we do have to take a little bit of a breather because it has been non-stop back-to-back for 3 days. We'll take a break and we'll be back with the knockout stages. Make sure you tune in for more PMSL in Europe.